Hi, I'm Nancy, and this is the crazy story of my life events that turned me upside down from being a poor maid to becoming the Prince Charming's girl. I was just a baby when my parents died in a car accident. My aunt took me in, and even though she was a poor single maid with not much to get by, she loved me like I was her own. Once when I was 4, Aunt came home on Christmas Eve looking bone-tired. But when she took off her hat, I almost fell down in shock. Her long, beautiful hair was all gone. She looked like a boy. Don't look so worried. It'll grow back. I sold my hair because I didn't want another Christmas to go by without you having a present. She took out a beautiful necklace with my name on it and put it around my neck. I couldn't believe she'd done this for me. Aunt would always leave me with the neighbors when she went to work. But once when I was 6, they had to go out of town and she had to take me with her. My jaw dropped when I saw her workplace. Our whole house could fit inside the hall of this mansion.
Now I see why you're so tired all the time, Auntie. You need a car to get around here.
The lady of the mansion overheard me and laughed. Oh, aren't you a little cutie pie? Why don't you come meet my son, Jeff? Just then, a boy my age walked up to me and gave me the warmest smile.
Hey, wanna go play in my room?
Yes! And that day was the day that changed my life forever. I met my best friend. I loved hanging out with him, and I begged my aunt to take me with her often. Soon enough, Jeff's mom arranged for his private tutor to teach me too, so now I had a reason to go every day. As I grew older, my aunt started paying more attention to my looks. One day, she came home with a bag full of cheap makeup. You're a pretty girl, Nancy. You have to always look perfect when you're hanging out with Madame's boy. But Auntie, we're friends, and he knows what I look like. Why would he care about my face? But she wouldn't hear a word, and after that, I always had to go to the mansion with a fully done-up face. Over the years, I realized that I had totally fallen in love with Jeff, but I knew I was just the maid's niece, and he'd never feel the same way about me. Once when I was 14, I fell really sick and couldn't go to the mansion for a week. But when I was alone at home one day, someone rang the doorbell and I was shocked to see that it was Jeff. Nancy, I was really worried about you. And with that, he suddenly hugged me. I totally panicked. I pushed him aside and ran to my room. Gosh, I looked so pale and terrible. I quickly applied makeup to my face and hurried downstairs. Why are you wearing makeup? Because I'm not pretty enough without it. Nancy, please go and wash your face. Can you do that for me? Okay, but will you promise to be nice? I promise. When I came back with my washed face, Jeff put his hand on my chin and held my face up. Nancy, you're so beautiful. As he pulled me closer, I saw his eyes were tearing up. We kissed and there were fireworks exploding in my head. He told me to take care of myself and left. I was excited and nervous about seeing him the next day. But when we got to the mansion, I saw his mom was busy supervising some men as they were taking out furniture from the house. She called me and handed me an envelope. This is your aunt's salary. A little something for you too. I'll miss watching you grow up, Nancy. What's happening, ma'am? Where's Jeff? He left last night because he transferred to a high school in Paris, and I'm going there too. Maybe we'll see each other again someday. She pulled me into a warm hug and then walked away. I was so scared, thinking I'd never get to talk to Jeff again. But he emailed me a week later, and we wrote to each other every single day. His life in Paris seemed amazing. But soon, the emails got less and less frequent, till they just stopped altogether. He seemed to be really busy with his new life, and I figured it was time for me to move on with my own. By the time I graduated from high school, I was working 2 jobs, as a cleaner at the mall and a librarian's assistant. One day when I got home, I found out that my aunt had broken her foot. I slipped at work and the doctor said I can't work for weeks. I can't afford to lose that job, Nancy. You won't, okay? I'll go instead. The next day, when I was cleaning one of the guest rooms, I came across a portrait of Jeff. As I touched it gently, a high-pitched voice suddenly made me jump out of my skin.
Are you drooling over that dork? Well, you're just the maid, so I guess you don't have any standards. That's my stepbrother, and I have yet to meet a bigger loser than him.
Jeff had a stepsister? No, I was just cleaning.
I was still talking? Don't interrupt me. I'm Linda. That's Miss Linda for you. And now my mom and I live here, so I don't know why his ugly portrait is still around.
You can throw it in the trash on your way out." I didn't have the heart to throw it away, so I snuck it into the dusty old attic and prayed she'd never go there. One evening, just as I was heading out of the mansion for work, Linda popped out of nowhere. "Ninny, come with me. It's an emergency." I followed her to her room to see piles of dresses on the bed.
"I'm hosting a party tonight and I have to look amazing. You have to take pictures of me in every outfit so I can let my followers on Instagram decide."
"Miss Linda, I'm sorry, but I have plans with a friend and..."
"Friend? Where does a maid even make friends? Is there a maid school you went to?"
"No, just a regular high school."
"Listen, I don't have time for this. Cancel your stupid plans because you're supposed to help with the party. Didn't Mom tell you? Now, chop chop, start my photo session."
As if all this wasn't bad enough, I accidentally dropped a glass of juice on one of her friends, and she went ballistic.
OMG, this is literally the easiest job on the planet. First, your dumb aunt slips and breaks her foot, and now you're being such an idiot. Does stupidity run in the family?
I turned around, grabbed my stuff, and ran out the front door. I was never coming back here. Just as I stepped out, I bumped into someone. "Jeff?" His adorable smile lit up his face, and he pulled me close. But suddenly I pushed him away. "No, you just cut me out of your life, and now you decide to walk back into mine and expect me to welcome you?" "I know you're mad, and I'll understand if you don't want to forgive me. But Nancy, I've missed you so much." "So, why didn't you stay in touch?" "I tried, but I had Dad watching me like a hawk. He did his best to make sure I wouldn't contact you because he felt you were distracting me. I'm so sorry." I looked at his face, and I knew he was being honest. "Can you please just hug me now?" We hugged. He whisked me away to a beautiful viewing point on a cliff, with the whole city glittering beneath us and the stars above us. He gently drew me close and kissed me, and in that moment, it felt like everything was just right. The next day, I really didn't want to go back to work, but I did for Aunt's sake. When I got there, Linda was already screaming at some maids. The minute she spotted me, she went off on me.
"Here comes another idiot. Did you think elves and fairies were going to come at night and clean this mess? It's still waiting for you. Get to it. Now!"
Before I could speak, I heard Jeff behind me. "Knock it off, Linda. You can't talk to Nancy like that."
"Oh, I see. You're in love with this maid. Well, history really does repeat itself. Our dad also married way below his league when he chose your mom. Now it's your turn."
"Don't you dare say anything about my mom or Nancy, and you can't treat her this way."
"Oh yeah? Watch me."
And with that, she walked up to me and slapped me, and I just snapped. I pushed her to the ground, and just as I was about to punch her stupid face, Jeff pulled me away. Linda's mom came running at the commotion, and she fired me on the spot. "I don't want you or your aunt to ever set foot in this house again." When I went home and told everything to Aunt, she burst into tears. "Please don't be upset. I promise I'll find another job." But just then, Jeff spoke up. "You don't have to. Please, let me help you. I love Nancy, and you worked for us for so many years. It's the least I can do." I tried to refuse, but Jeff just wouldn't take no for an answer, so I accepted his offer till I found some work. Soon after, I got into college and also started a part-time job. As much as I wanted him to stay, I knew Jeff had to go finish his studies in Paris. We kept in touch as much as possible, and some days I missed him enough to cry. On the day of my graduation, he didn't show up because he said his flight was delayed, and I felt really sad. But when I got home, I saw a brand new car outside, and Jeff hopped out of it. Suddenly, fireworks erupted in the sky, and Jeff took out a box from his pocket. Wait, what? He was going to propose? But when I opened it, I saw car keys inside. "It's for you, babe. And here, this too." He handed me a letter, which was an offer to work at his dad's company. I squealed with joy and kissed him. Just a few weeks after I'd started working, I landed a big client for the company. Everyone gathered around in the conference room to congratulate me, and I rose from my seat. All those years when I was a maid, I could only dream of working in a place like this one. Some dreams really do come true, and I'm so grateful.
"Snap out of it, you idiot, because you don't belong here. Unless you're carrying a mop and cleaning the floors."
We all turned around to see Linda, who looked mental. But just then, Jeff raised a toast to me, and so did everyone else, completely ignoring her. After working for a few months, I started noticing errors in the accounts, and I discovered that Linda had been embezzling a huge sum of money from the company. When I went to Jeff with all the proof, both Linda and her mom were immediately kicked off the board of directors. Jeff and his dad thanked me profusely, and soon after, he moved me and my aunt to his mansion. A year later, I was feeling really nauseous for a few days, and it turned out that I was pregnant. Jeff's family was overjoyed, and 9 months later, we welcomed our daughter, Natasha. Unlike other kids, she couldn't complain about not being invited to our wedding. Natasha was the flower girl at the ceremony, and Jeff and I had the most beautiful wedding day ever. Hi, I'm Tulip, and I live with my mom and twin sister Jasmine. But before I continue, please like and subscribe. My dad has always worked abroad, so growing up, we would only see him once every 2 years. If cameras hadn't been invented, I would have forgotten what he looks like. Growing up, I was a really naughty kid, but Jasmine was my mom's dream child. She'd always have perfect grades and perfect manners, and Mom just adored her. But she found fault with everything I did and kept comparing me to stupid Jasmine. Like once in 5th grade, our mean old English teacher walked in and hit the desk loudly with her stick. "Quiet! Take out your notebooks and start writing a letter to your mom." But I just put my legs on the desk and replied, "Miss, why would I write a letter to my mom when I already live with her?" And then I burped loudly. The whole class burst out laughing. And of course, the teacher wasn't amused. I was immediately sent to the principal and Mom was called in. "Even a gorilla has better manners. Please teach her to act like a lady." As we left school, Jasmine smirked at me while Mom screamed, "Tulip, is this what I've taught you? Were you born to embarrass me? Why can't you be more like Jasmine?"
Oh, Mom, I respect you so much, and just look at her. She's just shameless. I feel sorry for a great woman like you.
"I'm talking to you, Tulip."
And then I was grounded for a week. I didn't have good grades, but I had an amazing eye for fashion, and I could make dresses for myself out of anything. Once at Halloween, I made myself a beautiful costume, and even Mom looked impressed, but then suddenly her expression changed.
Where have I seen this cloth before? Wait, oh my God. Tulip, did you use my favorite gown?
Yes, Mom. Sadly, your gown had to die for my new costume.
She started screaming at me, and I just ran away. I didn't really change much until high school. One Sunday, we received a letter from Dad, and Mom looked super excited. Jasmine and I started snatching it from each other because we both wanted to read it first, and it got torn to pieces. Mom scolded us a lot. She glued it back and then read it out loud. "I am not coming back. I found my true love. Please don't wait for me." Wait, what? Jasmine and I stared at each other as Mom turned paper white. She felt dizzy and crashed straight to the floor, hitting her head. We called an ambulance and took her to the hospital immediately. She was conscious soon, but then we had the most shocking news. It turned out that her brain had suffered an injury, and now she had the mind of a 5-year-old. Mom was now practically a baby. She was acting really fussy, so the next day, we took her to a restaurant to cheer her up. When the waitress said we'd get our food in 20 minutes, Mom looked furious. She started banging her spoon on the table and shouting, "I want food now! I want now! Now, now, now!" I tried to calm her as everyone stared at us, but then suddenly, Jasmine rose from her seat and shouted at her, "Just shut up, you crazy woman! God, this is so embarrassing. I'm out of here." I was stunned. She stormed off, and as Mom's eyes filled with tears, I quickly hugged her. "Mom, our food is almost here. You just have to count to 10. Come on, count with me. 1, 2, 3, and by the time we got to 10, thankfully our food arrived." I realized then how serious Mom's condition was, and I just had to grow up and take care of her the best I could. Jasmine took no interest in Mom, but I would drop her at her neighbor's when I went to school and pick her up on my way back. I started searching for stuff about Mom's illness on the internet, and the only possible cure was a head surgery that was super expensive. I vowed that I would work really hard so I could afford it for Mom one day. I started focusing on my studies, and within weeks, my grades were the highest in class, and all my teachers were praising me. This clearly made Jasmine jealous, because soon after I found her in the cafeteria with my biggest rival, Eva. She'd always hated me because kids liked me for my jokes and pranks, while no one liked her much. She was just a mean jerk. And now, Jasmine and Eva were chatting away like they were best friends? My enemy list was updated. One day at the cafeteria, I noticed that I'd forgotten to bring my wallet and wouldn't be able to buy lunch. But just then I heard Mom behind me. "Tulip, Tulip, I got you money. No more rats in your tummy." She was running towards me, waving my wallet, when suddenly she slipped and fell on the floor. I rushed to her to make sure she was okay, but I heard people around me laughing, and the loudest was Eva. "Is that your mom? She looks like an idiot. Please hire a nanny for your stupid baby mom." Hearing that, Mom burst into tears, and I snapped. I pounced at Eva and pinned her down to the floor, twisting her arm behind her. "Say you're sorry to her. Say sorry now, or I'll really make you regret it." "Ow, okay. I'm sorry, Tulip's mom. I'm very sorry." I left her and ran to Mom, who was still crying. "Mom, you're not supposed to follow me to school, okay? You have to wait for me. Come now, let's go home." As I took her hand and led her out, I stopped by Jasmine and gave her a kick that made her howl with pain. That's for being the worst daughter on the planet and being friends with people like Eva. Shame on you. And I left with Mom. A few days later in school, I saw a poster on the bulletin board about a fashion competition where each contestant had to design one gown. The winner would get a chance to do an internship at a big designer company. I immediately signed up for it, but just then, Eva pushed me aside and signed up too. Ugh, get lost, loser. Why would someone like you know about fashion? This competition is meant for beautiful girls like me. I really enjoyed beating your butt that day, Eva, and I'll make sure you're crying at the end of the competition too. I just walked away before she could reply. I'd show her. A couple of days later, as I was leaving school, I saw Jasmine and Eva from a distance, and they seemed to be having a huge fight. I just ignored them and went home. But later that evening, there was a knock on my door and Jasmine walked in, looking embarrassed. "What do you want?" "Listen, I know you're really mad at me. I haven't handled Mom's situation well, and I was a coward for not standing up for her. But today, Eva made fun of her again, and I just lost it. I slapped her so hard, I don't think she'll ever mess with me again." "Well, I'm just glad you've finally come to your senses. She's a mean, jealous brat. She could never be a good friend to anyone." I got up and hugged her, and when Jasmine saw I was working on my sample for the competition, she offered to help. I told her I wanted to make a really unique design that would help me win the competition, and she seemed super excited by my idea. We worked really hard on it day and night, and I was happy with the result. At the competition, everybody presented their designs one by one, but when Eva's turn came before mine, I saw that her sample looked exactly like the one I'd prepared with Jasmine. The two looked at me and gave me devilish smiles. Okay, so my sister was a poisonous snake who'd pretended to fight with Eva, and then stole my design and gave it to her. I climbed onto the stage with a defeated face, and just then, I took the cloth off my mannequin, and Eva's and Jasmine's jaws dropped. It wasn't the one I'd prepared with Jasmine, because I knew exactly what she was up to. My real sample was far more beautiful, and the judges looked really impressed. And when the results were announced, I was declared the winner. I was given some prize money and the internship. Oh, you look so happy, Tulip. Like you're some big designer now. You're just a big fool. An internship isn't gonna get you anywhere. The fashion business needs money. I have a filthy rich mom, and what does your mom have? Forget money. She doesn't even have a brain. Something really stinks, Eva, and I think it's you. I smell a really sore loser. Just then I saw Mom standing in a corner, clapping really hard. I pushed Eva aside and ran to her. "Mom, how did you get here? I told you not to leave home without me. I wanted to see your shop. I wanted to buy one dress from you. See, I have $1. There's no shop, sweetie. But you can have this dress for free. You'll look like a princess in it. Come, we'll go home and try it on." Later that evening, I found Jasmine taking out some cash from Mom's drawers, but the minute she saw me, she stuffed it into her pocket, and I tried to take it away. "What are you doing? Give that back!" "Ugh, you're such a..."
Such a what? A witch? Do I look like a witch? I might look like a witch, but I'm not one. Let me go!" And she pushed me away really hard. "I am gonna go live with Eva. She's rich and has a great business plan. Within a month, my money will be doubled and I will rule the fashion world. A crazy dumb mom and an ugly sister won't get me anywhere."
"So, you're taking $500 from here and after 1 month, you'll rule the fashion world? Take it and just go away. You're such a selfish moron." I pushed her aside really hard and stormed off. A few minutes later, I saw her leaving with her suitcases. Good riddance. My internship started after a week, and it was a great experience. But I realized Eva was right about one thing. Starting your own business isn't easy for people with no money. Then I got an idea. I bought a few used clothes and transformed them into beautiful pieces. I took pictures of them and went back with my portfolio to the bank for a loan. But the loan officer took one look at my folder and tossed it aside.
"Sorry, ma'am. We can't just give you a loan on the basis of this trash you're showing us. If your startup idea fails, you won't be able to return our money."
"But sir, just give me a chance. I'm sure I'm not gonna fail."
"Yeah, that's what every loser who comes in here says. Please, don't waste our time, ma'am. Good day."
And they literally pushed me out of the bank. I was walking back home feeling completely defeated when suddenly a fancy car stopped by me and someone rolled down a window. I saw it was one of the competition judges. "Well, hello. A tulip, right?" "Yes, you were the winner, but honey, why do you look so upset?" She asked me to get into the car and I told her everything on the way. As she flicked through my designs, she looked really impressed. "Those bank people are idiots. You're clearly really talented." And then, to my shock, she offered me a job at her company for a really good salary. And of course, I instantly accepted. I worked for her for the next few years, and I even got my fashion degree by studying on the side. After graduation, I had enough experience and savings to start my own little business. And over the years, it grew more and more. One day, I had to interview a candidate for the post of a manager. She was waiting for me in my office, and when I walked in with my secretary, I was shocked to see the candidate was Eva.
"Tulip, you're here for an interview? Well, I told you starting a fashion business isn't for you, but you just wouldn't listen to me." Just then, my secretary spoke up. "Miss Tulip is the owner of the company. She will be taking your interview."
And Eva's eyes nearly fell out of her head.
"Miss Tulip, this lady informed me that her fashion company failed miserably, but it means that she does have some experience in the field. She might be a good candidate."
This interview ends now. I know Miss Eva really well, and I wouldn't hire her to even pick up my garbage. I only want good people on my team, and you, Eva, just don't belong here. Now please, get lost. And Eva burst into tears and went out running. She deserved it. A few days later, Mom's surgery was scheduled and we were flying to New York for it. Just as I was taking the luggage out, I saw someone hugging Mom. It was frickin' Jasmine. "Oh my God, Mom, I missed you so much. And you too, Tulip. I went by your office and they told me you were taking time off for Mom's surgery. Is it true? She'll be fixed now? We'll have our amazing Mom back, the one who used to adore me?" I pulled her away from Mom. That amazing Mom never left. You did, Jasmine. She would have loved you and adored you if you had let her, but you didn't want anything to do with her when she needed you the most. Jasmine suddenly fell down on her knees and started crying. "I made a huge mistake, Tulip. Huge! I can't believe I was such a fool and turned away from my amazing family. Please forgive me, and I promise I'll spend the rest of my life making it up to you both." "No, Jasmine. I'm afraid you'll only spend the rest of your life regretting your bad decisions. Your crazy dumb mom and ugly sister have no space in their lives for you." And with that, I took Mom's hand and we got into the cab waiting for us and left.
Hi, my name is Anna. Before I was born, there were two things my parents loved more than anything in the world: their restaurant and their yacht, both named Bella. And that didn't change after I was born either. But soon after, their restaurant wasn't doing so well. When Dad knew Mom was pregnant with me, he said, "It's so expensive to raise a baby. We'll have to sell something. This child is already bad luck." Ultimately, they sold their precious boat, and they never stopped crying about it. Oh, if only we didn't have Anna and had Bella with us right now, we'd be having breakfast at sea. And I'd be sunbathing on the deck. Having a child just ruins everything. They never celebrated my birthday, but when I was turning 5, they decided to have a party and called all their friends. When I ran to the table excitedly to look for the cake, I felt confused.
Why does this say, "Happy birthday, Mom"?
Because I gave birth to you on this day. What did you have to do? Nothing. It was a really boring party because there were no presents for me and nobody was paying me any attention. Instead, they all wanted to talk about their fancy new yachts. My parents were so embarrassed because they didn't have anything to talk about. Later that evening, Dad said to me, "I wish we'd put you up for sale instead of my boat." That same year, my little sister was born, and on the same day, Dad unexpectedly found an oyster washed up on the beach with a rare gray pearl inside. He sold it for $50,000, and the money really helped them make things better at the restaurant. What a blessing this baby girl has been for us. She's brought us such good fortune. And because of that, my parents decided to name her Bella, like everything else they truly loved. We love you so much, Bella. We tried with Anna, but it's easier to love you because you're just so perfect. They made me do all the chores around the house while they drooled over the new baby. I even had to change her stinky diapers because both my parents refused to. After a few weeks, they got really busy at the restaurant, and I was left in charge of Bella most of the time. I'd feed her, bathe her, rock her to sleep. I started teaching her my name. Anna, I'd point to myself. Bella would just look at me, and then she'd laugh and clap her little baby hands. But things changed forever when Bella turned 1. My parents came home from work one night, and Mom started yelling at me for not having dinner ready. "You own a restaurant. Can't you just eat there?" "We sell that food, you moron. What should I expect from someone as stupid as you?" "I guess we'll just go eat out somewhere. Come on, Bella." But Bella didn't want to move. She slapped my mom's hand away and started to cry. With her little toddler fingers, she pointed at me.
Anna!
My parents looked shocked. Bella had just said her first word, and it was my name.
Anna! Anna! Anna!
What have you been teaching her? Mom was so mad that Bella's first words weren't, "I love you, Mom and Dad, and I hate Anna." Dad picked her up, but Bella kept kicking and screaming for me. "Fine, we'll bring your stupid sister." I walked out with them, and Bella stopped crying. She smiled at me, and I smiled back. After that, Bella always had my back, and I always had hers. When I was in the 3rd grade, my parents took Bella to a boat show. They left me behind to clean the house, of course. When they got home, Bella ran to me and gave me a present. I was so touched.
"I love you, Anna."
It was a little red toy boat. I hugged her tight. When Bella turned 4, she had a phase where she wouldn't eat anything except hot dogs and ketchup. Her favorite part was when I squirted ketchup all over the hot dogs. "Ready, Bella? Ketchup party!" The funny fart noise the bottle made always made her laugh like crazy. When summer break was over and I went back to school, my parents had to hire a babysitter for Bella. One day when I got back, I could hear screams from one of the rooms. Just then, Bella came running out, holding a ketchup bottle and squirting it everywhere.
"Ketchup party!"
Behind her, the babysitter came out drenched in ketchup from head to toe. "That's it! I quit!" Just as she was storming off, my parents walked in looking horrified at the mess. "What on earth is Bella doing? Did you teach her this?" "No, I did not teach her to spray ketchup all over the house." Mom caught Bella and snatched the bottle from her, glaring at me. "I don't know how, but this is all your fault. Clean this up right now and stop poisoning our little Bella's mind." Just as she was dragging Bella to the bathroom, she slipped on some ketchup and fell on the floor. Angry as I was that I had to clean up everything, that made me feel a little bit better. When I was old enough, my parents made me work at their restaurant. I thought it would actually be fun waiting on tables and meeting new people. But what was I thinking? They just handed me an apron and rubber gloves. You'll be washing the dishes. When I asked them to pay me, Dad glared at me. We already pay you by giving you a bed at night and a roof over your head. Don't be so greedy. To make matters worse, they'd make me pay for any food I ate there. But I became friends with the head chef, and I'd eat the food he gave me secretly in the back alley. One time, he came out to hand me a bowl of mac and cheese, and just then, we heard someone coming and he dove behind the garbage can. It was Dad. Where did you get that, Anna? I took it out from the garbage. Do you want some? He looked absolutely disgusted and was about to walk off when he spotted the chef. I knew it was you. Thief, you're fired. Of course, a few years later, when Bella started working at the restaurant, Mom and Dad got her the cutest uniform and let her greet the guests as they walked in. The restaurant is named after her. She should be the face of it. No, you named her after the restaurant and your stupid boat. Oh, my boat. Every time I look at you, I miss that boat. Now get back to work. Of course, Bella could order anything off the menu, but she still always had my back and she'd sneak me half her meal. One night when I was eating lasagna at the back of the kitchen, Dad suddenly walked in and he accused me of stealing. As he snatched my plate away, Bella came running in. I gave it to her, Dad. She works hard and she deserves it. No, she doesn't, Bella. You work hard for your meals, not your ungrateful sister. That was the final straw. I was done being insulted by them. The next night was one of the busiest ever, and the kitchen was chaotic. I had Dad screaming at me every 5 minutes. Anna, hurry up. We need clean dishes. I stopped cleaning them and just gave the dirty ones back to the chefs. They were so busy they didn't notice, and the fresh food went out on filthy dishes. One even had a used napkin on it. The customers were so grossed out, a lot of them left without paying. A food critic was at the restaurant that night, and he threw down his napkin as he screamed, "This is an insult. This would never happen in France." And he stormed off with my parents following him and saying sorry again and again. Of course, he wrote a horrible review. Bella and I found it really funny, though. We would burst into laughter every time we read it. Bella is the most disgusting restaurant on earth. Eat your meal from Bella or straight out of the trash can. Same difference. The reviews were so bad that customers stopped coming altogether. Eventually, my parents were forced to sell the restaurant. I hope you're happy. Now we can't send your sister to college. What are we going to do for money now, Anna? Did you think about that? Think of all the people who lost their jobs. You should feel awful. But no one lost their jobs, Dad. Everyone got rehired by the new owner. In fact, I'm also still working there, and I got a raise. I skipped off before Dad exploded. I knew I wanted to go to college, and living by the sea had always made me want to study marine biology. I got a loan, worked part-time, and put myself through college. I graduated at the top of my class and got a research job. I would spend days at a time out on the water, and I loved it. With the money I'd saved up from work, I eventually bought a cute sailboat. I could see my parents turning green with envy. I offered to take them around for a spin, but they refused to go with me. When Bella hopped onto the boat excitedly, she asked, "Have you named it yet?" "No, but what do you think about the Annabella?" Her face lit up. "I really like that." And just like that, the Annabella set sail for the first time. A few days later, Bella came to me with a poster. "We should enter this contest." It was a sailboat race coming up in a few weeks, and there was a grand prize of $100,000. You think we can win? I know we can. As we were practicing one day, I was shocked to see my parents had a sailboat too. Dad yelled out to us, "Guess what? We entered the contest too. Borrowed the boat from a friend." "But why?" "Oh, he thought it would be fun to beat you. We spent years on the water before you were born, Anna. You'll never win against us." It was the morning of the race, and Bella and I were getting everything ready when we noticed that something very important was missing. Our sails. How were we going to race without them? The race started, and everyone got off to a huge head start. I could see my parents pointing and laughing at us from the water. "Good luck without your sails, Annabella." Of course they'd sabotaged us. Just then, Bella came panting behind me, dragging some disgusting sails. I found them in the garbage. They smell so gross. We set them up, caught a big gust of wind, and took off. We were pretty far behind the other racers, but Annabella was a speedy little thing, and we'd been practicing a lot. We quickly caught up to the rest of the pack, but our parents had a big lead. The finish line was fast approaching. We'll never catch them. We're too heavy. I turned to see Bella strapping on a life jacket. What are you doing? Win this race, Anna, for me. And with that, she jumped over the side. I knew she could swim like a mermaid, so I wasn't too worried about her. I immediately picked up speed after she jumped off. I turned around to glance at her once, and she yelled at me, "Catch-up party!" What was she talking about? I was right behind my parents' boat, and the finish line was only 200 yards away. That's when I saw a big squirt bottle of ketchup on the floor of the boat. "You'll never catch us, Anna. You'll always be a loser. It's time for a ketchup party." And with that, I got close enough and aimed it straight at Dad's face. He couldn't see anything, and his boat ended up getting stuck between two rocks. I could hear Mom and Dad yelling, but I went even faster and crossed the finish line. Bella ran up to me and gave me a huge hug. "We won! We won! We're rich!" A few weeks later, the Annabella and its victory was trending on the internet. We were invited to race all over the world. Eventually, we bought a bigger boat with our winnings. And even though my parents had always been so mean to me, I bought them a boat too, to make up for the one they'd sold all those years ago. And I keep the red toy boat Bella got me as a present right by the wheel at all times.
Hi, my name is Amira, and I live in Pakistan with my big joint family. Please like and subscribe. My grandmother was the richest woman in the entire city and owned more than half of it. And both my mom and my aunt always stayed close to Grandma, serving her and praising her, thinking she'd give them all her money. But soon after me and my cousin Hina were born, Grandma announced she was going to give all her assets to the most deserving granddaughter. Crazy, right? My family went completely nuts at the news, and this started a never-ending competition between my mom and my aunt. Come on, sweetie, you can read this. 1, 2, 3, 4... Say it.
Goo.
Ugh, not a goo. 1, 2, 3. Yep, Mom would teach me how to read and write when I was just 1, so Grandma would think I'm a genius and pick me as her heir. But my aunt was doing no less. She started teaching Hina how to dance when she was just 2. Come on, you can pick up the beat. What are you doing? Teaching her to dance. But she can't even walk properly. For God's sake, leave the kids alone. Grandma would try to keep us safe from Mom's and Aunt's experiments, and despite their crazy competitiveness, Hina and I would play together all day long and loved each other to bits. Then once, when I was 8 years old, Mom put me into swimming classes to make me strong and graceful, but then something unpredictable happened. Soon after I got into the water, all of my body started to itch like crazy. And within minutes, it was covered with rashes and hives.
Mommy, it's burning.
Suddenly, all of the other kids started screaming.
Oh God, it's a water demon. Get out of here.
Mom came rushing to me and got me out of the water. Then she immediately took me to the hospital, where the doctors ran several tests on me and declared, "Your daughter has aquagenic urticaria. That means she's allergic to water. It's a rare condition, and there's no cure for it yet. But there are precautions." What? Water allergy? Is that even a real thing? Now what's next? Air allergy too? And she can't breathe? Mom went ballistic on the doctors and started smashing anything she could get her hands on. She was scary, and I was all freaked out. What was going to happen to me? I ran to her and hugged her.
Mommy, please, calm down.
But she wouldn't accept the fact that her only hope of becoming a billionaire was flawed now. "We can't let anyone know about this, especially Hina and your witch aunt. Don't ever go near her again."
But Mom, she's like my sister. We play together every day.
Yeah, but not anymore. What if they discover your secret? I can't risk it. Mom sounded crazy and made me promise not to tell a single soul. Later, when we reached home, Hina came running to me, but Mom pulled me away and scolded her. "Don't come any closer to my daughter. Stay away from her." Suddenly, Hina had tears in her eyes, but Mom just pulled me into my room. She was being so awful. Later at night, I sneaked into Hina's room through the window, but she pushed me away, saying,
"Go away, Amira. You and your mom are horrible, and my mom told me to stay away from you too." "What? No!" I tried to explain to her, but she shut me out completely and didn't talk to me ever again. And over time, she turned into a completely different person.
At school, she'd pick on the other kids and compete with me in every single thing, all because of Grandma's money. Once in the 6th grade, there was a musical competition and both me and Hina were participating, but she ran onto the stage during my performance and pushed me aside.
Hey, loser. What, are you trying to make us sleep? Get out of here and watch this.
She grabbed the guitar and almost burst all of our ears. Of course, I won the competition and she came in last. But when I reached home with my trophy, I saw my sitar was trashed.
Why are you doing this? Have you gone crazy? This one win means nothing, Amira. I'll never let you win again. My grandma's money is mine. This was it. This madness had to stop. I didn't want any money after losing the people I loved. I went straight to Grandma and told her, "This has to stop, Grandma. I don't want any money." Oh, sweetie, it's just a healthy competition. I'm sure by the time you're grown-ups, you'll be the best versions of yourselves.
Well, years passed by, but that never happened. In fact, the competition between us grew even crazier. But thanks to my meds, my allergies stayed in check. Otherwise, Hina would have made my life miserable. One day in the 8th grade, I was walking into my drawing class when I accidentally slipped, and all the paints in my hand landed on Hina's clothes. OMG! How dare you! This is a white cashmere coat. I'm so sorry. But before I could finish, she grabbed a jar of water and threw it right into my face. Oh my God! I pushed her aside to run to the bathroom, but she just fell into the mud our teacher had kept for pottery classes, and everyone burst out laughing. You are so dead, moron! I started running towards the washroom and she came after me. As soon as I got in, I locked the washroom from the inside and immediately took out my medicine from my pocket and gulped it down. But still, it was too late. I had red hives all over my face. Suddenly, I heard a guy's voice. Whoa, that's a first. I freaked out and let out a scream when he held my hand and hushed me. Easy. I should be the one screaming. What are you even doing here? What am I doing here? What are you doing in the girls' room? But he just looked at me with a weird expression. And that's when it hit me. I entered the boys' washroom in a rush. And suddenly, I realized that this guy won't stop staring at my face. Yeah, I know, I'm a freak. You can stop staring now. What? No, I'm just thinking. That must hurt a lot. Wow, no one ever put it that way. Normally, people would freak out and scream, but he looked at me so calmly. I told him how I was trying to save my butt from my evil cousin's sister, Hina. So he safely let me out through the windows and I ran back home. But I knew Hina wasn't going to let me off that easy. Up next, we had a big sports fest coming in the school and everyone was practicing in the field, including Hina. When she saw me coming, she ganged up on me with her minions. Oh, look, here comes the witch who vanished into the boys' washroom yesterday. How did you do it? Did you flush yourself out, Harry Potter? Get away from me, Hina, if you don't want to get hurt. I pushed her aside and went ahead with my practice. But later when we were playing, I was about to take the winning shot when someone pushed me hard and I fell to the ground. You witch, you pushed me on purpose. Well, duh. Of course I pushed you on purpose. So you get your lesson, moron. And you better watch out because it might be a car next time you fall in front of. Saying that, she went away, but I was trembling with pain. Suddenly a guy came forward and picked me up in his arms. And I was super shocked to see it was the same guy who saved me the other day. He took me to the nurse's room and I thanked him for everything. Turns out his name was Ryan and he was a math genius. He even invited me for a movie later that evening. This was gonna be awesome. After that, Ryan and I started hanging out together in school and soon we became the bestest of friends. But the news reached Tina and she went all bonkers on me. So, you're gonna compete for me with everything now, even the guy I like? What? What are you talking about? Get off me! Oh, don't act all innocent. Do you think I don't know you're eyeing Ryan for his money? What the heck is she talking about? I pushed her aside and told her off. You are crazy. Ryan is my friend, and I didn't even know he was rich. I don't care about money. Oh, then how about you tell Grandma you don't want any of it right now? Ugh, she was insane. I pushed her out of my room and slammed the door shut. But what I saw at school the next day shocked me to my bones. Hina was on her knees with a bouquet in her hand, proposing to Ryan. What? but Ryan turned her down in front of everyone. "I'm so sorry, Hina, but I'm not interested in you." And before he could even finish, Hina threw the bouquet at his face and then pushed me aside, saying, "I'm never gonna let you win, Amira. Never." God, she was growing crazier by the day. Later that night, as I was peacefully sleeping, I heard a knock on my window. When I went ahead and opened it, I was shocked to see Ryan there. "Ryan, what are you doing here?" "You called for me, remember? You sent me this message?" He showed me a message. "Ryan, please come and save me. My parents are going to marry me off to an old man." That was sent from my number, but I never texted him that. Suddenly, I heard a loud crash and the door of my room blew open, and all of my family was standing there. "Oh my God, a boy in your room? This is an unforgivable sin. You have ruined the honor of the entire family. You ungrateful brat. How are we going to get into heaven now?" "Auntie, what are you saying? I didn't—" "Yeah, Mom, and I even heard at school that Amira is pregnant." Enough. No one says a word anymore. Everyone, out of this room now, including you, boy.
Grandma looked super furious, and even Mom glared at me angrily. And soon after everyone left, I burst into tears and my allergy came back. I was looking for my medicine all over when suddenly Hina barged into my room again. "How was the payback, jerk? I told you, you could never be happy after taking away what's mine." But then she looked at my face and went all crazy. "OMG, what's that on your face? You look like a monster." Just as I reached out for my allergy medicine on the table, she leapt forward first and grabbed it. "Oh, so you're an allergy monster. Wow. And no one knows about it?" "Now you wait and watch how I'm gonna take everything that's mine, Amira. You're gonna beg me to hide this." OMG, I was scared about everyone finding out, but I wasn't gonna let Hina bully me for who I was. I grabbed the medicine from her and I slapped her hard in the face. "You're such a shallow person, Hina. You've just been stooping lower and lower for money. And you know what? I'm gonna tell everyone about my condition before you do, and then you can have all your money and everything you want. But you won't be able to change one fact, that you're a pathetic loser." I stormed out of the room to go and tell my grandma about my condition, but I was shocked to see her standing right outside the door. And before I could even say anything, she hugged me. "Oh, my child, I'm so sorry you had to live like that amongst your own family because of my stupid plans. I thought they'd compete and work harder to be better people, but instead their greed turned them into animals, and you had to suffer because of that. Please forgive me, my baby." But Hina went ballistic. "Whatever, Granny." And then she grabbed a jar of water and came charging towards me. "There's no way I'm gonna let you get any of this, witch. I'm gonna kill you." Thankfully, Grandma stopped her in time and asked her to leave the house, and Mom jumped right in. "Yeah, throw her and her mom out of the house. They are pure evil." "And so are you, Mom." "What? What do you mean?" "We were never like this, Mom. Hina and I were like real sisters, but you guys, your greed turned us on each other. If anyone should leave this house, it's you greedy people." "Amira is right. You all are to leave this house. And the only one who's going to stay with me is my granddaughter, Amira. She deserves all my money." And we hugged.
Hi cuties, my name is Amy, and get ready to dive into the drama that is my life, a real-life soap opera that even Shakespeare would have loved to write. But first, hit the like and subscribe button. Now we can start. You know those apparently perfect families where the father is a smiling, rich businessman, and the mom is a lovely housewife who does everything for her two blonde, pink-cheeked, perfect-teeth children? Yeah, me neither. Ever since I can remember, in my life, it was only me and my mom, Margot. My mom loved me, but when it came to my dad, she made every effort to delete any trace of him. And she did a darn good job. Mom, I was wondering if my dad...
What dad? Here, have a bag of candies.
It was always like that with Mom. Have a bag of that. Or keep this sock of chocolates. Or look, that marshmallow looks like Grandma Teresa. So, instead of finding out anything about him, I just gained a lot of weight. Eventually, I stopped asking. Even my mom understood that something was off with me when instead of playing with our neighbor's kids outdoors, I spent all my time locked in my room reading books alone. At some point, she
She must have thought that I needed a father figure, which was true, and decided to get one for me.
Unfortunately, her dating life was so disastrous that it probably made Cupid consider early retirement. For real, it was the same thing over and over again. It went like this.
Amy, please let me introduce you to insert name, my new boyfriend. We love each other so much.
Of course, 2 weeks later, there we were, indulging in a second bowl of ice cream and watching Titanic, with her sobbing uncontrollably on my shoulder. Jack, take me with you.
We were supposed to stay together forever.
Mom, you met him like a month ago.
The best month of my life.
But honestly, my mom had a PhD in ruining her relationships. All of her boyfriends had a lifespan shorter than a goldfish's memory. She would get bored of them and then do something to sabotage the relationship. And then, magically, it was always their fault. Antonio the chef seemed like a perfect candidate because who wouldn't want a dad who can whip up 5-star meals? But then,
can you believe it? He left me alone all night to go to a restaurant by himself, choosing puff pastry over me.
Mom, he works there. Then there was Marcin. I thought a cop would keep us safe, right? But
I was expecting a rose or diamond, but he
gifted me a police scanner. And Philip, I always dreamt of a dad who could always make us laugh, but
he couldn't stay serious for 10 minutes straight.
Well, today, he's the world's most famous comedian. I was already abandoning the idea of having a stepfather when my mom came back home one day with a new surprise. This time, though, I felt something was different, and I was right.
Here, love, this is Ben. Benjamin, this is my daughter, Amy.
What a lovely fairy I see. Am I welcome into your manor, my fair maiden?
That man was not like the others. Ben looked older, with such a fine white beard and mustache, and those small round spectacles that made him look like some woodsman from old stories. In my mind, a dad had always been similar to him in appearance. Surprisingly, Ben actually became a father to me, and he really knew how to show me his love. Like that time when I got an A+ in mathematics, and Ben recited a poem he had written for me.
Here is the smartest of my muses, the shiniest of my lights, a new Pythagoras in disguise.
Nobody had ever appreciated me so much. Or that time, December 16th, when I came back home after a full day at school, only to find the hall full of fat-bearded guys, and Ben in the middle of them shouting toward me.
Surprise! Happy birthday to our fairy!
Those were Ben's friends from the War Games Club. I didn't expect any birthday celebration because Mom had always forgotten it herself. But now she was there too, right in the middle of them. Could Ben have changed her so much? Ben, I have no words.
It's only my duty to make you smile, my fair maiden.
I hugged him the strongest I could and started crying like a baby.
Sir Benjamin, I love you. I had finally found a father after 10 years of my life, and we were like a real happy family. It felt like a dream. And like in every dream, at a certain point, I had to wake up. A few years later, Mom started receiving strange phone calls in the middle of the night. She would pick up quietly like a thief and go to the bathroom to speak as any guilty teenager would. Once, I caught her coming out of the bathroom with a suspicious smile on her face. Who was it?
Oh, just some friend. Don't worry about it.
Don't worry? I make a living out of worrying. I knew something was wrong. The calls suddenly stopped, but the signs were still there. Why would Mom be sending herself those goofy bouquet cards decorated with plastic roses?
Can't I buy nice things for myself?
Not to mention the gold-sprayed aluminum ring I found she was wearing out of the blue. After a life of hating rings and necklaces.
It's just part of my midlife crisis.
Or the giant heart-shaped balloon we suddenly had in the main hall, glittery as a disco ball and red as love. Or hell.
Wrong address. Or maybe the wind brought it here.
Yeah, like I'm that dumb. Then one morning I was sick at home, searching in my mom's bedroom for her laptop, ready to consume my eyes in yet another Harry Potter marathon. Where is it? At the old laptop. What is this? There was a letter on my mom's nightstand. Strange. I haven't seen the postman in a while.
My love, I'm like a lost sock just looking for its match.
Ew, so cheesy. When Mom got back home that night, I confronted her. How could you do this, Mom?
Amy, I can explain.
Ben is the only dad I have ever had, and you're betraying him.
If you would only let me talk, please.
I don't want to listen to you anymore, Mom. I'm tired of you and your... MSA won't let me say the next word, but you can imagine what I mean. I wasn't gonna let her ruin our relationship with Ben. I had to act fast. So the next day, I went to confront that homewrecker, getting his address from the letter. I rang the doorbell nonstop. Open up!
What the?
The man was about to blow up
But when he saw me, surprise filled his eyes.
Ah, you. Please, come in.
That mysterious man looked like a retired rock star or an extra from Pirates of the Caribbean. He invited me inside his great villa, which was full of instruments. Look, whoever you are, my mom's with someone else. Just leave us alone. Don't mess up our lives. I've barely found my dad, and you?
What if I told you I'm your real dad?
His words hit me like a mute button.
I was eager to meet you again, but your mom thought you weren't ready.
Of course, he could have been lying, but somehow I knew he wasn't. My father disappeared when I was a child.
Amy, I'm really sorry. Things got messed up between your mom and me back then, but I'm here now, and I want to be part of your life.
I was left completely speechless. My mom soon joined us. Mom looked truly happy after all those years. She told me she hadn't connected with anyone else because she wasn't over Dad and only wished for him to stay with us. Of course, I was thrilled about having my real dad with me again, but then a sudden doubt fell upon me like a spaceship out of fuel. But Ben, he already knows everything, and he still wants to be a part of your life. We can be a big family. So, just like that, I went from having no dad to having two. You would think it's like winning the lottery twice, but not quite. I felt overwhelmed and with a great weight on me. Before, I didn't have to worry about disappointing anyone, but now I had two dads who had high expectations of me, and let's say they weren't too fond of each other.
Luke, lower the volume. Amy's studying.
Oh, just jamming out, man. Rockstar practice, you know?
Oh, wow. But I thought rock and roll had been dead for a long time.
Good music never dies. Besides, aren't you obsessed with knights and things from hundreds of years ago?
Oh, absolutely. But unlike your music, knights never go out of style.
Come on, guys, if you really think about it, rock stars and knights have a lot in common. Like, both loved leather and dying young. But while some wore armor and swords, the others used guitars and a lot of hairspray. That made a lot more sense in my head. Soon, things went even further south. One day, they forgot to pick me up, and I had to walk home in the middle of a storm. When Ben saw me, he went mental.
Luke, you were supposed to pick her up. I asked you to do one thing as I had an urgent appointment.
Oops, I totally lost track of time making these cookies to surprise her. Come try one, honey.
As I reached for a cookie, Ben sprang into action like a movie hero, dove over the couch in slow motion, snagged it from my hand, and sent the whole tray flying.
These have peanuts. Amy's your own daughter and you don't even know she's allergic to peanuts, or you just don't care.
I don't even want to remember the fight that followed. Can you imagine two gunslingers in front of each other, ready to open fire at the slightest movement? Well, it was kind of like that. The constant fighting became a part of my life. I realized that this was affecting them as well. Ben looked more deteriorated and tired than ever, and my dad seemed constantly anxious, as if he was hiding a big secret. On my first Christmas with my new family, they dove into a full gift duel. The prize of it wasn't a juicy bounty, but my love.
Dear, I got you, Ozzy, your new puppy.
Are you serious? I got her Lady Godiva, the most majestic kitten in town.
Aw, thank you guys. I love them both so much. Of course, getting double presents was quite fun, but soon my new pets were casualties of the parents' war. Lady Godiva was given away to our neighbor's children by my dad after he definitely saw me sneezing with her nearby. It was mid-December, by the way. A few days later, someone shaved Ozzy completely, making him a pink bear with a black nose.
Oh, that's horrible.
Nobody ever found the mysterious culprit. Then it came, December 16th, my birthday again. My dad must have known what Ben did on my last birthday and decided it was a good idea to outdo him at his own game. So he called all of his musician friends to blast a birthday party rock serenade for me.
To my beloved daughter, you all, the people of the world, rock! This song is for you!
But then, right before the concert started, another group of people appeared. Vikings? Romans? Celts? Who knows? They were an army of guys dressed for a historic recreation, waving toy spears.
What is all this, Ben? There is a time for peace and a time for war, Luke. Men, be ready!
Someone sounded a war horn, and my birthday soon became like the final battle of Avengers Endgame. But instead of aliens and superheroes fighting, I had cosplaying history nerds versus elderly musicians incapable of accepting the passage of time. A clash for the century! After watching the battle for a bit, I went home all set to blow out the candles and dive into the cake. But I found my so-called perfect family in the middle of a loud argument.
What are you even doing here, man? Amy's with her real parents. She doesn't need you anymore. This
whole uncle situation is bizarre.
That's true. Explaining it to people is a real pickle.
Say what you want, but I've been her father longer than you.
Well, he has a point about that.
Her father? A history nerd with a Willy Wonka mustache? You must be joking.
I don't think Willy Wonka has a mustache. My mother's mediation skills are truly out of this world.
Why don't we let her decide then?
Oh no.
Yeah, she's old enough to decide who should be her dad.
No, I am not!
Mom, you are my last hope. Please stop this madness. Maybe that's for the best.
Thanks for nothing, Mom. So, that's how it is. You're piling your responsibilities onto me? Why can't you guys understand? I want both of you in my life. But if you can't handle that, I'd rather have neither than choose between you two. I was ready to storm out, but then my dad said something really strange.
Are you happy, Ben? This was your master plan? First you found me, then you invited me to your cosplay parties and made me realize that I should get back with Margot. Why did you do all that if you didn't want me here?
Everybody's eyes went on Ben at those words. Mine too. What was all that about?
You're absolutely right, Luke. I shouldn't be here at all. I'm really sorry, Amy.
Then Ben darted away, leaving things abruptly. What the hell is going on? I ran after Ben, just in time to catch him while he was already at the park, gasping. He doesn't look too good. He fainted the very next moment. Ben, what is going on? Are you okay? Ben! We rushed him to the hospital, and a few hours later, he woke up.
I guess my plan didn't run as smoothly as it did in my mind.
Why did you do all this, Ben?
My heart is breaking, Amy. Literally. The only thing keeping it together is you. I would love to be with you forever, but the doctors made it clear it's impossible. When I found out, I immediately sought your dad and asked him to come back. I wanted someone to be there for you, after me. But then when I saw you and him together, I got so jealous. I thought you'd forget me for good.
I already had tears in my eyes. Again, I could barely force myself to speak. Ben, I will never forget you, and you are not leaving me at all. I had no idea you did all this. Luke didn't tell me anything.
Yes, because I asked him not to. It was a secret quest, eh? Like the ancient knights did. I did it for Amy, Margot. I had to. I'm sorry for lying, but...
Cough made it impossible for Ben to go on talking. I just hugged him so hard, as if trying to protect him. A few days later, Ben came back home with us, and it was as if he and Dad were two totally different persons. They put their jealousies and fights aside and became something like best friends. Dad even helped and cared for Ben throughout his illness. One night, when they thought Mom and I were sleeping, I overheard them talk.
I will never be able to thank you enough for bringing me back to my family. What you did is just...
It's okay, Luke. You're a great man. I'm just happy you are in Amy's life. You both deserve each other.
They hugged before wishing each other goodnight. I went to sleep with the biggest smile I had ever worn in my entire life. Now, a lot of time has passed, and a lot of things have changed. I'm not a child anymore, and my groom is in front of me, waiting for my yes, I do. Mom and Dad are by my side, happily together and smiling at me. And even if I can't see you in the same way, Ben, I know you are here too, sitting silently between the seats of this splendid church and looking at me with your peaceful gray eyes. You are as real as the photo of you I have inside of the pearl-shaped necklace I always keep by my heart. As I have promised you, I never forgot you, Ben. All that you did for me, from your silly poems to the way you tied my shoes, you will always live with me. You'll always be my guardian angel, and I, Amy, your fair maiden. Where is it? Turning my whole closet upside down looking for my black top. It was literally the one cute thing I had. Just then, Mom walked into my room, all dressed up for a night out, in a shirt 2 sizes too small for her. Mom, that's mine. Give it back. I have to wear it to a party. Don't be such a baby. Wear something else. Then she picked up my earrings from my dressing table and was off before I could even protest. Living with my mom was like living with an out-of-control, greedy, stupid teenager. As if she didn't have enough things of her own, she was always stealing my stuff too. And Dad's. One time, when I was about 6, I remember she was about to go out wearing Dad's black shorts as a dress. I giggled because she looked so funny, but Dad was furious that she was going out looking so ridiculous. As I grew up, I started to find her silliness less funny. Once, I had friends over, and it was so embarrassing when they walked past Mom's room and saw boy band posters plastered all over the walls. We were listening to some music in my room, and she came and joined us and wouldn't stop dancing like crazy. Mom always wanted to hang out with my friends when they were over, all except Brittany. For some reason, she just seemed to hate her. No matter how nice or polite Brittany was to her, she couldn't even get a decent hello out of Mom. Once when we were in the 4th grade, Brittany and I were having the time of our lives when Mom walked in. She went absolutely insane on Brittany for teaching me how to make all this junk food and for turning me into a cow just like herself. Brittany just stood silently. What's wrong with her? I should report her to Child Services for being so mean. I'm so sorry, Britt, I said after Mom had walked off. It's okay. My dad's kind of like that too. Don't be mad. She's your mom after all. Fine, I won't report her. I'll just choke her in her sleep maybe, I said, and we both burst out laughing. Of course, Brittany didn't come over much after that, and that wasn't even the worst of it. What I found the most annoying was how much she gossiped. I'm sure her neck had stretched a few inches from always peeking over the garden fence to see what our neighbors were up to. She was in everyone's business. Dad hated it, and they were always fighting. Just the other day, I came down to breakfast to this conversation. Why were you looking into our neighbor's bathroom while he was showering? Dad was asking Mom, sounding disgusted. That wasn't the bathroom, you idiot. I don't know what your problem is, she shouted back. I sighed and left for school without breakfast. I was so sick of all this fighting. I was her complete opposite, so we didn't really get along. She kept calling me a nerd and a freak, which really pissed me off. One day in school, as I was putting my stuff away, someone came by and leaned against the lockers. I looked up, and all of my notebooks went crashing down on the floor. It was Peter, the one I'd been dreaming of every day and writing about in my diary every night. And he was looking right at me. He laughed and helped me pick up my things. I'd turned as red as a tomato. I don't remember what I managed to say, but I definitely just stared at him with my mouth open when he said these words. So, Mandy, would you like to go watch the game with me tomorrow? I looked around as if I was expecting another girl named Mandy to be standing right behind me. He knew my name? I managed to stutter out, yes? He said a casual, pick you up at 6, and walked off. I just stared at his back, and then I ran off to tell Brittany. We were both screaming and jumping up and down with excitement. The next few weeks seemed right out of a fairy tale. He was so charming and cute. He gave me flowers and took me out on intimate picnics and to baseball games. But of course, I wouldn't invite him to my house. My crazy mom would freak him out. As I was admiring myself in the mirror in this really cute dress he'd bought for me, Mom walked in. I could see her greedy eyes taking in my dress. That would look so much better on me. Red's really not your color, honey. I just rolled my eyes and ignored her. But what she said next left me in tears. I have no idea why the most popular boy in the school is suddenly into a nerd like you. You're really not his type. She laughed and she walked away. Ouch! I brushed away my tears angrily, but felt better when Brittany said that I looked hot. I ran out when I heard Peter's car outside. He looked really distracted at dinner and was constantly texting. He got up to go to the bathroom, but his phone kept pinging. I turned it around and the name Jenny kept popping up, but I decided to let it go for now. He was supposed to come over for a study date the next evening, but he said he had football practice going on till late. An hour later, I logged onto Instagram and saw that Peter was at a party at some girl from our school's place. Was Mom right? He didn't really like me? No, that crazy woman could never be right. I decided to confront him in person the next day. The next day, after his football match, I stormed onto the field, but when I got there, I saw him walking off the field towards me, looking mad as a raging bull. Just as I was about to shout at him, he shouted first. Can you believe it? I've been kicked off the team. I fell silent as he went on and on about how his stupid friend had insulted him and they'd gotten into a fight and Peter had punched him. The idiot coach refused to even listen to me and has disqualified me for the rest of the season. I can't afford this, Mandy. I need that sports scholarship for college. With angry tears in his eyes, Peter grabbed his things from the locker and left school early that day. I tried to call him a few times, but he just wouldn't pick up. The next morning when I went to school, I noticed that everyone was gathered outside, talking in hushed voices. I could smell smoke in the air. Brittany said that the sports complex had burnt to the ground last night. The firefighters had managed to put out the fire completely, but everything was ruined. Oh, all my precious things. Just then, Peter joined us, looking shocked, and said he'd heard the awful news, but he was definitely having a hard time keeping the grin off his face when he saw Mr. Jenkins crying. "Geez, what a loser," he said in a low voice and walked away. I followed him out after class to talk. A few steps behind him, I saw him take his phone out and make a call. "Yeah, I know. Really burned everything to the ground, didn't we? That was fun." I turned back around, feeling a bit sick and really alarmed. Was my dreamy boyfriend a psycho who had set the sports complex on fire? Peter was either a cheater or a criminal or both. I needed to know more, and for that, I had to recruit a Class A snoop. My mother. I wanted to smack her face because she looked so smug as I told her everything. Once she was done putting nail polish on, she looked up at me and said, "Okay, sure, honey. I'll see what I can find." Wow, that was easy and kinda sweet. "It's gonna cost you. How much will you pay me to watch your boyfriend?" Of course. I said she could have half my monthly allowance now, and I'd pay her more later when she found something out. "Oh, and I'm going to need that red dress, too," she said, winking at me. The next week, I played it totally cool with Peter. He was being nice to me again. As he kissed me one day, I just felt myself melting. Maybe I'd just made a big deal out of nothing, I thought. Or maybe I hadn't. It turned out to be even worse. When I got home from school one day, Mom was waiting in the kitchen for me, almost hopping with excitement. She told me she was friends with Peter's dad, and he'd invited her over when no one was home. She winked as she said this, and I cringed. Ugh. And she had excused herself to go to the bathroom and snuck up to Peter's room instead. Mom said, "I looked under his bed and found some things. A huge poster of Dr. Phil, a can of kerosene, and, oh, some pages from your diary." I read the first line and fell off my chair. I stared at them in horror. They weren't the actual pages torn from my diary. These were photocopies, and they were all from the days before Peter had asked me out. My face burned as I thought about how he must have laughed at me as he read them. I saw Mom's face, and it made me even angrier. She was trying very hard not to laugh. Of course, she had read them too. Furious, I grabbed the pages and headed over to his house. I walked into his room and slammed the door shut, but he still didn't hear me over all the things he was blowing up on the screen. I reached over to him and snatched the headphones off his head. "Hey, what do you think you're doing?" he yelled, jumping from his chair. "What the hell is this?" I spat, throwing the pages at him. "Oh, poor Mandy. You really were so easy. I guess there's no keeping secrets now since you've been a little snoop and found it all out." I stood frozen on the spot, not sure what he was even talking about. He told me that someone had given him the diary pages and begged him to ask me out in exchange for doing all his assignments, projects, and college applications. It was a great deal for him and he needed to focus on his football. "You're lying," I shouted. "Who else would be able to take my diary? Think hard, Mandy. Think real hard," he said, grinning. Mom? My mind was racing. No, she was crazy all right, but she was too dumb to do his schoolwork. I could only think of one other person who could have sneaked out my diary. I gasped. There was only one person. Why? I managed to say. "She really seems to hate you. She told me to ask you out, make you fall in love with me, and then dump you publicly." I snatched back the papers and threw the glass of soda sitting on the table at him. "I'm not gonna let you off the hook. I'm reporting you to the police," I screamed furiously. "For what? Making you think I was in love with you? I'm sure they'll slap on the handcuffs for that," he roared with laughter. "For burning the building down, you psycho," I said. He stopped mid-laughter, looking at me stupidly. "I heard you talking to someone about how much fun it was to burn the place down," I said. He was in fits of laughter again, wiping tears from his eyes. He told me I was the dumbest spy on the planet, pointing to his TV screen. He said that the video game is what he had been talking about on the phone with his friend, and the can of kerosene was for cleaning paintbrushes. I stormed off, feeling utterly humiliated and stupid. I had to talk to the person who wanted to humiliate me, my best friend, Brittany. When I rang the bell at Brittany's house, she didn't look surprised to see me. "Let's talk outside, shall we?" she said. With tears rolling down my cheeks, I waved the pages at her and asked her why she would hurt me like this. What had I ever done to her? What she said left me in complete shock. It's your dad. Or should I say, our dad. Brittany looked furious as she explained that she had recently found out that we were half-sisters, and our dad had abandoned her mom. You got the chance to live with your real parents, while I lived with a man who never loved me and always abused me. Mom was too weak to do anything. It's not fair. I hate you. I couldn't believe a word of it. There had to be some mistake. I ran back home and barged into Dad's study. Tell me the truth about Brittany. He stared at me, turning pale. He started crying and explained that he and Brittany's mom used to work together and he fell in love with her because she was so lovely. But Mom couldn't take care of herself, so he couldn't just leave her. He had to choose my crazy mom. Just then, Mom came in. She looked at our faces and was immediately dying to know what was happening. Dad and I stared at each other silently, not sure how to break it to her. I want to know what the two of you, but suddenly we were interrupted by the sirens of a police car right outside our house. We went out to take a look, and suddenly, 2 policemen walked straight up to Mom and told her she was under arrest. We were all shocked to find out that one of our neighbors had reported her for trespassing. Their security cameras had caught her breaking in and snooping around their rooms. Mom kept protesting that she'd been hired by someone as an investigator, as if. While she was being dragged away, she looked back at us and screamed, "At least tell me what you guys were talking about." Jeez. Dad walked up to one of the officers, gave him some money, and said, "Keep her in there for a few days, will ya?" He turned around to me, smiled, and hugged me. Now we can finally have some peace.
When I was little, my big brother was my protector. And now, I'm the one protecting him. I just hope I don't get arrested. Oh yeah, and like and subscribe or you'll miss out on the mystery. I'm Zelda from Washington, D.C. My brother Ryan has always been there for me. When I was clumsy and dropped my ice cream, he got me a new one. When I fell, he picked me up. And when I watched a scary movie, he covered my eyes. And when he had to go somewhere and leave me alone, I want Ryan! On my birthdays, he always gave me the best presents. One time, he even paid the zoo to let me meet the giraffes and elephants. Mom told me he worked all summer to afford it. Since he was so cool, brave, and awesome, you'd think he'd want to be an astronaut when he grew up, or a lion tamer, or a dinosaur catcher. It's a thing. Look it up. But no, because our mom had to support us both by herself ever since he was little, his dream was to buy her a house one day and be rich enough that she wouldn't have to work anymore. That and take me on a grand adventure, which was my dream. Yeah, my brother's better than yours. Deal with it. Ryan got a super cool Mustang. He would always pick me up after school, and of course, all the girls swooned and every single one of the boys was jealous of him. I was the most popular girl in school without even trying. What kind of music does he like? Does he have a girlfriend? How can he afford such a cool car? Is he rich? Take it easy, girls. I'll tell you everything you want to know. My brother works for NASA. He's an engineer. He's saving up to buy my mom a house. No girlfriend. If he had one, I would be the first to know. And as for music, he and I listen to the same kind. Synth. The girls are always asking questions about you. They're all in love. What do you tell them? Just the usual. It's not like you're a mystery or anything. They don't need to know my business. Next time anyone asks, tell them you don't know. What? Why? Look, NASA is secretive. I can't tell everyone about what I do there. The government doesn't want anyone to know. I wish I could tell you more, but I can't. Actually, we really can't talk about it at all. I've already told you too much. Just be cool about it, okay? What? No. I want to know everything. Tell me immediately. Maybe someday I'll be able to explain, but for now, keep everything I said between us. Ryan, that's not fair. Life's not fair. Here we are. Go on. I have to go back to work. I'll see you on your birthday. My birthday's next week. I have school tomorrow. You have to pick me up. Oh, right. Ryan, I'm worried. You're acting weird. Don't worry, little Z. I can handle myself. He dropped me off and drove away like he always did. Except this time, something felt different. Government jobs are very hush-hush. I'm sure he's perfectly safe. Please, respect his wishes and just leave him alone, okay, honey? He forgot my birthday. He never forgets my birthday. He's been a little distracted lately, just a little stressed. But he's okay, I promise.
but I knew Ryan more than anyone, and he seemed worried. The next day, I waited outside our house for him to pick me up like he always did, but this time, he didn't show up.
OMG, what happened? You're soaked. Didn't your brother pick you up?
No, and he didn't call either. Something's wrong. I texted him all day, but there was no response. After school, with all the girls waiting to see him like they always did, I stood at the curb, looking right, left, waiting, calling, and yeah, you guessed it, he didn't show up. My brother, who had been there for me since the day I was born, was now missing. Mom, I can't find Ryan anywhere. He won't answer his phone, and he didn't pick me up today. Oh, honey, I'm sorry, I forgot to tell you. He texted last night and said his phone's dying. He'll be getting a new one soon, but he won't be able to reach us for a few days. Why didn't he tell me? He was acting strange yesterday in the car. Something is going on with him. What if they heard us? Who? The government. What if they listened to our conversation? And now, honey, you're just so used to him being around, and now you're extra worried. This is probably the longest he's been away from you since he graduated college, isn't it? Well, yeah, but it's strange that he didn't text me when he texted you. And why didn't he pick me up? Maybe he had car trouble and couldn't call you. Don't worry. Your brother can take care of himself. He always has. Why wasn't Mom more worried? Everything felt wrong. Was I just being paranoid? She left in a hurry to go to work, and I was alone with my thoughts. Everything Mom said was true. But then again, he really was acting weird yesterday. And just because Mom got a text from his phone doesn't mean it was really him. I had to be sure. I rushed to the bus stop and went to the only place I knew I could get some answers, NASA. I would say he was an engineer, just like he told us, so they wouldn't suspect I knew anything more, which I guess I didn't really. I couldn't believe the giant space shuttle and huge NASA logo out front. This place was intense. At the front desk, I asked if I could speak to my brother. "What's his name, darling?" I told her and waited while she was on the phone. While she talked to the person on the other line, she looked at me as if there was something she didn't want me to know. "Sorry, sweetie. No one here has that name." That's when I saw two men in black suits and sunglasses at the end of the hall looking at me. Or were they looking at me? Maybe they were just waiting for someone. I didn't want to find out, so I hurried out of there. I had no idea what was going on. It didn't make sense. Unless they really didn't want anyone to know where he worked because he was part of some top secret mission. Without any other choice, I decided there was only one more place I could go to try to find him and find some answers. His apartment. I had only been there one time when I was about to move in a year ago, but I had written down the address. The building was super tall and fancy. I ran to the door and pressed the number to his unit. When an old woman answered, I asked if my brother lived there, thinking maybe she was the maid.
"No, he doesn't live here. Sorry."
My head was spinning. What the heck was going on? I saw my brother almost every day since we were little. I knew him, didn't I? A black SUV parked right behind me on the curb. I couldn't see through the tinted windows. I ran. Just then, I got a text from Ryan. All it said was an address that I didn't recognize. I tried to call, but there was no answer. What if it wasn't really him? I could be walking right into a trap. I got on the bus and headed that way. I couldn't go to the police yet. I had nothing to report. But what if I was going into a trap? But he was my brother, my protector. I had to try. Whatever it was I was heading into, I had to be brave. The sun went down. The street of the address was dark and dirty. My mom would never let me come here alone. Then I found it, a broken down old motel. I climbed the steps and knocked on the door, my hands shaking. It opened, and I saw a beautiful young woman standing in front of me. "Zelda, who are you?" "I'm May, your brother's girlfriend. Come in." I walked into the small room and saw Ryan sitting there, his head down like he was crying. I ran and hugged him. "I'm so glad you're okay. I've been looking everywhere for you. What's going on? I went to your work, to your house."
I lied, Z. I don't work for NASA, and I don't live in that nice apartment building. I've been living here. When I showed it to you, I was a real estate agent, but I was terrible and I got fired. Now, I work at a rental car place. The Mustang is theirs. My boss caught me using it last night and fired me.
"But why did you lie? I thought we were best friends."
We are. I was ashamed. You always thought I was so cool. You looked up to me. I said I would buy Mom a house, and I can't even afford to pay my own rent. She has to help me. I wanted to still be that big brother for you, the one you looked up to.
You are my big brother. Of course I still look up to you. You're my whole world. I don't care what you do for work. See, Ryan? Zelda, I told him you'd say that. He didn't want us to meet because he didn't want me to lie to you. But I'm glad you're here now. And I'm so sorry, but Zelda, we need your help. No, we can't ask her to do that. She could get caught. She could go to jail. That's when they told me what Ryan had done. I was in total shock. My brother was so angry at his boss when he was fired that before he left, he snuck into the office and stole money from the safe.
You did what?
I know, it was stupid. It was a mistake. The security guard is there now. He knows me. When they open tomorrow, they'll see the money's gone and your brother will be on the video. We only have until 7 a.m. before I go to jail and my life is ruined. My heart was pounding, my hands sweating. I couldn't believe this was happening. I know he said he was angry, but this? I don't understand. That's not you. Why did you do it? I wanted to pay back Mom for all the money she let me borrow. I'll go. I'll put it back. No, Zelda, if the security guard ever sees him, he'll be caught. If he sees you, he won't know who you are. You can run. But this is my mistake. I'll face the consequences myself. I wouldn't help you steal money, but we're not stealing it. We're putting it back. So I'll help you because you've always helped me. Yes, I knew it was dangerous. I knew I could get into serious trouble, but all he wanted to do now was make things right. He drew a map of the office and explained to me exactly how to get in and out. The problem, of course, was the guard, and the fact that he had been caught on tape, which meant I would have to delete it. I had no idea how, but he wrote it all down along with the combination to the safe on a piece of paper. Why not just send it to my phone? You can't take your phone. If they suspect you, they could use it to see that you were here. I'll call Mom and tell her you're sleeping here. So, my mom knew he'd been lying? That's why she wasn't worried. Here, the money is in this purse. Just pretend it's yours and take my hoodie to cover your head. I left the apartment, following the directions he gave until finally I was outside the office. The guard was outside the gate. There was no way around him. My first thought was to cause a distraction, but there was nothing anywhere. So I just walked right up to him. Sir, please, can you help me?
What are you doing out here at night, miss?
I forgot my phone in the car I rented. Everything I have is in there.
Can it wait till tomorrow? I'm not supposed to let anyone...
I can't. He took pity on me and let me in. He asked which car, and I pointed to a random one, getting ready to cry again when he didn't find it. And that's exactly what happened. Can I use the bathroom? In the stall, I checked the paper Ryan gave me. I had to climb into the vent to get to the office. I knew the guard would get suspicious, but there was nothing else I could do. I just had to hope he was too uncomfortable to go into the women's room. Before I put the money back, I wanted to make sure the video of my brother was deleted, so I went to the computer. There was a password, but Ryan had written it down on the... Where was it? I checked all my pockets and even the purse. It was gone. The door flew open, and the security guard aimed his flashlight at me.
Come with me, young miss.
I failed. There was nothing I could do now. He led me out, and at the gate, I saw the black SUV, and from inside, a man in a dark suit and sunglasses was waiting for me. What was happening? When I got close, the man smiled and took his sunglasses off. It was Ryan?
Happy birthday, little Z. How'd you like your adventure?
But my birthday
is next week. I know. Then it wouldn't be a surprise, would it?
I'm pretty sure this would still be a surprise. Ryan told me he did work at NASA, and he owned the car rental place because 6 months ago, he invented something for the government, and now he was a billionaire. What about May?
She's my friend from work. If I was dating someone, you'd be the first to know. Why? Do you think she likes me?
But your apartment.
I moved out 2 months ago because I bought a house.
Wow, you got your own house?
No, that one's yours and Mom's. Mine is that one.
Mom came out from inside, smiling and waving.
Thanks for trying to save me, little sis. My protector.
I was happy. He really was the best brother ever. Except for one thing. You made me walk to school in the rain. Hello, my name is Jill. Before I tell you my story, please like and subscribe. If you do, you'll see a double rainbow outside your window right now. I was born to A-list celebrities. Dad was a famous singer and music producer, while my mom was a top actress and model. My parents loved staying in the spotlight, but I hated it. When I was 5, they took me to an amusement park for my birthday.
We were always surrounded by bodyguards, but that day, I requested them to wear some hats and spend some time alone with me. And they did exactly that. But sadly, their disguise didn't work.
Barbara, John, one picture with your daughter. Look here, please, one shot.
Mom! Dad!
In order to avoid the crazy cameras, I bolted in the other direction and got separated from my parents. It took them hours to find me. After that day, I avoided going out in the public eye, and soon my parents decided to send me to a quiet town called Cyprus, where no one would recognize me. I stayed there with my aunt, who was an angel, and life went back to normal. Well, it was almost normal, except for my weird neighbor Daniel. He was a total bully and would find the weirdest ways to pick on me.
Stop, Daniel! Give me back my books!
Nope, not gonna happen. You're gonna have to jump higher than that, short pants. I threw a shoe at him and it went flying past him, hitting May, my best friend and partner in crime. She was the only one who knew about my family, and together, we would always overpower Daniel. He hated that.
Daniel, cut it out, or I'm telling your mom if you keep doing that.
May and I were tight as a wolf pack. She was my biggest cheerleader, and growing up with her, I made some of my best school memories. Even when I became the student body president, she remained my #1 person. As for Daniel, he just got more annoying over the years. On the first day of senior year, I was happily welcomed by May at my locker. Hey, bestie. How was your summer trip to Paris? Shh, don't say it too loud. I don't want other people to hear and get suspicious. Right, sorry. I wouldn't want people finding out you're a prodigy daughter of top celebrities. Absolutely not. That would be the worst thing that could happen to me. I would have to move again, and I like this place, so I don't want to leave. Oh no, I don't want you to leave either. It would make me so sad. May and I laughed about it while walking down the hallway, when the book in my hand suddenly got snatched. Daniel! I was beginning to wonder if Satan called you back.
Wow, sarcasm. Did you learn that from this book? Oh, no, wait. It's a love story? Ugh, are you gonna try and put a spell on me to make me fall in love with you?
You wish. Now give that back.
Okay, I'll give it back on one condition.
Not again, Daniel. That's my aunt's book. I really don't want you playing around with it.
I won't, if you promise to meet me after school in the library.
Fine, whatever. Please don't make this lamer than it already is. The day finally passed, and May and I headed to the library. But as we entered, all the lights were switched off, and I just knew it was just another dumb prank Daniel was playing on me. Furiously, I turned to May, who looked equally annoyed. May, will you just head home first? I need to end this once and for all with him. What do you plan on doing? Oh, don't worry. He's gonna get everything he's given me, tenfold. Okay, call me if you need me. I'll finish him off for you. May went home, but just as I reached the school hallway, I saw Daniel standing with my book in his hand. As he turned around slowly, I noticed that he wasn't so bad to look at. Almost too handsome. It made me gag in my head when it crossed my mind, and I snapped back to reality. But Daniel had already noticed me drooling.
That look on your face says you fell for me.
If I had to choose between kissing you or kissing a worm, I would pick the worm.
Who said anything about kissing? Or was that something you were thinking about?
Whatever. Let's just get to the point. Just give me my book so I can leave.
What's the rush? You haven't heard my condition yet.
What do you want from me? I don't want to keep going in circles with you. Just then, Daniel pulled a picture out of his pocket that made my jaw drop. It was a picture of me with my parents, smiling away into the camera. Where did you get this?
That's the wrong question. You should ask, what do I think about this picture? And what am I gonna do with it?
What is it that you want? Money? An autograph? Fame?
Whoa. Nothing of the sort. I just simply wanted to know if it was true. Are you really the daughter of these A-list celebrities?
Yes, I am. These are my parents.
Wow, this is so crazy. I've pretty much known a celebrity my whole life. Now, how will it sound if I date one?
What do you mean?
So here's the deal. I'll keep my mouth shut if you agree to date me.
What? Have you gone completely crazy?
Not crazy, but smart. I just think it'll be great for my reputation to date a hot, popular girl like you.
High school will be over in a year and we'll all go our own way. But I want to be remembered as the guy who dated the most popular girl in school. Also, you can't tell anyone about this deal, especially May. She's a blabbermouth, and I want people to believe you're dating me for real, or the whole thing's off.
I just stared at Daniel as he went on and on about his ridiculous idea. Dating him would be like social suicide since he was the most hated guy in school, thanks to his crazy pranks. But what choice did I have? Fine, but it's only for 3 months. I can't date you the whole school year because
you're afraid you'll end up falling in love with me?
Oh, shut up. For the next 3 months, Daniel became my fake boyfriend. We went on dates together to the movies and to the park for picnics, and I even met his family. He would pick me up from home and we'd go to school together, and he would drop me off at home after. The weirdest part was that while we hung out and we were talking to each other more, I started to notice that he was a lot nicer and sweeter than I thought.
Why do you hide your identity?
I just want to live a normal life. I hate being the center of attention. Thankfully, my parents agree. Dating Daniel wasn't bad at all. But the one sad thing was that May hated our relationship. I wanted to tell her about the deal, but I remembered Daniel's warning about not telling anyone, especially her, and I couldn't risk it. Jill, this is crazy. How could you date him? He's a total bully. Have you forgotten how he made our lives hell? I know, but I've come to realize that he's a nice guy, and he likes me too. So this way, he's off our backs now and not teasing us anymore. That's a good thing, right? Stop justifying your dumb actions by making up nonsense. I can't watch this. May didn't speak to me for days after that, and every time I tried calling her, she would say she was busy or not answer my call at all. In all these years of our friendship, this was the first time we'd gone this long without talking to each other. Meanwhile, Daniel and I got closer, and soon our 3 months were over. On the last day of our deal, Daniel invited me to my favorite restaurant and planned a whole surprise for me. And when I saw him in that black tux, my heart started beating faster than a bullet train. He looked amazing.
Wow.
Cheesy much?
I've got to live up to my reputation, right? Always taking you by surprise.
Well, yeah, makes sense.
I just wanted to say that these have been the most amazing 3 months of my life, and I'm glad I found that picture.
Yeah, about that. How did you get that picture?
Does it matter?
Before I could say anything, Daniel pulled me in for a magical dance, and I forgot all about it. And when he dropped me back home, I could feel myself falling for him hard. I didn't want this to be over. I fell asleep with thoughts of Daniel in my head. And the next morning, I woke up to a million phone calls from Mom and Dad. I wanted to call them back, but I was going to be late for school. And just as I entered, the entire hallway was full of students cheering my name and shoving pens and papers in my face, asking for my autograph. Suddenly, someone pushed me and I fell to the ground, and people went crazy taking my pictures. Just then, Daniel rushed to my rescue and took me to the library where May was already waiting for me.
I am so sorry, Jill. I don't know how this happened.
What's happening? I'm kind of freaking out. Don't freak out, but everyone knows your identity now. The school is surrounded by the media. What? How did this happen? Daniel, you did this? No, it was me. I've always liked Daniel, but he always paid you more attention. And I got insecure and I told him everything about your family. I gave him that picture. I thought he would expose you and you'd hate him forever. But instead, he turned around and asked you to be his girlfriend. It hurt me watching you both happy, so I lost it and posted the picture to the school forum. I didn't know things would actually get this crazy. Her words made me sick to my stomach. I can't believe this. I trusted you, May. You were my best friend. How could you?
Listen, Jill, I know you're mad and you have every right to be, but we'll handle this whole situation together.
We? There's no we. You never told me my best friend betrayed my trust and gave you that picture. And our 3 months are over, remember? You got to date the most popular girl in school as you wanted. Now do you want to keep dating me because of all the extra attention on me?
Of course not. It's not like that. I really do care.
I don't want to hear it. Just stay away from me, both of you. And the very next day, I went back to my parents' place. Where am I supposed to go now? This is a disaster.
How about not going anywhere now?
You can't hide and run forever, honey. And you've lived away from us all your life. We miss you. Maybe it's time to accept that your life will always be a little different from other people, and it's okay. Mom was right. I had to get over my fear of the paparazzi. So the next day, I asked my parents to call a press conference. It was our first public appearance together in ages. I've been running away from media attention my entire life, and I can't do that anymore. But I'm not a celebrity like my parents. I just want to be a normal teenager. Everyone deserves some privacy and space, and I hope that people can respect that. The press conference video was received very well online, with many celebrities supporting my statement and calling out the paparazzi for making famous people miserable with their constant hounding. It felt good to take this step and not run away again. I could handle things better now. A few days later, Mom told me I had a visitor, and I went downstairs to find May in the lounge. What are you doing here? Jill, can we talk? No, please just leave. I know I'm the last person you want to talk to, but please don't punish Daniel for what I did. He genuinely loves you. And why should I believe you? Haven't you fooled me enough? Okay, don't believe me, but you owe him a conversation. I don't owe him anything. And why don't you date him if he's so amazing? You two suit each other, a couple of liars. But he doesn't love me, you idiot. He loves you. And I was a fool for trying to ruin that. He's been miserable the past few weeks. Just one conversation, please? Before I could say anything, Daniel had already appeared from behind with a bunch of lilies. This is an ambush, and I could sue you. You know what? I will sue you. Fine by me. Listen, Jill, I'm sorry for the whole stupid deal, but you have to believe me. I've always loved you. I always annoyed you to get your attention. The deal was just a way to get you to date me. I couldn't care less about being popular. I know it's twisted, but it's true. Why couldn't you just tell me all this and ask me out like a normal person? I know. I didn't say I'm not stupid, but I'm really crazy about you. His words melted me as he inched closer. I could feel my heart beating faster. Could we maybe start from the beginning? And I ask you out like a normal person? No conditions? Well, only one. Can I kiss you already? He did, and it was perfect. And me? You still have a long way to go before I forgive you. But let's just start by grabbing some coffee.
Hi, my name is Tulip, and I have had anger issues since I was 3 years old. Please like and subscribe. I think it all started the day my father left us. He hated family life, and he just took off. I was so mad at him, and since he wasn't around, I took it out on everyone else. One time, a lady in the supermarket pushed my mom to cut in line, so I ran up to her and bit her. Tulip, you can't just bite people. She pushed you, Mommy. You have to use your words, sweetie. It was really hard for me. I felt like everything in my life made me mad, except for my mom. I spent all my free time with her, helping her with her job as a gardener. Mom took care of a huge yard owned by a billionaire. He was so rich that he let us live in a 2-bedroom outhouse in his estate. Life was good when I was there, until Evan, my worst enemy, would show up. Evan was the boss's son, and he was a total idiot. He and his friends ran around like crazy in the garden, stomping on all the freshly planted flowers. Are you crazy? You're crushing the plants. The ground is for walking on. Do you have any idea how hard it was to grow those? He reached down and plucked another flower. You mean this? Ah! I jumped on Evan and wrestled him by the collar. We both rolled around in the dirt till my mom showed up and pulled us apart. Tulip, you should never fight with that boy. You have to apologize. I'm not apologizing to him. He destroyed our hard work. They're his flowers to destroy. This is his house. If you don't apologize, he could tell his dad and I could get fired. Why was life so unfair? I made myself march up to that brat and forced out a sorry. He gave me a smirk. I'll accept your apology, Red. Red? Because your face gets all red when you're angry, like right now. My name is Tulip. Okay, Red. Ugh, he was so annoying. I really wanted to control my anger, but one day I just broke. I returned home from school to find the entire front lawn totally ripped up. I picked up some mud in my hands and marched into his house with actual steam coming out of my ears. The second I found Evan, I threw the mud at his face. Then I started yelling, and I didn't stop until he literally put his hand on my mouth.
I didn't rip out the lawn, you idiot. We played a football match.
Wait, what? That's when I noticed a huge group of boys sitting behind him, all sweaty and dirty. I'm so sorry. I was so embarrassed. I just ran out of there.
Red, wait!
I didn't dare turn back. I couldn't believe so many people saw me having a total meltdown. I was so scared that Evan would get my mom fired for what I did. I just had to avoid him at all times. I started spending all my afternoons in the public library. And that was where I first met Theo. I think he was the most amazing guy I knew. He walked in and gave the librarian a fresh bouquet of flowers. Oh, so sweet. He always helped little kids get their books down from the shelves, and he helped the staff clean up even though they asked him not to. I'd never met anyone like him, and I had to talk to him. The only problem was he was obviously rich, and I was not. One look at his fancy coat and his expensive watch, and I knew I had to lie about myself. My parents are rich, very rich. They sell diamonds.
Wow, diamonds? That's so exciting.
Yes, they're the best rocks. I think I really liked Theo because I lied to him a lot. If he was into anime, so was I. If he liked mint chocolate ice cream, I'd force myself to have some. I even started dressing up for him a little bit. Most importantly, I had to be calm and collected around him. He was the gentlest person I had ever met. If he saw the real me, he would hate me. My act was working, and Theo and I started hanging out a lot. It all went to pieces though, when one day, I went to Evan's mansion to collect my mom's paycheck. When I reached the living room, I nearly fell over. Theo was there. He was hugging Evan. What the heck was going on? Before I could run out of there, Evan yelled,
"Hey, Red, come and meet my big brother."
"No way. Big brother?
Tulip, what are you doing here?
Theo,
Do you know each other? Yes, I told you about my friend from the library, right? The one who has a diamond mine? That's her.
Evan's jaw was on the floor.
Diamond mine?
Oh no, I wanted to throw up. I need to go home. Bye now. Evan, come with me. I dragged him out with me, and he was laughing hysterically.
Diamond mine? Diamond mine?
You'd better not torture me.
Why did you lie to Theo? Is he the person you've been meeting all these days? Is he the one you've been dressing up for? Wait, do you have a crush on my brother?
Stop guessing everything.
So you do? Wow.
He's your brother? But I've never seen him here. Evan told me how his parents got divorced, and they were forced to choose between them. Evan chose his dad, and Theo chose his mom.
Mom didn't allow us to meet here, so we only met outside. That's why you never saw him. Now my mom's broke, so he has to move in with us.
He's going to know I lied. I can't hide.
Sure you can. This place is huge. If I help you, he won't find you.
Really? You want to help me?
Yes, for a payment.
What do you want? He wanted a lot. He made me get him fresh juice every morning and walk him to his fancy school. In the afternoons, he made me do half his homework, play games with him, and he even made me go shopping with him. I had to sit there while he tried on 100 outfits and give my opinion on each one. In return, Evan hid me from Theo carefully. He distracted him if he tried to go into the gardens while I was working. If I went out with Theo, Evan would meet me afterwards to help sneak me into the compound. One time, Evan was helping me get over the wall, and I slipped. I fell and landed with a soft thump right into Evan's arms. I was just about to get off when Theo showed up out of nowhere.
Evan, Tulip, what are you doing?
I instantly jumped out of Evan's arms and made up an excuse for being here. Theo did not look happy.
I'll drop you home, Tulip. Come on.
Oh no, I can go home by myself.
You can't walk home alone. It's late. I'll take her, bro. Don't worry.
Evan slapped him on the back and pulled me away. We waited for the right moment, and he sneaked me into the house. Phew, that was close. I was about to shut the door when I heard Theo's voice.
Evan, we need to talk about Tulip. Yeah. What about her? Do you like her? You guys are together all the time. You were carrying her today. She just fell. Nothing's going on between us. Good, because I like her. I want to ask her out.
Oh my God, he wanted to date me? I was gonna faint.
You can date her. I don't care. Then stop hanging out with her all the time. Don't tell me what I should do. She's my friend. Well, she's gonna be my girlfriend, so I'm more important. Just back off.
They stormed away, and I let out a guilty sigh. I didn't want to make two brothers fight. The next day, Evan called me out for a new set of tasks to do all day. I put my foot down. We can't hang out like this anymore. I don't want Theo to think there's something between us.
You like him that much that you don't even want to see me? Why? What's so great about that jerk?
He's kind and sweet, and he's not making fun of me all the time. He calls me Tulip, not some stupid nickname.
At least I know everything about you and accept you as you are.
Accept me? You forced me to be your maid.
I just want to hang out with you, you idiot.
Why are we fighting? It's not like you like me.
Maybe I do.
I literally froze. What did he just say?
I'm happy when you're around. I laugh when you laugh. I'm sad when you're sad. I think about you all the time. That's gotta mean I like you.
Before I could reply, Theo appeared out of nowhere.
Did you just tell Tulip you like her? After I told you I wanted to be with her? You jerk!
He jumped on Evan, and they started wrestling on the ground. I had to use all my strength to pull them apart. Stop it, both of you!
Tulip, I like you more. I want you to date me, not Evan.
Oh my God, this was not how I had pictured this moment. I wanted to say yes to Theo so badly. Instead, I blurted out the truth. Theo, I lied to you. I don't watch anime. I think mint chocolate ice cream tastes like toothpaste, and I don't have a diamond mine.
You what?
My mom is a gardener. She works here for your dad. We live in your outhouse.
No way.
Evan's been helping me keep it a secret. I know it's dumb that I lied, but I really liked you. I still want to go out with you, but I can't lie anymore.
So, you're poor. You're a servant. So what? She's still a nice person and a good friend. She's a liar. She acted like she was a princess. I can't believe I ever liked you. Don't talk to her like that.
This time, Evan attacked Theo. They started wrestling again, but I didn't care. The first guy I ever liked hated me. I ran home and locked myself in my room. I felt so stupid. Evan tried to get me to come out, but I ignored his calls and his frequent knocks. I just laid in bed for days and didn't even help my mom with gardening. For the first time in my life, I didn't even feel angry. I was just sad. Things didn't change until November came. This was the month my mom planted her favorite flowers, tulips. I had to help her. I forced myself out of bed and went to the garden, only to see something shocking. Mom was already planting the tulips, and Evan was helping her. He was digging and putting in the buds so gently. What are you doing?
You seemed busy, so I thought I'd give this a try. Wanna help?
I sat down next to him and started digging.
You were right, Red. Growing plants is tough. Sorry I gave you such a hard time about it all these years.
That's okay. You weren't so bad. He had some mud on his face, and I wiped it off. He grabbed my hand before I could pull it away.
I'm really sorry about what happened with Theo.
You don't need to be. It's my fault for lying to him. I just wanted to be the perfect girl.
You are perfect. You care about people. You're the funniest person I've ever met. He's an idiot if he doesn't see that.
I don't want him to see me anymore. Like you said, he never liked me for me. You did. He turned red and let go of my hand. I felt a strange urge, and I leaned forward and gave him a kiss on his cheek.
What was that for?
I just wanted to see what it would be like.
Then you should at least give me a proper kiss.
He pulled me in and kissed me, right on the lips. Oh, it was so amazing. When he pulled away, I was actually dizzy.
I know you just got done with Theo, but I'd love to take you out for real.
I'd love to go out with you too.
Your face is red like a tomato.
It's your fault for kissing me.
Okay, I won't do it again.
Shut up. I pulled him back to me and gave him a long, passionate kiss.
Hi, I'm Brittany from Philadelphia. Please like and subscribe. I was raised by my single German mom who moved to the US before she had me, and she wasn't a very conventional mom. For starters, I was allowed to call her by her name, Julia, and other people just didn't get that.
Carol, excuse me, can I please go to the bathroom?
It's Miss Carol, honey. You don't call adults by their first names, like you say mom. You don't use her name.
Yeah, I do. I call her Julia all the time. What's wrong with that, Carol?
She thought I was being cheeky and got mad, and I really didn't understand why. But after that, I started using Miss, Mr., or Mrs. with names of everything in her class, just to be on the safe side. Mr. Apple, Miss Banana, Mrs. Pencil, and for some reason, that annoyed her too. Mom always treated me more like her BFF than her daughter, and we could have candid conversations about anything.
How many boyfriends have you had, Julia?
5.
Can I have a boyfriend?
Sure, but I warn you, boys are annoying.
Was my dad annoying?
He was the worst. Lazy, stupid jerk. He always stole my chocolates.
I'm glad he's not around. Okay, is Santa Claus real?
Ugh, of course not. I buy your amazing presents, not some fat old man.
I thought so, Julia.
Life was pretty good, till a woman moved next to us in the 3rd grade. She had a son who seemed to be my age, and Mom and I were excited to welcome them to the neighborhood, but the lady didn't seem too happy to see us. What is it? You woke me up from my nap. Oh, we just brought you a butter pecan pie. A what now?
A butter pecan pie. That's just her German accent.
Sounds really weird. I'll return the dish once we've eaten it. Okay, danke. What did you say? I said okay, danke. Who are you calling a donkey, you weirdo?
And then she smashed the pie in Mom's face. Mom lost it and attacked her, and several neighbors had to stop them from ripping each other's hair out.
I tried telling the lady and her son that danke means thank you in German, but they just wouldn't listen. And that was the day an endless war started between the two houses. Alan's mom worked the night shift and slept during the day, so Mom made sure she did everything noisy during that time, like mowing the lawn, hammering nails in the wall for hanging pictures, and playing the drums. Yeah, she bought a drum set just for that purpose. And in turn, we'd often find our washed laundry in the mud, dog poop on our doorstep, our newspaper crosswords always done, and trash outside our gate. Hey, you pick this up before I come and kick your bottom. You should go back inside. There's already enough garbage on the street. Our moms also kept calling the cops on each other. They were playing their music too loud. We were not. They're keeping an illegal animal in that house. We just own a cat, you moron. But you've been keeping lice in your hair and spreading it in the neighborhood. Officer, arrest her. We shared a wall, and one time, Mom was playing music and Alan's mom started banging on the wall. Mom got pissed and banged even harder. Then Alan's mom punched a hole through the living room wall with a broom. You stupid cow. You've ruined my wall. It's not your wall, it's mine. Alan and his mom tossed a bunch of trash through the hole, and of course, we returned the favor. And for me and Alan, our feud didn't even stay at home. We made each other miserable in school with stupid pranks. One day, I discovered slime in my locker, and just then, I heard Alan talking trash about me to his friends in the hallway. I'd had enough, so I threw toilet water on him.
Wow, you smell terrible.
I'll get you for that, Brittany.
Ooh, I'm scared. You gonna get your mom to punish me, you mama's boy?
I can take care of myself, you ugly monkey. There was never a moment of peace between us. And then in 9th grade, our moms both came to school for the school play and started fighting over a seat. Hey, that's mine. It doesn't have your name on it. If it did, how would you know? It's not like you can read English. They started shoving and scratching each other. A couple of teachers had to drag them out of the auditorium as Alan and I looked on in horror. It seemed like everyone was talking about us. I don't think I've ever felt so embarrassed in my entire life. Seriously, I wish the ground would swallow me whole. Wow, look at us. We actually agree on something. And honestly, I was getting a little sick of it all. We had done about as many nasty things as we could to each other, and I was beginning to wonder what the point of it was. Julia, why don't we just move and put all this behind us? No. That's exactly what that woman wants, and I won't let her have it. But there were more and more days where I saw Alan, and it wasn't my first instinct to glare at him or call him stupid or throw my drink in his face. And I started noticing a similar change in Alan. I think the two of us had reached the same conclusion. We had outgrown this feud. We weren't friends, like not at all, but we weren't really enemies anymore either, which somehow led us to being partnered for a class project. Oh, great. Stuck with you. Are you gonna set my notebook on fire or stab me with a pencil? Look who's talking. You threw rotten eggs through my bedroom window and put a dead fish in my mailbox. I'm not exactly thrilled about this either. Whatever, let's just get it over with. We knew there would be a huge fight if either of us told our mothers we were working together, so we kept it a secret and met up in parks and cafes. I didn't expect to enjoy myself, but weirdly, I did. One day, I caught him staring at me. What are you looking at? I always thought your face looked like a rotten tomato, but when you smile, you're kinda cute. Oh yeah? Your face looks like a raisin. Raisins are sweet, and they're good for you. The next next day, Alan gave me a basket of golden raisins with a silly note that made me smile. Alan was actually really funny. He made me laugh more than anyone else, and I could almost forget all the things he'd done to make me angry over the years. Brittany, I know our moms hate each other, but I was thinking. You mean you finally got that brain of yours to work? Haha, very funny. Truth is, I don't hate you. I'm not sure if I ever really did. Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. Even after the project was done, we kept sneaking around and hanging out as much as we could, watching movies and taking long walks, and the more time I spent around him, the more I started realizing that I liked him. Alan, I think You've fallen head over heels for me. You've been struck by Cupid's arrow, you can't get enough of me, and you think about me all the time. I wouldn't say all that. Okay, fine. If you were gonna say that you liked me, then you should know that I like you too. So, what should we do about it? I have some ideas. Then Alan pulled me close and kissed me. Our moms were still getting into fights, but that didn't mean we had to be a part of it. When we were in school, we could totally pretend none of that drama was real. And afterwards, we would hang out in places where our moms weren't likely to find us. Sometimes we'd even use the hole connecting our houses to talk after our moms had gone to sleep. Things seemed to finally be going well, mostly. When should we tell our moms? Don't you think it's too soon? Considering that they hate each other, it seems like any time would be bad. Besides, aren't you sick of sneaking around behind their backs? I'm not really used to keeping secrets from my mom. I guess you're right. Why don't you come over for this big family dinner Mom's hosting tomorrow? And I can introduce you as my girlfriend then. She won't make a scene in front of so many people, trust me. That night, I showed up at the party all decked out, and Alan greeted me at the door. Wow, you look amazing. You look good too, aside from the sweat on your forehead. I'm just a little nervous. I'll be fine. The house was filled with guests, and they were really nice to me. A few minutes later, we all went to the dining room, and that's when Alan's mom walked in with the roast chicken and saw me. What is that awful girl doing here, Alan? Alan was about to speak, but then suddenly he pushed me away instead. I have no idea, Mom. She must have snuck in. She has a crush on me, and she's just obsessed, like a psycho stalker. I was so shocked and hurt, I couldn't even move or speak. You horrible child. Get off my property at once or I'll call the police. Alan's mom picked up a bowl full of spaghetti and hurled it at me. I ducked just in time and went running out the door in tears. And when my mom found me sobbing on my bed later, I told her what had happened. She was beyond furious. I'm not going to let them both get away with this. Julia, can't we please just move away? I'm so sick of all this fighting. No, we are staying right here, and we are planning revenge. She came up with all these crazy ideas for how I could embarrass him at school or out in public, and some of them involved his mom. I was getting so frustrated that my brain was about to explode. Just stop! What do you mean, stop? You haven't even heard the rest of the plan. I'm sick of this. I don't want to be part of your stupid plan. There's no need to be rude to your mother. If you have a better plan, share it. OMG, you are not hearing me. I'm tired of this stupid feud, and I don't care about getting revenge on anyone. And I wish you would act like a mother for once. I ran outside and bumped right into Alan. What are you doing here? Brittany, look, I don't have much time. My mom's out, and I wanted to say, I don't care about what you have to say. We decided to tell your mom about us, and you chickened out and lied about everything. Wait, please. I know I was a jerk and a coward, and I shouldn't have acted like that. I just froze up. Congratulations on your self-awareness. Now get out of my way. You don't understand. My mom's terrifying. She gets that crazy look in her eyes. I can't make her mad. She's really hard on me. But I know that's not a good excuse, and I really am sorry. I love you so much. I want to shout it from the rooftops. I hate hiding things and living like this. What if we didn't have to hide it? Our moms will never see eye to eye. We need to find a way. If you really care enough. Of course I do. Both our moms were on alert because of what had happened, so we had to be extra careful sneaking around and meeting up, which led to some pretty close calls. One night, I even had to climb a tree and leap over Alan's backyard fence when his mom got home from work early. And then a day came when we were hanging out at the park, and suddenly my mom popped out of a bush. Aha! I knew something was going on. How could you, Brittany? Mom, Alan. Suddenly, Alan's mom appeared from behind another bush. Why would you associate yourself with that awful girl? Because we love each other. Your evil daughter has brainwashed my son. More like, your demon son has brainwashed my daughter. Our moms fell into an all-out fight, pulling hair and screaming and trying to gouge each other's eyes out. It was insane. But Alan and I looked at each other and just ran away from there. We were done. And for the next 3 days, we hid at my friend's house and and made her swear not to tell our mothers. After a while, our moms reported us missing and flyers of our faces were posted all over the city.
You know we can't do this forever, Brittany.
I know, but I'm not sure I'm ready to go back yet.
I'm not either, but we have to eventually.
The next morning when we went home, both our moms came running out, pulling us into hugs and sobbing. Brittany, where have you been? I was very sick. Alan, how could you do this to your poor mother? Alan took my hand as we faced them together. Alan and I are together. That's not going to change just because you can't get along with his mom. We've always been so close, Julia, but you're ruining our relationship and making me miserable. I need you to stop being so selfish.
Don't make us choose between you two and our relationship. You both need to respect our decision. You don't have to like each other, but you need to respect and tolerate each other if you want us in your lives. You got it?
Our moms looked at us and then at each other, and for the first time that I could remember, they didn't start fighting. Instead, they shook hands. All right, this doesn't mean we're friends though, but can we call a truce? Gross. Why would I think we're friends? But yeah, truce. When I was in the first grade, and after I was done doing the task Miss Janice gave us, I started reading a book. The teacher looked at me through her thick glasses. What are you reading? Show me. I slowly pulled out the book from my lap. You're reading Shakespeare's sonnets? I'm sorry, miss. When did you learn to read this? When I was 4. Shakespeare is my favorite poet, and Agatha Christie is my favorite author. Miss Janet looked really surprised. She and I had so much in common, and we got closer over time. One day she said, "Why don't I walk you home today, and I can have a little chat with your parents?" I led Miss Janice to my house, and to my horror, we walked straight into one of Mom and Dad's screaming matches. How many times do I have to tell you the same thing? It's a ketchup stain. Stop lying to me. I know that was lipstick. Mom, Dad, we have a visitor. The two stopped short and turned to look at us. Hi, I just wanted to talk to you about Sarah. We want to put her in the Gifted Kids program and... Yeah, whatever. Anything you want me to sign before I leave? And with that, he was out the door. I hated their fighting, but I was too happy to care for a change. He'd be back soon enough. But this time, he just didn't come back. Hi, my name is Sarah, and this is my story about how I made money being the babysitter of my own mother. Dad just disappeared, and he had even blocked our numbers. And Mom just became a depressed couch potato. I had to keep up with all my schoolwork and do all the house chores. At 14, I was already busy preparing for my SATs and applying to colleges. One day, when I was studying at home, I got a phone call that shook my world. Mom had been in a terrible car accident. I called Miss Janice and we rushed over to the hospital. The doctors told us that Mom had suffered a severe head injury and was still unconscious. A week later, Mom finally opened her eyes. The doctor came to check on her, saying everything seemed normal. When we asked her what her name was, she pouted. It's Candace, duh. And what day comes after Tuesday, Candace? Mom flung a plastic cup at his forehead. I don't know, poop face. I want my mommy. The doctor said he needed to do a brain scan. Mom kicked up such a fuss as the nurses took her away. The doctor made the most shocking discovery ever. Mom now had the brain of a 6-year-old. He said it was possible she might go back to normal, but it could also be a permanent condition. My mom had turned into an actual baby. My life just turned into a nightmare after that. I had to leave Mom at daycare before going to school. I could see all my college dreams slipping away as I dropped out of my SAT classes. I had enough on my plate right now with Mom and the housework, and boy, was she the brattiest 6-year-old ever. One day, when I just finished making dinner, I went to her room and found her busy pulling out everything from the cupboards and throwing it on the floor. Oh my God, Mom, Candace, stop it. Who's gonna clean that up? Not me. And she ran out, cackling like a little witch. When I went downstairs, she was already at the dinner table. Get your feet off the table, please. A minute later, I got hit by something on my face. Yuck. I hate broccoli. I want Doritos. Well, too bad. You have to eat your greens and can't hear you. And she stuck her finger in her ears and started shouting gibberish. Fine. Put on your shoes and we'll go to the grocery store. As I paid at the store, I saw her looking at the Barbie dolls display. I told her we had to go, but she just looked stubbornly at me. I want one. No, let's go. What happened next is something I'll never forget. Her eyes filled with rage as she unleashed a scream that was shrill enough to wake up the dead. She knocked over the entire rack of Barbies and then she threw herself on the floor and started kicking and crying. Horrified, I apologized to the staff and quickly bought a doll. I couldn't get out of there faster. When we finally got home, she took one look at the Barbie and tossed it aside. Nah, it's really ugly. And she skipped off to her room happily. Just then, the doorbell rang. I opened the door to see it was Miss Janice. The minute I saw her, I hugged her and started crying. I can't do this. I can't be my mom's mom. I told her I wanted to sell Mom. I would just post it online, Mom for sale. Miss Janice just laughed and hugged me tight. When I felt better, she said she'd found me a part-time job at the local library. I was so grateful to her. But soon enough, I discovered the worst thing about being an adult, paying bills every month. How was I going to pay for everything being a library assistant? That evening, I stopped at an ATM and withdrew the last $100 I had. I almost threw away the receipt without looking, when suddenly, I froze. I stared at my account balance. $13 billion. I looked around, half expecting a camera crew to pop up behind me and tell me this was a big fat joke. I ran back home and logged onto my computer to check again. Someone had anonymously sent me $13 billion. When Miss Janice came to visit me, I told her about the money. I asked her if I should tell the bank because it was clearly a mistake, right? No one sends someone $13 billion by mistake, love. Seems like you've got a mystery guardian angel. It's yours to enjoy. And enjoy it I did. The first thing I did was hire a chef, a maid, and a nanny for Mom. I'd now come home from school to a clean mom, folded laundry, a clean house, and fancy food on the table. I started my SAT classes and college applications again. I could go to any university now and take Mom and the nanny with me. One day, I walked into the lounge to find Mom watching Frozen for the millionth time. When she saw me, she ran over to me excitedly. I want to be Princess Elsa on my birthday. Look, I'll show you these birthday parties on YouTube. Looking at my mom's eager face, I just couldn't refuse. I hugged her and said she could have anything she wanted. I threw her a grand birthday party and invited the whole neighborhood. Mom made a special entrance in an actual carriage. She almost tripped on her flowing blue dress as she stepped out. I could see all our neighbors staring and snickering. Sometime later, I went to the bouncy castle to look for Mom and saw her in a corner crying, while the other kids shouted, "What are you doing here, you weirdo? You're a grown-up. You look so stupid and ugly." I just wanted to be Princess Elsa. I climbed onto the bouncy castle and snatched the tiara from the mean girl. No one talks to my mom like that. Come, Mom. We are going to cut the cake now. As Mom excitedly blew the candles, I made a silent wish too. Please, let Mom be normal again. When everyone had left, Miss Janice turned to me, smiling. You did a good thing for your mom. She looked really happy. You should sometimes be a kid and have fun too. She was right. When the weekend came around and my classmates invited me to a party, I didn't turn them down. Just as I was ready to head out, I found out that my babysitter had bailed on me. I didn't know what to do, so I decided to take Mom with me. My mom threw a tantrum the moment I arrived and wanted to go home. Everyone was staring and laughing at us. I grabbed my mom by the shoulders and yelled at her to shut up. She looked at me with tears in her eyes, and then she burst out crying. I felt sorry immediately and hugged her, and we went home. I had enough money to move out and settle down in another town where I could attend college. Miss Janice was sad that I was leaving. I bought a mansion that was especially made for toddlers and included all kinds of games. On my first day at college, Mom cried so hard and didn't want me to leave her with the nannies and the servants. But I put my hands around her face and kissed her forehead. You will be just fine, Mom. But I was wrong. 2 hours later, I got a phone call and knew that Mom had hit her head again. She was in a coma for 2 days. The doctor said that part of my mom's brain still thought she was an adult. That's why she was taking these risks, because she thought she was big enough. I just realized that leaving for college was still a bit too early. I spent my time at home and started writing. Writing was my only escape. I created my own blog, and it seems like people liked my stories. I was inspired by Agatha Christie's novels and wrote many detective stories. People were calling me the modern version of Agatha Christie. They believed my stories were too addictive, and I couldn't be happier. Until one day, I entered my mom's room and found her reading something, which didn't look like the children's storybooks I'd given her to read. "What are you reading? Show me." She slowly pulled out the book from her lap. "You're reading Shakespeare's sonnets?" I'm sorry. I know I shouldn't. When did you learn to read this?" "I started before we moved out. Shakespeare is my favorite poet, and Agatha Christie is my favorite author." Was my mom a genius kid now? I knew how it felt to be a genius with neglected parents, and I just wanted to support Mom and help her improve her talent. But I didn't only want to help Mom. I thought all the kids around the world should have a chance too. I volunteered to build huge libraries around the world for gifted and all kinds of kids. I understood that education and science are more important than money. I had billions, but they couldn't bring me happiness. I have everything I love in books. And my mom? She was and still is my #1 fan. Also, I found out that my mystery benefactor was a rich man who'd caused Mom's accident. He felt so bad that he'd looked us up and sent me the billions. I'm really thankful for that man. Not for hitting my mom, of course, but for giving me this great opportunity to make a little change in this world.
Hey guys, how's it going? Okay, you're probably wondering why I only have one half of an eyebrow. It's just that I was waxing my eyebrows and I had a little accident. But no biggie, your girl's gonna pencil them in just as soon as I find my brow pencil.
Ruby, you're gonna be late for school, again!
What am I supposed to use? Lipstick? Ugh! Oh, magic marker. Guys, please don't give me that judgy look. I can't go to school without eyebrows. Oh, wait, sorry. I meant to introduce myself. I'm Ruby, and I live in Montana with my parents as an only child. Before I continue, would y'all mind hitting that like and subscribe button? Sorry, my director will fire me if I don't tell you guys that. Anyway, I live with my parents, but I'm not really close to them, and I don't relate to them either. It's not that Mom and Dad are bad parents, it's just that they're possibly the most boring people on the planet.
Oh, let's face it, you won't ever be a normal, responsible adult, you silly thing. You probably wouldn't even notice if your own head fell off.
Whoa, rude. Also, I'm only 13, Mom. I don't want to think about marriage. But Mom disagreed. In fact, she wanted to get me engaged right now. Okay, maybe I'm exaggerating. She just wanted me to meet my potential fiancé, hoping he'd fall in love with me and propose after high school. So in 8th grade, she introduced me to her friend's son, Grayson, who was a couple of years older than me, and a triple package. Handsome, smart, and planning on starting his own company one day. So, Gremlin.
Grayson.
Totally. So, your biceps, they're huge. I've never seen biceps that big before. And not that they look bad, they look very, very fine. Sorry, did that sound creepy? I swear, I'm not a creep.
Please kill me.
Oh, I can't kill you. Sorry, I really can't go to jail for murder right now. At least not until the new Wednesday series gets canceled. Anyway, this has been a lovely meeting, Mr. Healthy-looking biceps. Keep up the good work. Boy, that was awkward. I guess Grayson won't be my future husband after all. But secretly, I did really want a boyfriend. So, that summer before 9th grade, I decided to give myself a makeover. A new skincare routine, a healthier diet, and a better wardrobe. Though, when I was shopping at the mall for my wardrobe, things got a little crazy. While I was picking out dresses, I also decided to get some new bras. But just as I was walking into the changing room, I ran into my crush. His name was Colin, and I hadn't seen him all summer. He looked a million times more handsome. Hey, dude. Fancy seeing you here. These aren't mine. They're for my mom.
Your mom likes bras with unicorns on them?
No. I mean, what's wrong with unicorns? Do you have a problem with them? Because that's just racist. I ran off before Colin could answer. That didn't exactly go well. And when I got home, things just got worse. I found out Mom's friend's son Grayson was gonna start volunteering for her company. Remember that handsome snob with the enormous biceps? He wasn't exactly thrilled that we'd be seeing each other all the time at the house and at social gatherings. As if I was excited about it. Ignore stupid handsome Grayson. Back to my glow-up makeover. Not to brag, but I looked like a knockout the first week of 9th grade, and everyone showered me with compliments, including Mom and Dad.
Finally, you cleaned yourself up a little. Look, sweetie, our ugly duckling has turned into a swan.
Mom!
She looked beautiful before, and she looks beautiful now. I don't get what the big deal is. She just caked on 10 layers of makeup to make herself look like a Barbie doll and put on flashy clothes.
I just rolled my eyes hearing that. Of course the jerk had nothing nice to say about me. Well, his opinion didn't matter, because the following week at school,
Guess who finally noticed me? My longtime crush, Colin. Even after our embarrassing unicorn bra encounter, he asked me out to a movie, and a couple weeks later, we started dating.
talk about the perfect start to a girl's teenagehood and high school career. Colin writes me good morning texts and takes Instagram selfies with me. I remember the olden days when I was a sad, lonely girl, but now my life is perfect. On the night before winter break, Colin took me to an exclusive cool kids party. But just as I was getting ready to leave, I saw Grayson waiting for me outside. What the frick was he doing here? And how did he even know where I was?
Your parents asked me to come check on you and then drive you home. You're at a midnight party with your boyfriend, Ruby. Someone needs to supervise you.
Who do you think you are? My dad? You can do whatever you want, but I don't need any supervision. I meant to do that. Anyway, I'm gonna go kiss my boyfriend now, so bye!
I just hope he's available to kiss you. I saw him looking pretty happy talking to some other girl a few minutes ago.
Yeah, because it's a crime to talk to other girls when you have a girlfriend. Grayson, get a life. He was really starting to get on my nerves. So to stick it to him, I took the bus home, and he had to drive all the way back to his house for nothing. It served him right for being such a control freak. Unfortunately, though, I couldn't see Colin after the party because he was going on vacation. I knew he'd be busy, but a week went by, and he didn't call or text at all. Okay, no reason to panic. Couples need space. I totally get it. I had other stuff going on in my life. I went to a yoga class, read books, painted my nails. Finally, when we got back to school, I searched everywhere for Colin. I didn't have much luck until I wandered into the school garden to find him kissing another girl. Ahem!
Oh, Ruby. Sorry, I meant to tell you. I'm getting back with my ex-girlfriend. We've sort of been on a break, which is why I asked you out, because I was still getting over this precious girl.
So I was just your rebound? You are such a jerk! How could you use someone like that?
I'm sorry. You're really great and all, but I just wasn't feeling those magical sparks between us, you know?
I just smacked him across the face and told him we were done. And then to really stick it to him, I texted Colin, "We're done," 3 more times over text message. The truth was, though, I felt really depressed about my breakup. I mean, yeah, I was mad at Colin for what he did, but I was more mad at myself for believing he'd actually cared about me. I distracted myself the next few days by hanging out at the pet shelter and keeping the kittens company. It was exactly the heartbreak therapy I needed. I was even starting to feel better until Dad called me, begging me to come home and help him prepare for a fancy work dinner. But when I arrived at the house, Grayson was already in the kitchen with his sleeves rolled up. Ugh, I just knew my parents had told him about my breakup, and he was waiting to rub it in my face.
I asked Grayson over to help us cook since your mom isn't home yet. Yeah, and also, because your dad told me you don't know how to cook. Did you seriously start a fire trying to deep fry ice cream?
First of all, the fried ice cream disaster wasn't my fault. I just happened to forget to watch the tutorial first. And second, I've had a really hard couple of days, and I don't have the energy to handle you right now. So just go away and don't talk to me for the rest of the night. But you can hang out in my room if you want and use my computer if you're bored. May I recommend MSA videos? Watch them on YouTube though, not TikTok, because TikTok's bad for your attention span. But anyway, see ya! Unfortunately, Dad didn't let me get rid of the idiot that easily. And as expected, Grayson took full advantage of getting to boss me around and talk to me like I was an idiot.
Go salt the water. Don't put sugar, put salt. You're not allowed to touch the knife. I don't trust you around a knife.
I felt just about ready to punch him until Grayson came up behind me and guided my hands in rolling the dough with his big, strong arms. It even made my heart rate go fast. I guess it was a good form of cardio exercise.
Nice job. You know, you actually don't suck at this.
Mom was quite late, but when she finally came, she was with her boss, and his arm was around her. What was that about? Then at the dinner table, Mom and Dad's boss made an announcement
apartment.
Excuse me, may I have everyone's attention? I would like to introduce my new co-owner of the company. Audrey, darling, congratulations. That also brings me to my other news. The two of us have decided to restart our business in Australia, and we'll be moving there in a month. What do you mean? We're gonna be moving in a month?
No, I'll be moving. Actually, I'm divorcing you. I'm just not happy with our life here and I need a change. I hope you'll understand. My heart stopped as I saw Dad's stunned face and all the guests staring at us. Many of them were strangers I barely knew. The whole thing was just this surreal, unexpected mess. And fast forward 2 months later, Mom was gone, Dad was a wreck, and I was still numb with shock. I didn't exactly have time to cry and grieve though, cause I had to take over the house since Dad wouldn't leave his bedroom. 3 guesses how that went. Yeah, I broke our dishwasher, also our oven, and killed all our houseplants cause I forgot to water them. Not that I was surprised. It was like Mom said, I was just too dumb to ever be able to take care of myself, let alone Dad too. One day, I just couldn't take the stress anymore and literally fell asleep on the kitchen floor. When I opened my eyes, Grayson was staring down at me, and for some reason, it made me feel relieved.
Ruby, are you okay?
No, I'm not.
You know, you don't have to do this all by yourself. I can help you. I'm here for you.
I don't want your help. You don't have to suddenly be nice to me now just because you feel sorry for me. I know you hate me.
Who said I hated you? I don't hate you at all. All those times I insulted you, I was just teasing. But I'm sorry. I guess I just don't know how to act around a girl I think is cute.
Wait, Grayson thought I was cute? No, that wasn't possible. Perfect, handsome, and smart guys like him don't think girls like me were cute. Well, okay, with my glow up, I'm a little bit cute, like Ariana Grande, K-pop cute, but my cuteness was all I had going for me. I didn't have any other good qualities. So yeah, I didn't believe Grayson's words for a second. But for some reason, he stuck around for several days after that and basically forced me to rest and take care of myself. One night, I was even having cramps and he made me tea. Thanks for all this. I really appreciate it. Just one follow-up question. You said I was cute the other day, right?
Yeah, what about it?
What do you see in me, man? I mean, I know I kinda got pretty after my makeover.
Again, with you and your dumb makeover that I never even cared for. Ruby, you're funny, you're charming, you're interesting, and hands down, the kindest person I've ever met. Why isn't that enough for you? How come you don't believe in yourself?
Grayson's words really caught me off guard. I didn't really have an answer for him. Well, actually, I kinda did. The truth is, it's hard to have confidence in yourself when you're always bumping into walls, losing your stuff, and eating soap. Okay, calm down. I've only eaten soap once, and it was an accident. Basically, I was in some fancy hotel, and they had some tiny soap bars in the bathroom that looked like candy, so I ate one. I don't actually eat soap on a daily basis, but you get my point, right? Animator, show the reference scene of 14-year-old me making myself over that summer. Remember when I felt super confident after my major glow-up? Yeah, that wasn't real confidence. Real confidence isn't based on stuff like outside beauty and high IQ. Real confidence comes from loving yourself no matter what. So I guess now it's time for makeover number 2, feeling good on the inside. And a few months later, I did start to feel a lot better. And apparently, confidence is a lot more attractive than looks anyway, because one morning, freaking Colin showed up at my doorstep begging me to take him back.
Which do you want? A bouquet of roses or lilies? Or would you prefer chocolates? A life-size teddy bear? What do you want from me?
I'd like for you to get off my porch. Also, I don't like either of these bouquets. I'm just not feeling a magical spark. I was about to throw the flowers in the loser's face when suddenly Grayson showed up behind me because he was already over at my house. We'd gotten super close over the last few months, and between you and me, I've developed major feelings for him. I guess that explains why I was happy when he sprung onto Colin and tackled him to the ground. The boys were like animals, full on rolling into the bushes, and I certainly didn't mind watching the spectacle. Come on, ladies, admit it. Who doesn't love it when boys fight over you? Finally, though, Colin ended up leaving, and Grayson pulled me into a very pleasant hug.
So, when do we get to have our first kiss?
Maybe we can have a beach date tonight? Because I really don't want to kiss you next to loud traffic. Animator! Hey, me again. Can Grayson and I maybe have a nicer setting for our first kiss? Yeah, keep going. This is supposed to be my romantic moment, dude. Oh, yeah, I like the sunset. Perfect. Thanks. Anyway, I hope y'all enjoyed hearing my insane drama. If you want more stories in this style, make sure to comment below. Ruby, our craziest MSA character. Hi, my name is Benita from Colombia. Please like and subscribe.
I was raised by a single mom who was always so busy at work that she never had any time for me. So she'd try to make up for it by getting me expensive gifts. Honey, I bought you this lovely dress in your favorite color.
It's red, Mom. My favorite color is green, and this dress isn't even my size.
Well, it was no surprise that Mom knew nothing about me, but things got too much when she even forgot my birthday. I am so sorry, Benny. I was just so caught up and...
Forget it, Mom. You're never there for me. I guess you're not so different from Dad.
Hey, that's not fair. But I just walked off to my room and slammed the door shut. I knew she hated it when I compared her to Dad. And I decided if she didn't care about me, then I was going to learn how to be happy on my own. After that day, I became friends with the neighborhood kids and started playing with them until Mom got back. And it was pretty fun. Until one day when I was 8, one of the kids kicked a ball and it broke a neighbor's car window. Shoot! All the kids ran away, but I was too slow and the neighbor caught me.
You did this. I'm gonna tell your mom now.
Before I could even protest, a little girl spoke up.
No, it wasn't her. The girl who broke your car ran that way.
The neighbor immediately ran in that direction, and my eyes lit up.
Hi. Thanks for saving me when my own friends ditched me. Guess they ain't your friends then.
She introduced herself as Sarah and told me her parents had recently moved to the neighborhood. And just like my mom, they also kept busy most of the time. After that day, Sarah and I started spending time with each other, and soon we became besties. We even started with our very own china collection after we bought the most beautiful green-colored teapot in a yard sale.
One day, we'll have a whole room filled with beautiful china. Yeah, and everyone is gonna call us queens. Queens of China.
Time went by and our friendship grew stronger until one day, Sarah told me her family's business had grown and they were moving to a richer neighborhood. Of course, both of us were really sad, but there was nothing we could do. But only after a few days, Sarah started acting weird. She'd spend more time with other rich girls at school and avoid me.
Hey, remember this really awesome cafe you wanted to go visit? They're giving away free desserts this evening. We should definitely go.
The girls behind her started laughing and Sarah joined them.
Are you kidding me? Free stuff is for poor people, Benny. Yeah, that's poor people talk. By the way, what does your dad even do?
Oh, I'll tell you. None of your business.
Chill out, Benny. And sorry, I can't hang. I'm going shopping with my friends for a party tonight.
A party? Well, that sounds fun too. I wasn't invited, but we could go together.
I don't think so. If they didn't invite you, maybe they don't want you there, but I'll see you later.
How could she say that to me? The next few days, I saw her running errands for other rich, bratty girls, and I felt so bad. She was my best friend after all, and I wasn't gonna give up on her so easily. So I thought of reminding her of the good old days. Hey Sarah, it's been ages since I saw our china collection. Did you add anything new to it?
That collection was trash. After we moved into our new mansion, I threw it away to make space for my new branded stuff.
But those were our childhood memories.
Come on, Benny, give me a break. It was just childish stuff.
We're too grown up for that anyway. And it's not like we're friends anymore. Gosh, that made me so mad that I jumped on her and we both went crashing into the girl standing behind her. And just then some teachers caught us and we got detention for a week. But after this incident, I knew one thing for sure. I was so done with Sarah now, and I was never gonna be friends with anyone ever again. Later in the detention room, I was drawing something when I heard a scary voice from behind me.
God, you suck at this, don't you?
I turned around and saw a monster. Jeez, you scared the heck out of me. Who are you and what are you doing here? Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm Martha, and I was put in detention on my very first day because I tried to prank some kids. God, she was something. From that day, she'd come and sit in the detention room and talk my ear off all the time. This school is so fancy. Even the detention room is so big. Did you know I'm here on scholarship? I brought a ham sandwich. Want to have lunch with me today? My dad works in a hospital. What does your dad do? Nothing. Why do you talk so much? I'm sorry. I talk a lot when I'm nervous and I don't have any friends here, so I feel a bit left out. Looking at her sad face, I felt bad for being so rude to her. So I told her she could talk to me. But I regretted my decision very soon, because now Martha became my unwanted shadow and followed me everywhere. One time after math class, I tried to avoid her by hiding in the gym, but moments later, I heard her voice. There you are. I've been looking for you. Phew, it's like you almost didn't want to be found. God, did she have some kind of tracker on me? Finally, it was the weekend, and I was so grateful that I wouldn't have to see Martha for the next 2 days. I was in my room watching my favorite MSA videos when Mom called me. Benny, your friend is here. My friend? I walked downstairs and found Martha in my living room chatting away with Mom. What are you doing here? Don't be rude, Benny. Your friend came to study with you. Yes, you said we could work on the assignment together. Ugh. Mom sent her upstairs with me, and Martha kept blabbering about how beautiful my house was. Wow, your mom is so amazing. But where's your dad? He's away on a business trip. Awesome, where to? China. What does he do? Are you here to do homework or interview me? Let's just focus on the assignment, Martha. And surprisingly, she was really good at studies. She helped me finish my assignments quickly and showed me some super cool tricks to solve equations. Over the next few weeks, Martha and I started to get along. She was really cool, and I loved how she always made me laugh. Then one time, when we were having lunch together in the cafeteria, Sarah kept staring at us. And then suddenly, she tripped over something and all the food in her tray landed on one of her girlfriends. What the heck? Do you know this dress costs more than your entire net worth? She pushed Sarah down and poured juice all over Sarah's head. The rest of the crowd just stood there laughing and making videos of her, while my blood boiled. But since Sarah made it clear that we weren't friends anymore, I turned away. But Martha stopped me. We should help her, Benny. I saw Sarah's miserable face, and I went ahead and helped her up from the floor while Martha shooed everyone away. After she calmed down, we both left from there. But the next day, Sarah came running to us in tears. Benny, I am so sorry. After you helped me yesterday, I realized you're my only true friend, and I behaved so horribly with you. So please, forgive me and let's be friends again. Nice try, Sarah, but I know you're only here because your old gang dumped you. So no, you ain't welcome here. But Benny, maybe she really is sorry. No, it's all right, Martha. If she doesn't want me here, I'll leave. She got really sad and walked away. But then a few days later, something shocking happened. It was raining very heavily, and I heard a knock at my door. When I opened it, I saw Sarah covered in bruises. Oh God, Sarah, what happened? It's so slippery and I tripped on my way, but luckily this didn't break. Here, it's for you. She handed me a box, and when I opened it, I screamed with joy. It was the first antique green china teapot we bought together. You had it all this time? Yeah, I lied in front of those girls to look cool, but I could never throw it away because we had so many memories with it. Oh, Sarah. I let her in and got her some hot chocolate to drink. After that, I dressed her wounds and she apologized to me for everything. I could see how sorry she was, and I decided to forgive her. And just like that, Sarah, Martha, and I became friends. It was so great to have her back because, to be honest, I really missed her. One night, I decided to call both of them for a sleepover at my place. I went downstairs to get them more snacks, but when I came back, Martha wasn't there. I went looking for her and saw her going through my stuff in my room. Martha, what are you doing? Sorry. I was just looking for something to wear. I spilled some juice over, and that's when I saw her holding up a magazine in her hand. Where did you get that from? I snatched it from her hands, feeling sick to my stomach. It was like my worst nightmare had come true. It's your dad, right? I stood there like a statue, but then she held my hand. You know you can trust me, right? Yes, that's my dad, and he's in jail. My mom and I had to move here and restart our lives after Dad was arrested in England. I've always felt so ashamed, and Mom was so heartbroken that she threw herself into her work, leaving me all by myself. Oh, Benny, I'm so sorry about this, but you're not alone anymore. I'm here for you. I'll always be with you. She hugged me tight, and I felt like a weight lifted off after talking about my dad. But a week later, I walked into school and everyone kept staring at me like I was some alien. I didn't know why, till I got to my locker and almost had a heart attack. Pictures of Dad and his trial were posted everywhere. Just then, I saw Sarah running towards me. Benny, are you okay? Sarah, did you have something to do with this? What? Don't be ridiculous. I've known since we were kids and I've never told anyone.
Why would I do this now? She was right. She had always known, and even when we weren't friends, she had never told anyone. And that's when my heart felt like it stopped beating. Martha. Just when I started to trust her, she did this. I saw Martha skipping happily towards me, and I went ahead and pounced on her. How could you do this, you little snoop? Why would you do this? Benny, wait, what are you? Sarah came in and pulled me away. Let it go, Benny. Don't get upset. The next few days, I didn't go to school, but Sarah came to visit me every day and kept me company. It felt so nice to have her around. She even tried to convince me to give Martha a second chance, but I stood firm. But one night, when she didn't come, I decided to polish the china teapot she brought me. And that's when I noticed it wasn't the china teapot we bought when we were younger. What the heck? Could it be that she lied to me too? I stepped out of the house to get some fresh air, and that's when I noticed two figures arguing. Why are you even here? Benny and I are best friends, and you need to back off. But she needs to know I didn't do it. It was actually you. Yeah, it was me, but there's no way you can prove it, weirdo. So get lost now. What? So she was the one who told everyone about my dad and framed Martha? I went right up to her and slapped her right in the face. Benny, what are you doing here? And why? Drop the act, Sarah. How could you stoop so low? I trusted you. And Sarah suddenly looked like a psycho. You left me no choice. I hated seeing you so happy with her, and I just wanted my bestie back. And about your dad, don't worry. Everyone at school will forget about it in no time. You know high schoolers and their short-term memories. No harm done. God, you're crazy. I know the teapot is fake, Sarah, and so is your friendship. I hate you, and you stay away from me. I went over to Martha and immediately apologized to her. I am so sorry for not believing you, Martha. Please forgive me. It's okay, Benny. It wasn't your fault. I'm the one who asked you to give this crazy witch a chance. Forget about her. Let's go grab some ice cream. But where are we going to get ice cream this late? In my fridge. You're staying the night with me.
Hi, I'm Hope from Scotland, and this is my story. Please like and subscribe because MSA will give $1,000 to one lucky person in the coming 7 days. When I was little, Mom used to tell me I was a grown-up trapped in a child's body. I was different from my twin sister Faith, a typical sand-eating, jello, sticky kid. From the moment I started kindergarten, I'd help Mom with everything around the house. Laundry, cooking, taking out the trash. My sweet Hope, you're what we call an old soul. But I think I only helped Mom out because I was scared our lives would fall apart if I didn't. My dad lay around the house like a sloth all day, dreaming about becoming a famous actor.
I wasn't born to do petty jobs. I'm here to be a great actor, like Michael Jackson.
Dad, Michael Jackson was a singer. Ignore her, Dad. When you become rich and famous, will you take me to Disneyland? And can I have my own castle?
My princess, I'll buy you a dozen castles.
Obviously, Faith was Dad's favorite daughter because she'd fall for all his lies. When Faith and I were in 6th grade, our parents got divorced. Dad went to the US to fulfill his acting dream. He took Faith with him, while I stayed behind with Mom. Dad hardly kept in touch, and Mom and I missed Faith so much. Mom was also having trouble finding a good job. And then one day, I had a brilliant idea. Mom, you make amazing cupcakes and cookies. What if you put up a stall at my school carnival next week? Mom loved the idea, and sure enough, her stall was a huge success. From that day on, Mom set up baking stands at the park, and a few years later, she started her own bakery. But she worked long hours, so I was mostly by myself in the house. When I wasn't doing household chores, I was reading or studying. I was the top of my class at school, but I didn't have many friends. On my 15th birthday, my life took a turn. Dad called us with wild news.
Faith is coming back to live with you guys. I'll send her flight details soon.
With that, he hung up without even wishing me happy birthday. But Mom was overjoyed, and so was I. It turned out Faith had been living the life of a billionaire. Dad had married a wealthy woman who lived in a palace. They were sending Faith to us on a private jet. When Faith arrived, all she could talk about was America.
I'm already missing the US so much. It's like the coolest country on the planet. Apparently, Faith also had a filthy rich boyfriend. She was wearing tons of gold jewelry that he'd bought her. His name is Nate, and he's a junior in high school. He's even flying in to see me soon. If your life is so great in America, why'd you move here? I needed some change. I thought the fresh country air would be good for my skin. Fresh country air? We live in Glasgow, Scotland's largest city. When we reached home, Mom asked me to show Faith around. That's when she saw the trophies I'd won over the years. OMG! I see you're still the same nerdy Hope. If nerdy means having top grades, then yeah, I guess. If I managed to get a C, I'd treat myself to a spa day. Studying really messes with my brain. The next few days, all Faith did was sleep or watch TikTok videos on her phone while I went to school and did all the chores. I even did her laundry, but apparently that wasn't enough for her. Iron them for me too. They're wrinkled. They're wrinkled because you tossed your clothes on the floor. I was basically a 15-year-old mom raising a royal brat. When Mom enrolled Faith at my school, she instantly became popular as this cool bubblegum chewing kid from America. Whenever I was with Faith, an army of students followed us everywhere. One time, some girls even followed us into the bathroom. She has to pee. Do you want to watch her do that too? Just then, Faith came out of the stall, totally transformed. She'd knotted her shirt way up her waist, exposing a belly piercing and tattoo. And her knee-length skirt was now barely reaching her thighs. Come on, girls, who wants to take some pictures? The girls queued up for a selfie with Faith. Then they gave her £1 each. What was that? These girls wanted a photo of me when I told them about my tattoo and piercing. And since Mom gives us peanuts for allowance, I thought this would be the cool way to make some money. Mom does the best she can. Why do you have to complain about everything? Why do you always have to play the perfect child? Don't you get bored? Actually, I do. Some days, I want to be just like you, lazing around the house, sleeping like a log, and acting like a jerk. This made Faith so angry that she spat out her bubblegum and was about to stick it in my hair. But I pushed her, and she went flying into one of the cubicles, landing straight into a toilet bowl. Now this is a throne perfect for a spoiled princess like you. Faith and I pretty much ignored each other after that. She spent all her time hanging out with her friends and going to parties every night. And as usual, I was all alone. But on the last day of school, I walked to Mom's bakery and found Faith sitting outside, looking upset. Faith, what's wrong? Hope, I'm a failure. A stupid, dumb failure. I flunked all my classes. I have to repeat the 9th grade. What do you mean you have to repeat the 9th grade? How could you fail all your classes? Don't you see I already feel horrible? Stop judging me for once. I fell silent, and after a moment, I reached down and helped her up. It's not the end of the world, Faith. Come on, let's go in and help Mom out a little. Faith and I helped Mom out all day. Faith was sweating and exhausted, but Mom was overjoyed with the work we did. She offered us both summer jobs. You girls did so well today. And Faith, I think having a job will be good for you. To my surprise, Faith agreed. It took her weeks to get used to working in the kitchen, but after a while, we started having lots of fun. From that day on, Faith and I spent every minute together. I was having more fun and not working as hard. Faith even invited me to her friends' parties. But a couple weeks later, Faith's boyfriend Nate flew in to visit for a few days. He arrived at our house in a limousine with a white horse trotting behind.
I got you your own horse, babe. We can ride him together.
Oh my God, he's perfect. This is so romantic. Where are we going to keep a horse? We don't even have a stable. Faith ignored me and just walked into the house with Nate. I also found out Nate was obnoxious and bragged nonstop.
It's tough being the son of a billionaire. All the girls want is a piece of this. Someone's gonna write my story one day because I'm just too special to be real.
And worst of all, Faith was totally obsessed with him. She would share a chair with him at breakfast and take selfies of them kissing every 5 seconds. I'd started thinking she wasn't all that bad, but she was back to acting as immature as ever and left me working all alone at the bakery. Then one day as I was heading out,
I saw Nate standing in the doorway and smiling. "Excuse me, I have a job to go to now?" "I bet you look adorable in an apron. How about I go with you, beautiful?" Nate leaned in closer and I shoved him away. "Get away from me, you creep." "Just one kiss. Faith doesn't have to know."
Faith doesn't have to know what, babe?
Faith put her arms around Nate, but I pulled her away. "Your sleazy boyfriend just tried to kiss me behind your back."
You're funny, Hope. But I know Nate, and boring and nerdy isn't his type. Don't be jealous. You'll have a boyfriend soon, too.
Yeah, don't be jealous, Hope. Faith and Nate started to leave, but I grabbed Faith's arm.
You're such an idiot. I've been at the bakery by myself for the past few days. You have to help out this afternoon. Okay, sis. I'm just taking Nate to the spa and then I'll come back. Yeah, drop your cheating boyfriend off at the spa.
Faith ignored me, but did come to the bakery later. I left her alone so I could run to the library and study. But an hour later, I got a call.
"Hope, come back quickly. The bakery's on fire."
I felt as if someone had pulled the ground from under my feet. I immediately called the fire brigade and rushed back.
How did this happen? I don't know. I was baking cupcakes, but the batter overflowed, and first the oven caught fire, and then...
Faith, how stupid can you be?
It was an accident. I'm sorry.
Just then, Mom arrived on the scene too. The fire brigade managed to put out the fire, but by then, everything was lost. No one had dinner that night. Mom's eyes were puffy from crying, but neither Faith nor Nate said a word. "It's okay, Mom. We'll build everything again."
"But it will take months. How am I going to pay the bills? How am I going to send you girls to school?"
I hugged Mom and stayed with her the whole night, while Faith shut herself up in her room with Nate. Nate was leaving the next afternoon. Before his flight, Faith blindfolded him and led him to our back alley.
Ta-da! I bought you a car, babe.
Are you serious? How'd you get me a car?
My dad sends me a huge allowance. I spent all of mine on this car for you. Are you kidding me? That money could have helped pay off damages to Mom's bakery that you burnt down. I ordered the car a month ago, and Hope, the bakery fire was an accident. I already feel horrible about it, but you keep making me feel worse. I don't think you feel bad at all. You never even apologized to Mom. While you were living your perfect, fancy life with Dad, it was really hard for Mom to start her business from scratch. And I always had to be an adult. And you'll always be a spoiled brat who wrecks everything.
I spent the next 13 hours studying like crazy. And when I wasn't studying, I tidied my room. I had to get my mind off Faith, and I had to stop worrying about Mom. Finally, at night, Mom came into my room. "Sweetie, take a break and relax."
How can I relax? We lost the family business in a fire because Faith's an irresponsible lunatic.
It's not that simple, Hope. What do you mean? Honey, Faith got diagnosed with bipolar disorder last month. I didn't tell you because I didn't want to worry you. People who are bipolar do crazy things sometimes. Then they get really tired and sometimes even sad. It's why Faith sleeps so much and has trouble doing schoolwork.
What? Why would you guys hide that from me?
It was her decision. And honey, trust me, Faith feels terrible about the bakery. Go easy on her, okay? That night, I couldn't sleep. Why hadn't Faith told me about her condition? Was I a bad person for getting mad at her? The next day, Faith knocked on my door while I was studying. "Mom said she told you about my diagnosis. I'm sorry I kept it a secret from you. I was just so ashamed." "But why?" "Faith, I'm your sister."
Yeah, my perfect sister who never makes mistakes or fails at anything.
I came back to you guys because Dad and his wife couldn't handle having me around.
You don't know what it's like to be a disaster like me.
I ran over to hug Faith. I had no idea she'd been suffering, and I'd been so tough on her. Oh, also about Nate, I'm taking back the car from him and giving the money to Mom. I'm so sorry I didn't believe you. I caught him texting with some other girl, too. He's a jerk. Lots of little kids say they want to be an astronaut when they grow up, but I was one of the only ones who actually did it. Hi everyone, I'm Marisol from Dallas. Please like and subscribe. Okay, so I wasn't technically an astronaut yet, but I was getting close. I've gone to space camp every summer since I was little. While the other kids were doing basic algebra, I was solving complex calculus equations just like the engineers at NASA. My heroes were Valentina Tereshkova and Sally Ride, two of the first women to go to space. I wanted to follow in her footsteps and inspire other girls one day. My parents thought I was strange for only eating freeze-dried space food, but I didn't care. Maybe I wasn't an astronaut yet, but no one could say I wasn't living the lifestyle. I had to hide the food though because my little brother was always chasing our cat around the house and squirting her with space ketchup. Rodrigo, that only works when there's no gravity. My dad didn't approve of my dream to go to space. He wanted me to aim for somewhere more practical, like a courthouse or a hospital. But being a lawyer or a doctor just wasn't my dream. One day at school, I saw some students gathering around the bulletin board. I pushed through to see what they were looking at. It was a flyer for Space Cadet Tryouts? My heart leapt into my throat. This was exactly the opportunity I'd been searching for. The tryouts were this weekend at the Space Center in Houston. Now I just had to convince my dad to let me go.
Absolutely not. It's out of the question.
But Dad, an opportunity like this might only come along once in a lifetime.
You need to focus on your studies.
I have straight A's.
You have chores to do.
So if I get all my chores done before the weekend, you'll let me go? I could tell my dad was trying to think of another reason to say no, but I didn't give him a chance. Thanks, Dad. I mowed the lawn, trimmed the hedges, and vacuumed and scrubbed the floors faster than I ever had before. The house was spotless. But every time I told Dad I was finished, he just gave me a longer list of chores. Oh, so annoying. If he thought I was gonna let a little housework stand in my way, he was sorely mistaken. Finally, I'd finished everything. My dad looked up from his newspaper and handed me another piece of paper. Dad, come on. I've done everything you've asked. This is getting ridiculous.
Look at what you're holding.
It was a bus ticket to Houston.
This doesn't mean I approve, but a deal's a deal.
Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you. That Saturday, as the bus approached the Space Center, I watched the launch pad come into view on the horizon. It was incredible. A piece of history right in front of my eyes. And there was Mission Control. Once we got inside, I got into my uniform and glanced around at the other cadets. There were about 100 of us. Most of them were boys. They looked tough, disciplined, almost like soldiers. But I was tough too, in my own way. I made my way towards one of the girls. Hey, is it okay if I sit here? Go for it. I'm Marisol, Jessa. This place is so cool. I can't believe I'm really here. No offense, but I'm not here to make friends. Sorry, I won't bug you anymore. Just then, an intimidating-looking officer approached, and a hushed silence fell on the cadets.
My name is Commander McLean. I'll be your training officer. Out of everyone in this room, only 10 will make the cut for Phase 2 of training. If you fail, you'll be leaving at noon.
That made me a little nervous. It would be so embarrassing if I came all this way just to leave before lunchtime.
Of the 10 who make the cut, only 1 will be chosen for the mission. Here at NASA, we only take the best of the best.
And before I knew it, we were completing an obstacle course. A lot of the cadets had an advantage over me because they were taller and stronger, but I was smarter. I noticed on the climbing wall that the ropes were frayed. Most of the cadets grabbed the ropes to scale the wall, but I used the handholds instead. While I climbed, I glanced back to see the ropes break, and a bunch of cadets crashed to the mat below. A boy was climbing right beside me, and he winked at me. Who did he think he was? If he thought that was going to distract me, he was wrong. I hit the ground running. The other cadets were coming up fast. Whoa, Jessa was way ahead of the rest of us. I pushed myself as hard as I could, and I finished right behind her.
Congratulations, you just made it to Phase 2.
I stopped myself from jumping and cheering loudly, but on the inside, I was throwing a party. I glanced around to check out who else made it to Phase 2. Some really tall and athletic cadets were still here, which wasn't surprising, and the boy who had winked at me. I was so excited and really wanted to chat with Jessa, or someone anyway. Here I was, in a room with 9 other people who shared my passion for space exploration. But maybe Jessa was right. They were my competitors, and I needed to be serious if I was going to be the top performer. Forget about everyone else and just focus on training Marisol. After lunch, the same boy winked at me again. I could feel myself blushing, but I was annoyed. I'm not here to make friends.
Okay.
Our next training exercises made the obstacle course look like a piece of cake. We had to master all kinds of skills, like working the life support systems, orbital mechanics, and space medicine. Thankfully, all my time practicing calculus equations gave me a huge leg up here. The next exercise was the one I'd been most excited to try: zero gravity training. We floated around the chamber like it was a sea without water. It was amazing.
Be aware, your bodies are not yet used to the effects of zero-G. Most of you will get space motion sickness.
Sure enough, when I looked over at the boy who'd winked at me, his face turned green and he threw up. I didn't mean to, but it made me laugh. I caught the boy's eye and he grinned at me. Jessa was floating around like this was just another walk in the park to her. She was the only one who didn't get sick. During our next break, I decided to explore the Starship Gallery. There were a bunch of spacecraft and even a real moon rock on display. I thought I was alone, but then I noticed the boy checking out the lunar module.
It's incredible, isn't it? I'm Nick.
It really is. I'm Marisol.
It's so wild to actually be here. I've been dreaming of this since I was 2. My bedroom is covered in planets and stars and model rockets. I'm embarrassing myself, aren't I?
Your room sounds a lot like mine. I've been obsessed with space ever since my dad bought me my first telescope when I was little. I think he regrets it because all he talks about now is me becoming a lawyer or a doctor.
He probably worries about you. This is a dangerous job.
It's not that. He doesn't believe it's a realistic dream.
Not for most people, maybe. But he didn't see how impressive you were in training earlier.
It's nice to talk to someone who cares about space like I do. I felt Nick's fingertips touch mine. It gave me butterflies. Surrounded by all the spacecraft, in the dark with the little starlights on the wall, it was almost like we were really in space. Nick leaned in to kiss me, but at the last second I turned my head. I'm sorry. I really do want to, but I can't. This is my dream. I can't afford to get distracted.
No, I totally get it.
I was glad he took it so well. He really did seem like a great guy. Under different circumstances, I would have kissed him in a heartbeat. But this wasn't the time or place.
You know this means I'm gonna do my best to beat you, right?
I'd expect nothing less. Our break was over. Now it was time for something super cool. The space flight simulator. It was awesome at first. It was so realistic that it was easy to forget we were on the ground. But then an emergency alarm started to beep. Mission Control, we have a problem.
There was an explosion in the service module. It ruptured oxygen tank number 2.
I redirected power to our primary oxygen tank, but then a second alarm started beeping. Red lights were flashing everywhere.
There's a line ruptured in your primary oxygen tank. You're losing oxygen fast.
I did my best not to panic. My hands were shaking. Wow, this was intense. All the cadets were scrambling to figure out how to solve the problem.
Remember, only one of you will be chosen for the mission, but this is a group exercise. If you can't work together as a team, you won't survive.
Jessa and I locked eyes. Marisol, can you calculate how much oxygen we have left? On it. Nick, I need you to shut down all non-critical systems to conserve energy.
Copy that.
At our current rate, we'll run out of oxygen in 10 hours. That's not enough time to complete our mission. I'm gonna try and bring us in for an emergency landing. All of us got to work, nervous and sweating, but we were in sync. It's too rocky. There's no safe place to land. You got this, Jessa. We believe in you. Even though it was just a simulator, I had to admit, it was scary. What if this happened on a real mission? That's what you're preparing for, Marisol. So if it does, you'll be ready. Suddenly, the emergency signals were silent. We all looked around at each other, breathless.
Congratulations, cadets. You've just successfully executed an emergency landing.
All of us cheered. I even gave Nick a hug. We really pulled together and overcame the odds. It made me stop seeing the other cadets as my competition. They were good people who wanted the same thing I did. And when one of us succeeded, we all did. Later, I was hanging out in the observation area overlooking the launch pad. The sun was setting outside and it cast a beautiful glow on the shuttle. Mind if I join you? Of course not. I'm sorry if I was rude earlier. The truth is, I was afraid if I opened up, it would make me vulnerable. And it's already hard enough, especially for girls. I know what you mean. You really had my back in the simulator. We're a team. When one of us succeeds, we all do. Friends? Friends. You know, I think you have a really good chance of being chosen. Really? But you're like the best pilot here. I can't do math like you can. Let's make a pact. No matter which of us wins, or if neither of us do, we'll still support each other. Deal. The next morning, it was time for the announcement. We gathered around and waited for Commander McLean. I think everyone was too nervous to chat. Finally, the commander approached.
All of you did good work here. I want everyone to walk out those doors with their heads held high. But as I said, there can only be one.
I tried so hard to keep it together, but I was dying to know who was chosen.
Cadet Jessa, congratulations. You're our top performer and you'll be joining our crew for our next mission.
I felt all the wind go out of my sails. Don't get me wrong, I was happy for Jessa, but I'd wanted this all my life. I had gotten so close, and now it was out of reach. Still, I told Jessa I'd support her, and I meant it. I gave her a big hug, and we promised to keep in touch. Nick and I exchanged numbers too. When I got home, I looked around my room. Maybe it was time to grow up. I took down my space stuff and put it in a box. Then I decided to take one last look through my telescope. Orion and the Big Dipper were shimmering in the sky. It was so hard to say goodbye.
What are you doing?
You were right. I should find something more realistic. Please, don't say I told you so.
Oh, Marisol, I wasn't right. You were.
What?
Maybe being an astronaut isn't the most realistic goal, but that doesn't mean it's not achievable. This world needs dreamers. If anyone can make it happen, it's you.
From that moment on, I never doubted my path again. I was gonna give it my all, no matter what the odds were. And maybe, just maybe, one day I would inspire a little kid, just like my heroes inspired me.
I was getting ready to leave for a crazy party at my friend's house when Mom barged into my room and declared, "Mia, we're moving tomorrow." I was devastated. Because of her job as a supermodel, we moved and traveled a lot. But she'd promised we'd stay here till I finished high school. I tried to argue, but she had an even bigger bomb ready. "Say your goodbyes to everyone tonight. We're heading for my hometown tomorrow morning." When I heard that, I nearly passed out. Her dull, boring hometown? It was one thing to travel from New York to Paris or Switzerland, like we had in the last 15 years. But her hometown? That was taking things too far. Hi, I'm Mia, and I have the perfect life. A famous supermodel mom, endless traveling, crazy shopping sprees, and 400 pairs of shoes. But then one day, my mom decided to move back to her hometown. The day we moved back, it was as if the entire town had come to see my mom. Not that 100 people is a big crowd, but boy, was it awkward. Everybody was awestruck at seeing Mom. And me too, because apparently no one knew Mom had a kid. A few hours later, as I was checking out the town, I heard someone talking about Mom. One of the women talking said that Mom had left 15 years ago. The woman said, "I hear her girl is 15 too. You know what that means? Her father must be from here." I was shocked. Mom had never told me about my dad and has always said she was both my parents. I had to ask her. At home, Mom was unpacking boxes in the lounge. "Is that why we're here? To find my dad? Is he here? Have you seen him? Does he know I'm here?" But what my mom said left me horrified. "You will not be meeting him. I'll make sure of that." I tried to ask her why, but she just said that she was my dad. She said she'd raised me alone and we didn't need anyone else now. I begged to differ. I needed a dad. My dad. Just get ready for school tomorrow. Like hell I would. I was on a mission to find my dad. I couldn't stop wondering who he was and if he missed me. As I sat in my first class the next day, everyone was staring at me. The girls kept giving me jealous looks, and 3 guys had already asked me out. Small towns were so boring. I was like a shiny new toy. But I was soon to be very not bored. You see, as soon as my teacher, Mr. Jason, came into the room, he took one look at me and screamed, "Joanne?" Joanne was my mom's name. I told him that we had moved back yesterday. His eyes widened. "Joanne is back? And she has a 15-year-old daughter? That's what I just said." Immediately, he turned around and left the room. That was so weird. A girl behind me laughed and said, "Awkward. No one really likes you or your mom around here." I was furious. I didn't even know this girl. But before I could reply, someone else cut in. "Cut it out. You're just jealous because she and her mom are so pretty." I blushed and looked at the boy who said that. He was a cute, brown-haired boy. The way he looked at me gave me butterflies. After school, I was about to leave when Mr. Jason ran up to me. He pushed a huge teddy bear and a packet of candy into my arms and said, "Take these. Did your mom tell you I'm your dad? Is that why you're in my class? How could she hide you from me?" As he left, sniffling, I stared after him in shock. What was he talking about? Just then, a guy ran up to me and said, "Hey, sweetie, want to go on a date with me? You're the prettiest girl in this school, ever." Another shoved him aside and said, "Dream on, loser. She's going on a date with me first." Suddenly, the boy from class came over to me and said, "Stop it, guys. Can't you see you're making her uncomfortable?" And he sent them away. I thanked him, and he introduced himself as Aaron. Do you maybe want to hang out with me? We can watch a movie? My heart fluttered. Sure. We had just walked up to his door when his next-door neighbor, who was mowing the lawn, screamed. He was staring at me and looked like he'd seen a ghost. Joanne? Okay, this was so annoying. Did I look old enough to be in my 30s? Aaron told this guy, Tom, that I was Joanne's daughter. To my shock, he ran over to hug me. I felt so embarrassed when he looked at me with tears in his eyes and said, I never knew. How could she hide this from me? It's so cruel. I gasped. What was he trying to say? Were you Mom's best friend? Could you help me find my dad? Your dad? If you're 15, I'm sure I'm your dad. She didn't even tell you? I want to talk to her. Where is she? Before I could say anything, though, Tom ran back to his house, leaving the two of us alone. Then Aaron said, wow, that was weird. They must have been real good friends. Yeah, looks like it. Yeah. Do you maybe want to get some ice cream now? I was barely listening. Both Mr. Jason and Tom had acted so weird and emotional seeing me. They both thought I was their daughter. At home, I wasn't surprised to see Mom had visitors. I could hear yelling and ran inside to see Tom and Mr. Jason fighting. My mom was trying to break them apart, but they weren't listening to her. I grabbed a plate and smashed it. The sound made them all freeze. What in the world is going on? Immediately, both the men dashed towards me. And, I kid you not, both were crying. Tom yelled, my daughter! Mr. Jason jumped in. What do you mean your daughter? She's my daughter! I looked in shock at both the men and then at Mom. You want to tell me what's going on, Mom? Before Mom could say anything, Mr. Jason said, before your mom left town, we were dating, so clearly you're my daughter. But then Tom cut in. After this moron cheated on her and broke her heart, she dated me in secret for a month. We were best friends, and then she got scared and ran away, I think. I was taken aback while Mom lazily yawned and said even Tom had cheated on her. So since both the men had broken her heart, she would never tell them whose daughter I was. Tom looked hurt and immediately began to grovel for forgiveness. He said Mom was his only true love. He said he never dated anyone after her. This was so weird. Mom, I need to know who my dad is. I'm the only father you've ever had, Mia. Just accept it. I came here to show both these losers I didn't need anyone to make it big and raise my little girl. Oh yeah? So what about me, huh? I need to know. For a minute, she looked upset, like she never thought I would want to know. Then she smiled and said, just pick one. Whoever you want as your dad. Pick him. All three of us looked shocked. But Mom clearly considered the conversation over and left the room. Both men turned to me. The way they looked at me made me panic. Uh-oh. I turned and ran out. I didn't want to be dealing with this right now. Unexpectedly, having two dads wasn't all that bad at first. Both of them were clearly still in love with Mom and were desperate to win me over. So the next few weeks were amazing. Mr. Jason treated me like I owned the school. He was passing me in every class, and none of the rules applied to me. Everyone was so jealous. I was showered with the strangest gifts. Mr. Jason would get me candy and dolls like I was a kid, while Tom got me all of Mom's favorite music and movies. I wasn't complaining though. I did enjoy the attention and gifts and money. Oh boy, there was a lot of money. But sometimes I didn't feel so sure. It seemed like both these guys were just really in love with Mom and wouldn't stop asking me to praise them in front of her. The worst part was when every day Mr. Jason and Tom showed up at our house wanting to walk me to school. I kept telling them that I wouldn't let either of them walk me. There was no way on earth I could show up to school with my teacher and my crush's neighbor. The girls would give me hell. One day, Mr. Jason showed up with a huge doll and more candy. Tell your mom I gave these to you, okay, kiddo? Ugh. I pushed it back into his hands. I'm 15, not 5. Tom pushed $50 into my hand. Yes, take this instead. Youngsters need money. They don't play with dolls. Gee, thanks. Would you tell Mom if I skip school today? No. I mean, I can be the fun parent. I grinned at him, and he looked like he'd won the lottery. Uh-oh. I didn't want him to think I'd chosen him. Not so soon, anyway. Thanks, bye! I turned and ran. Thankfully, I could outrun them both, and I knew exactly where to go. Just outside the arcade, though, I ran headfirst into someone. Ow! The man saw the money in my hand and looked at me suspiciously. Who are you running from, kid? Did you steal that? Excuse me? What did he think I was, a beggar? I told him to butt out of my business and tried to walk past him, but then I felt a hard tug on my back. He was holding me back. Shouldn't you be in school? What are you, my dad? He said this part of town was dangerous and I shouldn't be here alone. Listen, mister, I'm not here to commit a crime. I'm just going to play some arcade games, so excuse me. He looked around and then sighed. Fine. I'll come and watch over you. I was stunned. Was he some kind of creepy pervert? He seemed normal enough, but why did he seem so concerned? It made me feel weird. Are you like Father Teresa of this neighborhood or something? No, kiddo. You remind me of someone. The next few hours were great. The guy, Steve, played games with me and even got me ice cream. Best of all, he said he paid for it all. I had a great time and got $50. Then he said he'd walk me home. That made me panic. There's no way. If Mom saw me skipping school with a stranger, she'd flip. He looked at me thoughtfully and said he wouldn't tell her if I promised never to skip again. Okay, I won't tell your mom if you can solve this riddle. How can you make the number 1 disappear? Ha! I knew this one. Add the letter G and it's gone. That was quick. You're a smart one, aren't you? Yeah. Mom was always making me guess stupid riddles. Now, goodbye, Dad. When I got home, Mom came running and yelled, "Just where were you, young lady?" She and Mr. Jason were on the stairs. Jason had snitched. I was dead meat. Do you know how worried I was? I had to tell your mom you skipped the whole day of school. Somehow when he said that, I got really angry. I knew he was really just trying to get close to Mom. Listen, you're not my dad, okay? You're just trying to score points with her by ratting me out. Oh no, my child, that's not. But I wasn't going to listen. I went to my room and slammed the door while Mom yelled, "You're grounded forever, Missy!" So annoying. Just then, there was a knock on the window. I gasped. This was the 2nd floor. I went to check and found Aaron downstairs. He was jumping up and down as he said, "There's a party tonight. Tom said you might be grounded, so I should ask you like this." I was psyched. Tom was the chillest. I climbed down from the window using the tree right next to it. Wow, you look amazing. I couldn't help but laugh. But then I found myself telling Aaron the thought that had been in my mind all these weeks. Tom is great, and Mr. Jason is really in love with Mom, but I don't think I want either of them to be my dad. I don't feel it. Suddenly, Aaron pulled me in for a hug and kissed me. Don't let anyone manipulate you. You'll know if it's your dad. You'll always know. My heart melted. Aaron really was the sweetest. I was glad he asked me to the party. Aaron and I had a great time. The girl from the first day looked like she was going to cry an ocean when she saw me walk in with Aaron. I grinned at her. Aaron hadn't even noticed her. We hadn't been dancing for long when the door flew open and Mom barged in. Oh no. Mia? Where are you, Mia? I tried to duck under the table, but Tom spotted me and ruined everything. She's there. I see her, darling. He really did me dirty. As Mom dragged me out of the room, I saw the girls laughing at me. Outside, I pulled away from Mom. Stop it, Mom! She yelled at me, right on the road. No, you cut it out. I've never seen a more troublesome, annoying girl. Before I could reply, someone cut in and said, Really? Because I might have, Joanne. It was Steve. But when Mom turned to look at him, it was like she'd seen a ghost. The color drained from her face. Steve? The one and only. I knew that kid was familiar. Fancy her being yours. I was thrilled to see him and ran up to him. I said, You know my mom? He seemed so happy to see her. But Mom's reaction seemed odd. She grabbed my arm and pulled me away, saying, Enough. Let's go home. Both Steve and I were shocked. He tried to talk to her, but all she said was, Stay away from me, Steve. And stay away from my daughter. Not until you tell me why you did it. Why did you just run away? And why are you back now, huh? She yelled back that there was nothing between them. Then Steve said, Nothing? That's a lie and you know it. You didn't even come to meet me. Come on, Mia. We're leaving for Paris tomorrow. I yelled, What? No, I'm not going anywhere. Steve jumped in front of Mom and said, You're not going anywhere till you tell me why you just disappeared. I was in a terrible accident and was unconscious for 2 days. And when I woke up, I couldn't find you anywhere. You'd even changed your number. Mom shouted back, Don't lie. You stood me up, just like the other two. I was going to propose that night. Mom started shaking. And that's when Steve took out a chain he was wearing. On it was a ring. You, what? Of course. We were in love. And you said you had some great news for me. What was it? Mom could barely speak. The news, it was... She looked at me and then at him. And for a moment, I thought she was joking. Steve was my dad. Mom said, I didn't know you'd still be here. I thought I hated you. But I still wanted Mia to see her father's town before I took her to Paris forever. To think I would have just left without ever knowing the truth. Steve hugged Mom and wiped away her tears. Then he turned to me. Come here, kiddo. Give your old man a hug. It's long overdue. As I ran to hug him, I realized in my heart I'd always known it was him. From the first time I'd met him. Like Aaron had said, I'd just known. Suddenly, Tom joined our hug saying, I'm still your best friend. Hug me too, guys.
Ella, come watch your parents' rehearsal. We need your notes.
Mom, I'm watching TV.
Don't be stupid, Ella. I'm so much better than anything you can see on TV.
Hi, I'm Ella from Indiana, and I have the most embarrassing parents in the world. You don't believe me? See for yourself. But before that, please like and subscribe because MSA will give $1,000 to one lucky person who subscribes in the next 7 days. Ever since I can remember, my parents were obsessed with the idea of being famous movie stars, and they'd turn every single thing into a production.
Baby, are you ready for your first day of school?
Mom, why are you dressed like an octopus?
Oh, honey, we want to promote our new movie, Henry Potter and the Octopus Queen, at your school. All your friends and teachers will be so impressed.
Impressed, everyone was making fun of me as I made my way to my class with my parents looking like cartoons. And the movie they were talking about was the one they'd made themselves, just like all the others, and it was terrible. This was the reason why growing up, I'd never let any of my friends come over. Even on my birthdays, I'd beg my parents not to throw me any parties. But once in 8th grade, my friend Maddie invited me to her birthday party, and Mom and Dad dropped me at her place. But instead of driving away, they parked and got out too. Why are you guys getting out?
We're here for the party, of course.
No, please do not tell me you're going to perform. Only they did. They went onto the stage and started acting out their latest play. And then to my horror, a random kid pointed and yelled, "Hey Ella, aren't those your parents?" What? Of course not. I've never seen those people in my life. Yes, they are. Why don't you go up there and join the circus freaks? A bunch of kids pushed me onto the stage and started laughing. But my parents kept on with their act and didn't even care how they were embarrassing me. I stormed out of there in anger, and that day, I decided I'd had enough. You guys are just making fools of yourself by acting this way, and you're making me miserable.
Ella, why can't you be supportive of our career?
Don't you understand? You're never gonna get famous like this. If you really wanted to make it, you'd be in Hollywood, not this dumb town. I didn't expect my speech to make a difference since they never listened to me. But this time, they did.
Ella, you've convinced us. You're brilliant. We're moving to LA.
Are you serious? Heck, they were, and I couldn't believe it. This was actually a good thing. I was so happy we were finally leaving this place, and I could start a new life. When it was time to go to my new high school, my mom placed a uniform in front of me. What's this?
You're going to a private school.
But we can't afford it.
This is a business investment, Ella. We found a school where all the famous people send their kids, and if you become friends with them, we'll become famous too. Connections are everything, darling.
It's not my job to make you guys famous. Please don't interfere in my life here.
What an ungrateful child. What will you say when we become more successful than you ever dreamt of?
I did go to the private school, but thankfully, they didn't make a scene when I got out of the car on my first day. I was barely through the door of my class when suddenly I was ambushed by some students. Hi, I'm Kira. What's your name? I'm Ella. So, Ella, what do your parents do for a living? Suddenly, all eyes were on me, like this was the last winning question of Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, and I freaked out. They're movie stars. Wow, that's so cool. My mom's a director, and I'm sure they must have worked together. So, like, you're Ella Clooney, Ella Downey Jr., Ella Cruz? Tell me their names. You haven't heard from them. They're from Spain. That's why we're here, actually, to expand in the American market. That's awesome. Your American accent is so good. How do you speak such good English? Jesus, who was she? Some investigating officer? I had to change the topic. My mom's American. My dad's the one from Spain. Hey, who's that? That's my brother, Johnny. He's like the most wanted guy in school. If you want, I can introduce him to you. He was her brother? He was so freaking hot. She called him and he came waving at me in the most adorable way. Hi, Johnny. What's your name? Wow, that was brilliant. Genius.
Wow, you're pretty and funny.
Funny? Phew. Johnny, her parents are famous movie stars from Spain. So much cooler than ours. OMG, my lie was going places now. But what was I supposed to do? Someone was actually talking to me on my first day,
and the only reason they showed interest in me is because she thought my parents were cool. That day, I had so much fun hanging with Kira and Johnny. I finally had friends. Later when I went home, I felt kinda guilty about lying. So I decided that I was gonna tell them the truth. But the very next day at school, kids were going crazy around me. Apparently, Kira had told everyone how my parents were huge Spanish movie stars, and now everyone wanted to meet them. Holy Jesus! I ran to the washroom to get away from their questions for a while. Just then, I heard someone crying in one of the cubicles. Hi, are you okay in there? What happened? Suddenly, the door flew open, and a girl who looked like she had been crying a lot just pushed past me and ran away. That was weird. Later, I had a chemistry lab class, and everyone had to work in pairs. That's when I saw the girl from the washroom sitting all by herself, looking kinda sad. Hey, can I sit here? She nodded, and I sat down next to her, and she told me her name was May. So, May, will you tell me why you were crying earlier? First, she hesitated, but then she told me everything. I'm the only one here without a famous or super rich family. That's why everyone is always picking on me, especially Kira. She's the worst. Wow, I had no idea Kira was a bully. I felt really bad for May, and I wanted to tell her I was just like her. But I decided it was best not to tell the truth to anyone. I didn't want to be bullied like her too. We did the experiment and got along really well. She was the sweetest person I'd ever met. That was so much fun. Maybe we can get some pizza after school today? I was about to say yes when suddenly Kira came and locked her arms with mine.
No thanks. Ella's got better friends, so why would she waste time with a nobody like you?
Saying that, she pulled me away with her. And even though I wanted to push her off and walk back towards May, I just couldn't. At this school, people like Kira ate people like me and May for breakfast. I just saved you from being friends with a loser. You're so lucky to have me. Hey, that's really mean.
You're welcome.
Later, she took me to her house, and there was a huge pool where Johnny was swimming like a mermaid. My jaw immediately dropped, but before I knew it, I was suddenly pushed into the pool. Kira, what was that?
Chill out, Ella. I was just having fun.
What if I didn't know how to swim?
Oh, right. That slipped my mind.
Hey, Ella, ignore my sister. She's a little crazy. But look at you. Wow, you look just as gorgeous in the water as you do in the sun.
God, my heart skipped a beat as he came closer. But just then, Kira jumped into the water and ruined the moment.
You know what? I've got a great idea. Seeing you with that loser girl, what's her name again? February, March, something, May? Yeah, whatever. Let's prank her.
Why?
'Cause it's funny, and she's a loser, and no one will care.
She'll care. Why do you want to bother her?
What's your problem?
You, Kira. I wanted to say that to her face, but just then Johnny spoke up and asked her to stop being a brat. At least he was nice. A few days later, I was on my way to the chemistry lab when I saw Kira standing outside with her minions and giggling. What's going on?
Shh, come here and look. See that flask in May's hand? It's gonna blast in her face as soon as she puts the chemical into it.
And why would it do that?
Because we switched the chemicals. Don't worry, it won't kill her. It'll just be funny.
God, she was such a devil. I immediately ran in and flicked the chemical flask away from May's hand. Ella, what was that? Are you okay? Oh, yeah, totally. I just slipped. And I'm really sorry about Kira the other day. Do you want to grab some pizza after school? I would love to. Kira glared at me with devilish eyes, and after class, she walked up to me and whispered,
"You ditched me for this garbage? Now get ready to be loaded into the same garbage truck with her, Ella."
Kira's threat was creepy, but I was done with these superficial people. I started hanging out with May, and for the first time, I had a good friend. She cared about me and not my parents or their status. Then one day while I was having lunch with May, Johnny came to me and apologized for Kira's behavior. It's my birthday party, and I really want you to come, Ella. I looked at May, and she winked at me with a smile. But May comes with me too. Sure, as long as you're there, the entire city is welcome. We were really excited about the party and went shopping for some cute dresses. And when we got to the party, we were blown away.
Almost everyone from school was there, and it was so grand. I saw Johnny dancing with some girls in the distance, but before I could go up to him, Kira came over to me.
Hey, Ella. I'm glad you could make it to my little surprise party.
Your surprise party? What are you talking about? Just then she pointed in the other direction, and my heart dropped when I saw Mom and Dad there. Oh my God, this was a nightmare. But Kira's loud voice was more than enough to tell me all of this was frickin' real.
Guys, why don't you introduce yourselves to everyone?
Oh, hi, y'all. We're Ella's parents, and we've come from Indiana to get our careers going. Now, where are all the other famous parents?
Everyone gasped and turned to me, even May. She looked so disappointed in me, and I had no one but myself to blame for this.
Did you hear, everyone? These are Ella's parents, and they're not from Spain, and they're not big movie stars. They're just struggling losers, and Ella's a big fat liar.
Yes, okay, I lied. Only because I wanted to make some friends, but it didn't take me too long to realize I was wrong, because lying can only get you fake, awful friends, like you, Kira. As everyone stared at me, I saw Johnny grinning too. Of course he was in on this. I couldn't stand to be there any longer and ran away. I didn't go to school for days. I felt so ashamed of my stupid lie, and I was afraid of how everyone was going to treat me. Until one day, May texted me and said she was going to be there with me no matter what, and that made me feel a little braver. I just had to face the music. Everyone in school was acting like I didn't even exist. But during recess, I was sitting with May in the cafeteria when a bunch of kids came running and gathered around me. Oh my God, was I about to get bullied?
Ella, I can't believe I saw your parents that day. Can you please send me their autographs?
Are you gonna work on another movie set? Gosh, you're so lucky. Take me with you. I'll do your homework for a year. What were they talking about? Just then, I noticed my phone was buzzing like crazy, and I had text messages from Mom.
Ella, we made it. We're famous. In your face.
I opened the news link she'd sent me and almost fainted. My parents, my actual parents, had both been cast in a highly anticipated superhero movie, and they were Hollywood's new breakthrough stars. Everyone was talking about them on social media. Just then, Kira came running and hugged me. I'm so sorry we fought, bestie. Let's just forget all that. My mom is dying to meet your parents. And look, there's Johnny. And look, there's a garbage bin. Why don't you and your stupid brother jump in there? I pushed her away and put my arm through May's as we walked off. Ella, can I get a selfie with your parents? Of course. And tickets to the premiere and anything else you want, May. Hi, my name is Valerie and I'm from Seattle. Growing up, I lived on the penthouse floor of the fanciest hotel in the city, with the weirdest parents on the planet. My parents owned the hotel and about a dozen more around the world. They were millionaires and everyone in town loved them. They'd wave and smile to the doormen and the guests as they walked into the hotel, but the moment we arrived in our penthouse, everything changed. They'd send me to my room and spend the rest of the night shouting into their cell phones. When I was 5, I asked my dad to read me a bedtime story. As usual, he was busy on the phone.
Please, Daddy, it'll only take a second.
I asked him again, and he snatched the book out of my hand and threw it out the window.
Here's your story. Don't interrupt Daddy when he's on the phone. The end. Now go to your room.
When I was 14, my history teacher, Miss Jackson, gave me an assignment to draw my family tree. I asked my mom and dad about it, and their faces turned white.
We are your only family. That's all you need to know.
What about grandparents or cousins? Do we have any pictures? I could use them for my project. The next day, my teacher was gone. She'd been reassigned to a new school. I was so upset. I knew my parents had something to do with it. When I came home, I confronted them about it, but they swore they didn't do anything. I could tell they were lying. Things at school weren't much better. I was shy and a teeny bit clumsy. And one day in the cafeteria, I tripped over my shoelace and spilled my lunch all over the most popular girl in school. Sorry. She and her minions made it their mission to make my life miserable. Hey, leave me alone or I'll...
What, you'll tell your rich daddy and get us transferred like you did to Miss Jackson?
After that,
None of the kids in school wanted anything to do with me. My only friend in the world was the doorman's son, Peter. Why did the chicken cross the road? I don't know. Because the sun was in his eyes. Peter always found a way to make me smile. And on days when my parents were away on business, I'd sneak down to the lobby to hang out with Peter. We played chess, he helped me with my algebra homework, and even taught me how to play the harmonica. When I turned 16, things got even worse. My parents spent most of their time away on business, and Peter's dad wasn't working as much as he did before. So I spent most of my days alone in the penthouse. One day, I was wandering around the apartment looking for my calculator. I couldn't find mine, so I went to my parents' office to use theirs, and I saw a painting hanging lopsided on the wall. I walked over and adjusted the picture, and then I heard a clicking sound. What's that? The wall behind the painting wasn't a wall at all. It was a hidden door. I pulled it open and found a huge safe I'd never seen before. The safe had a combination lock. I tried a few numbers, but none of them worked. I started to walk away. This was my parents' secret safe. I wasn't supposed to be in here, but I couldn't resist. My parents were never good at remembering things, so they had to have written the code down somewhere. I searched through my parents' drawers and notebooks looking for clues, and then I found it. Stashed away in a secret compartment in my dad's drawer was a list of passwords and the code to the secret safe. I typed in the code, and the safe opened. Inside were a bunch of boring old documents and a photo album I'd never seen before. I opened the photo album and saw an old picture of my parents. They were much younger and didn't have any of their fancy clothes and flashy jewelry. They stood in front of a tiny old shack with a baby in their arms. But it wasn't me. Next to the photo was a birth certificate. I had a sister named Raina who was 16 years older than me. I was furious. My parents had lied to me my whole life. On the next few pages were letters from Raina begging my parents to come see her. Raina had a family of her own and wanted to meet me and reconnect with my parents. My fury turned to confusion. Why would my parents hide Raina from me? Why would they shut their own daughter out of their life? I needed answers, and I knew my parents would never give them to me. They'd only lie, or worse. My despicable parents might send Raina and her family away, and I'd never see them again. Raina's address was printed on one of the letters, and she only lived a few hours away. I could take the train and get there by morning. Without thinking, I packed a bag, grabbed some cash from the safe, and hopped on the train. A few hours later, I was on Raina's doorstep. Raina lived in a run-down apartment building. I knocked on her door. The door opened, and I gasped. It was like I was staring at my future self. Aside from her green eyes, we looked exactly alike. Valerie? Raina? Raina hugged me tight, and then a 5-year-old girl ran up and grabbed my leg. This is your niece, Amanda. Raina invited me inside. She explained that she'd left my parents' house when she was in the 11th grade. The last time I saw you, you were so small. You knew about me? Of course. I used to sing you to sleep when you were a baby. I left the house a few weeks before your first birthday. Leaving you behind was my biggest regret. I'm sorry, I don't remember you. It's not your fault. I know, it's our terrible parents. They're not terrible, they're just set in their ways. Controlling and overprotective one moment and never around when you need them. I know what you mean. I had to leave so I could breathe and be my own person. But now, I want them to meet Amanda. I want us to be a family. Maybe I can help with that. I can't ask you to do that. You don't have to. Our family is broken, and I'm gonna fix it. Raina drove me back to the train station. On the bus, I started nodding off, and then several of the passengers' phones started beeping and buzzing, and then everyone started staring at me. I glanced at the notification on my phone and saw that I'd been reported missing, and I was all over the news. The moment I got off the bus, a couple of policemen escorted me to their car and drove me back to the hotel. Where have you been? We've been worried sick. I went to see Raina. Raina, how on earth did you? I saw the photo in the safe. I read the letters. Raina told me how you refused to see her and her daughter. That's not the whole story. Spare me your lies. You've never told me a single truth since I was a kid, and that stops today. Your granddaughter, Amanda, wants to meet you. You've got a second chance to make things right with our family. I invited Amanda and Raina over for dinner tomorrow. Hopefully, you'll have the decency to be there. Then I stormed off to my room. I heard my parents whispering late into the night. The next morning, they were the nicest they'd been since I could remember. They pulled out all the stops as they prepared for Raina and Amanda's arrival. They brought in the finest chef in the city and bought Amanda a ton of gifts. When Raina and Amanda arrived, my parents were on their best behavior. We sat around the dinner table eating and smiling, and for the first time, it felt like I had a real family. Raina and Amanda moved into the penthouse next door. Raina even took a special interest in my parents' company. My dad offered her a job working beside him, and I got to watch Amanda after school. I read Amanda's stories, took her to the zoo, and taught her to play chess. Amanda and I did everything I'd never had the chance to do with my parents when I was her age. Things were going better than I ever could have imagined. We were all so happy, but a few weeks later, Raina started staying out late. At first, it was 1 or 2 nights a week, and she'd drop Amanda off to stay with us. But 2 nights a week turned into 4, and eventually, Raina started staying out for days at a time. She even stopped showing up at work. One night, I was reading a bedtime story to Amanda, and she was pretty upset.
Where's my mommy?
I don't know, sweetie. She'll be back soon.
Well, you said that 2 days ago.
I didn't know what to do. Each time I called to check on Raina, she didn't answer her phone. My parents weren't much help either. Every time I tried to talk to them about Raina, they'd just change the subject and rush off to their room. What's going on with you? Amanda has been worried sick. When did you turn into mom and dad? I thought you were cool. Then she grabbed Amanda's hand and stormed out the door. I was so confused. I wasn't trying to control Raina like our parents. I just wanted her to be more responsible when it came to Amanda. A few days later, my parents hosted their annual gala at the hotel for millionaires and celebrities from around the world. The featured event was the charity auction where fine art and jewelry were auctioned off to raise millions for people in need. Raina was supposed to help with the auction, but as usual, she was a no-show, so I had to take her place. She was supposed to do a final check of the items up for auction to ensure that everything was labeled correctly. I was halfway through my checklist when I heard glass shatter. I turned to see 3 people in masks rushing through the glass doors. I hid behind a large statue as the masked robbers snatched jewels off the counters and stuffed them into their bags. I hit the silent alarm and then the police burst in. The robbers fled. The police caught 2 of them, but one of them headed my way. Just as the robber was about to slip out the back door, I jumped up and tackled him to the ground. I pulled off his mask and saw that it wasn't a man at all. It was my sister, Raina. I was speechless. Raina was arrested and taken to jail. When the police searched Raina's hotel room, they found that she was the ringleader and she'd been planning the heist for weeks. I was sick to my stomach for days. I didn't understand how Raina could do such a thing. And with Raina in jail, Amanda wouldn't have a mother. Our family was broken before, but now we were shattered to pieces. I destroyed our family. You can't blame yourself for this. I'm the reason Raina's in jail. If I hadn't found her and brought her here, then maybe none of this would have happened.
Raina has always had problems. She's been in and out of trouble since she was a teenager. Lying, stealing, hanging out with the wrong crowd. We tried to help her when she was in high school, but she ran away. She lied about not wanting us to stay in touch with her. Our home was always open to her, but she refused to see us. We even sent her money to make sure she and Amanda were okay.
Why didn't you ever tell me any of this?
Raina made it clear that she wanted nothing to do with this family. We knew how much you always wanted a big sister or a big brother. We knew if we told you the truth that you wouldn't understand. It would only hurt you. We're sorry we lied. We didn't know how else to protect you. When Raina came to live with us, we hoped that she'd changed for Amanda's sake. But instead, she fell into her manipulative ways. We're so sorry that she hurt you.
I apologized to my parents and eventually forgave them for lying to me. My parents adopted Amanda and raised her as their own. They even stopped working so much so they could spend more time with me and Amanda. Our new little family wasn't perfect, but we loved and supported each other through everything. Every day, I wrote Raina letters to tell her that I loved her and missed her. After I graduated from college, I opened a counseling center for young women. And one night, when I was closing up for the evening, Raina walked in the door. I'm sorry, Valerie. I was a horrible sister, a crappy mother, and a terrible daughter. That may be true, but you're family and you're here. That's all that matters. Then I hugged my sister and she cried in my arms.
Hi, I'm Blake, and this is my story. Don't forget to like and subscribe. My childhood was pretty weird. My mom could be a little dramatic. She was either very happy or very sad. She would do cartwheels on the lawn just because the sun was out, and cry like a baby waving the trash goodbye on garbage day. On the first day of school, she strung balloons in my hair. Everyone made fun of me. This one boy, Sam, made a game out of who could pop the most of my balloons while they were still attached to my head. I went home crying. They're just jealous of you. You're the prettiest girl in your class. But I didn't like the way people looked at us and talked about my mom behind her back. I heard she serves candy for dinner. So irresponsible. That poor child, stuck with a crazy mother like that. I didn't want anyone talking about us like that. So I started dressing myself for school and packing my own lunch. I was super serious about my studies and tried to be as invisible as possible. But Sam made it his mission to make my life miserable.
Where'd you get that dress, loser? Because it's screaming for some color. What did you do to your face, dingbat? Because it looks good enough to punch.
I didn't want to give kids like Sam more stuff to use against me, so I purposely didn't invite anyone to my 10th birthday. I have a surprise for you. Come out to the garden and see. My entire class was there. Mom dressed up as a clown and danced around. She even had one of those comically large flowers on her coat that squirted water on people. It was so humiliating. Everyone was laughing at her. It was so cringe that I ran to my room and refused to come out. Honey, what's wrong? Is your tummy hurting? Is it gas? Do you need to poop? Mom, please leave me alone. Oh, I guess it's the hormones. My little girl is growing up. Other than Sam always torturing me, life was going as well as it could. Years went by and I was acing my classes and even volunteering at the library when a transfer student from LA joined us in the middle of 11th grade. Kiara was something else. She had the most ridiculous hair and wore super bright colors in every shade. But somehow she thought I was the fascinating one. Why is your hair tied up so tight? Aren't you afraid you'll pull the skin right off your skull? Whoa, what's the prescription for your glasses? Are you like legally blind? No, I'm not blind.
Yes, she is. She uses echolocation like a bat. See? That's why she has massive ears.
Get lost, Sam. Oddly, it was our combined hate for Sam that brought us together as friends. We got closer over spring break, and Kiara told me about her parents, who both owned a tech company. They think I'm a weird hippie. We have nothing in common. I visited her house for dinner once. The place was so huge, I got lost twice looking for the bathroom. Despite what Kiara said, I thought her parents were awesome. They even had vegetables for dinner.
What do you plan on doing after high school, Blake?
I was hoping to study law at Harvard.
That's amazing. If only Kiara had some ambition too. Her only talent right now seems to be inhaling food.
Ugh, Dad. Honestly, I felt like someone had switched me and Kiara at birth and we ended up in the wrong families. Apparently, Kiara thought that too. I bet my parents wish they had you as a daughter and not dumb old me. See, that's the thing. I had succeeded in making everyone think I was this straight-A kid who didn't do anything ridiculous. But I had one dark secret. I was obsessed with mermaids, and I secretly drew comics about a mermaid archaeologist who discovered shipwrecks, and I never wanted anyone to find out. I felt bad for Kiara, so I invited her over to my place because I knew she and Mom would get along really well.
Kiara, you're like the daughter I never had.
Hello? I don't get it. How could a cool mom like you have a boring daughter like Blake?
It's a mystery. Marshmallow stuffed cookies and pixie dust sandwiches for dinner?
I was cleaning the dishes after dinner when I heard a squeal from my room, and I found Kiara going through my drafts. OMG, these are so cute. Who made them? Why are you going through my private stuff? Why are you getting so mad? It's not like you made these. Wait, you made these? Stop shouting, the neighbors will hear you. They should. These are awesome. Why don't you have these published? Do you really think they're that good? I'd pay serious money to follow the adventures of Memphis the Mermaid. Mom's always on the lookout for unique content like this. You could save up for Harvard with that kind of money. I don't know, Kiara. Just think about it, okay? I tossed and turned all night thinking about it. I'd built up a spotless reputation over the years, and no one could call me a freak anymore. Was I willing to risk all of that now? But what if it paid for my dream education? And suddenly, I had a great idea. The next day, I met Kiera in the library. I'm in, but I have a condition. You have to give the draft to your mom and say you made it. Are you nuts? No, think about it. Your parents want you to succeed, and I need the money, but not the fame or publicity. This could be a win-win for both of us. Well, if you're sure. The plan was a huge success. Kiera's parents were over the moon at her hidden talent, and the comic books were an instant hit. Kiera was called on all the morning shows and did a countrywide tour promoting the book. Back in school, she was suddenly this huge celebrity.
Can you sign my copy, Kiera?
Do you like my Memphis hairstyle, Kiera? Suddenly, Kiera didn't have time for me. She was too busy with her fans and new friends. I tried telling myself I didn't care, but a part of me was hurt and a little jealous. But wasn't this what I wanted? No one to notice me?
Smellogram.
Sam, you moron. I'm gonna end you.
Like your friendship with Kiera? That must have been rough. I guess I'm your only friend now.
You're not my friend.
Your words hurt me, Blake. Haven't I always made you smile and brightened your day?
You've made me think of several ways to end you.
See? I provide motivation and creativity. Now, how about as a thank you, you get me a date with Kiera?
Why was stupid Sam interested in Kiera? And why did I care? He was a pain in my butt, but he was also really good looking now. Why do you want to date her anyway?
Why do you care? Are you jealous?
As if.
Well, I want to date her because she's awesome. Have you read the comics? They're epic. I've heard several Hollywood producers are interested in the movie rights.
I pushed Sam away and walked off. It was my idea to put Kiera's name on my work, but I still hated every minute that she got glory when I knew I would have gotten shame for it. It just wasn't fair. A few weeks later, Kiera suddenly showed up at my house asking for new drafts. I need to publish teasers on my stories. Hi to you too, Kiera. I'm fine. How are you? I know, I'm sorry. I've been busy. You have no idea what a creative person's life is like. Sure, I have no idea. And I haven't had time to draw up anything new. Are you serious? You must have something. A sketch? An idea? Here's an idea. How about you do something yourself for once? What's gotten into you? You're the one who practically begged me to take the credit. And now you're acting like I stole the idea from you? You know what? You're right. It was a stupid idea, and I'm glad it stops now. No! What will I tell my parents? It's the first time they've thought I'm good at something. I don't see how that's my problem. You can tell them the truth, that you have no talent. You're a horrible person, Blake. I wish we'd never met. I felt terrible for all the hurtful things I'd said. Just then, Mom came into my room wearing a hollowed-out watermelon as a helmet. Is everything okay? I was already upset, but Mom's ridiculous hat made me ballistic. She was the reason people thought I was weird, and that made me insecure about my art. How can you ask that with that thing on your head? Geez, Mom, when will you act your age? I'm sick of being the adult around here.
Why are you speaking to me like this?
Because you're an embarrassment. I regretted my words instantly. Mom looked so deeply hurt that I wanted to hug her and apologize, but she immediately left. What had I done? Mom didn't kiss me goodbye the next day, and Kiera didn't show up at school. I skipped lunch and drew a quick outline for Kiera when a shadow loomed behind me.
Is that Memphis the Mermaid? You're the original artist?
Are you nuts? I was just copying Kiera's work. She's really talented.
Nah, I don't believe you. No one's that good at copying stuff. Wait till I tell the whole school.
What do you want, jerk?
Just the truth, actually. Why won't you take credit for your own work, loser?
It's because of you and other people like you. My whole life, you haven't missed any chance to ridicule me, and I've worked so hard to seem normal. I was afraid everyone would think I'm a dork or a freak for writing those comics. So, yeah, I asked Kiera to put her name on it, and now it's ruined everything, and I don't need you making things any harder for me. For the first time ever, Sam actually shut up and looked guilty.
I'm really sorry, Blake. You always seemed tough, and I never realized how much my jokes actually affected you. You're amazing, and you shouldn't have to hide who you really are because of me or anybody. He leaned in and gently kissed me on the cheek before running off. What just happened? And why was my heart racing? After school, I went to Kiara's house, but I was in for a shock. Kiara left for Japan this morning. I don't know what happened, but she was really upset and said something about not having any talent. She's gone to study anime drawing for a year. I was heartbroken to learn that my words had affected Kiara so much. My best friend was gone, and she'd probably hate me for the rest of her life. When I got home, I was in store for an even bigger surprise. Mom was in a boring dress making a roast dinner with vegetables. Welcome home, Blake. I'm sorry for making your life tougher than it is. You're such a good, hard-working daughter, and I'll try my best to be like other moms. No, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said those things to you. I was so obsessed with being normal that I pushed away the two people I love the most. And you're awesome, just as you are. I told Mom everything that had happened with Kiara. People make mistakes, honey. Write to Kiara and explain everything. I'm sure she'll forgive you. Want to have chocolate cake for dinner? That sounds perfect, Mom. That night, I wrote an apology email to Kiara, but I never heard back from her. I still visited her parents once a week, and they'd tell me about her life in Japan, but I really missed having her around. Soon after, Sam asked me out and we started to date. He was still annoying, but he also knew how to make me laugh. A year flew by, and I started working on a new comic about a unicorn girl with rainbow hair and the habit of wearing every color at once. I was nervous about handing it to Kiara's mom for publishing, but Sam encouraged me, and she loved it. She said it reminded her of Kiara. My life turned upside down after the comics became a success. I sent Kiara a signed copy with a note saying it was inspired by her, but I never got a reply. One day, I was drawing in my room when there was a knock on my door. It was Kiara. Kiara, I'm so sorry. I was such an awful witch to you. I'm sorry too. I took credit for your talent without even thanking you. It was never going to last, and I'm glad it ended when it did. But I'm sad that our friendship got caught up in the mix. I needed to get away to figure myself out. I've missed you so much. I know, and I guess I missed you too. It was a novel about a prim librarian that looked a lot like me, cataloging in the mornings and hunting vampires by night. I guess I am very inspiring. Don't push your luck.
Hey folks, my name is Violet, but you can call me Vi. I live in New York with my mom and my non-identical twin sister Rose. My mom used to be a famous supermodel before she had us. Growing up, Mom fulfilled all my wishes. I just had to name it and I would get that thing. But for some reason, she was always a bit mean to Rose. Even friends at school teased Rose about being adopted, because every time there was an event at school, Mom would be there for my performances and then leave before it was Rose's turn. Once, I decided to ask Mom if she didn't like Rose because she was adopted, but Mom went berserk. Where did you get that stupid idea? No one is adopted, and I like Rose just fine. It's just that you're my favorite, and I know one day you'll make it big in the modeling world. Yeah, I sure did. I was only 6 when I did my first advertisement, and nailed it. After every successful campaign, Mom would spoil me rotten. Like when I was in the 5th grade, Mom took me shopping for Christmas, and there I saw the most amazing pink-colored hoverboard. But just as I reached for it, another girl grabbed it. Oh my God, how dare she? It's okay, Mom, I'll get something else. But before I knew it, Mom was running after that girl and saying she'd buy her anything in the store in exchange for that pink hoverboard. Everyone was watching Mom buying that girl everything she pointed her finger at. And in the end, she gave me the pink hoverboard. Mom was a bit crazy. Afterwards, we left the store happy, but a guard came running after us as we were about to get in the car. You left her. She's with you, right? OMG! We both were so busy shopping that we forgot Rose was with us. Yes, she is. Where were you hiding, silly girl? Come on, get in the car. But what about my gift? Just get in the car, Rose. I'm getting late for my shoot. I always felt bad for Rose when Mom ignored her. So growing up, I always shared my gifts with her and gave her half of my stuff. Once in the 7th grade, Mom bought me a beautiful red jacket. While I was trying it on and looking at myself in the mirror, I saw Rose watching me. I knew she liked it, so I gave it to her. You sure, Vi? Come on, Rose. Yes, I'm sure. But the moment Rose wore it, Mom walked into the room. Look, Mom, doesn't it look great on Rose? I bought this for Vi. Why are you wearing it? But Mom, I gave it to her. It doesn't even fit her properly. You can't even button it up. Ugh, she's just like her dad. She even looks like him. What did she even mean by that? Seeing the hurt look on Rose's face, I hugged her. But to my surprise, she pushed me away roughly. You did it on purpose. You knew Mom would get angry. What? No, I didn't. She was so angry at me. She ran to her room and slammed the door shut. Later, when I walked past her room, I was shocked to see what Rose had thrown on the floor. It was the jacket I gave her, cut up into tiny little pieces. After that day, Rose started to hate me and ignored me everywhere, even at school. When we were in the 10th grade, there was a new guy at our school, and we instantly became friends during recess one day. Brad was an amazing skater, and he taught me how to skate every day after school. He was also a cute guy, and I kinda had a crush on him. One day, I was practicing with him and fell from my board. Though Brad patched up my knee, at home, Mom went crazy seeing my leg. What have you done? Do I need to get your legs insured now? This is gonna leave an ugly scar. Geez, Vi, you have a shoe commercial coming up, and you will go there with this ugly wound on your knee? It's not such a big deal. Please, just chill out for once, Mom. Mom insisted I stay at home for a few days, but I refused. I didn't want to be cooped up at home with her talking about modeling and ads all day long. The next day, I needed some books, and when I entered the library, I was stunned to see Rose and Brad sitting together. But what they did next shook me. Brad leaned in and kissed Rose on her cheek, and she blushed. What in the world? When the two saw me, Rose smiled at me sweetly, and Brad looked excited. Hey, Vi, glad you're here. I've been wanting to introduce you to my girlfriend. This is Rose. Girlfriend? And Rose, this is Vi. She's my best friend. OMG. I just couldn't bear the smug smile on Rose's face, so I ran out of the school, crying angry tears. When I reached home, I wanted to confront Mom. It was her fault that Rose hated me and was now taking it all out on me. But before I could enter Mom's room, I heard her yelling at someone over the phone. Yeah, I know she isn't my daughter. Thanks for the reminder. It's not like you can prove anything, so just buzz off. What? No way. That's why Mom treated Rose so badly, because she was not her daughter. I couldn't remain angry at Rose after knowing this, and I just decided to let the whole Brad thing go. But a few days later, I came home one evening and saw Brad sitting in our lounge, and he was shocked to see me. You live here, Vi? Vi, your boyfriend sure is funny. Of course she lives here. Darling, I saw him at the door with some flowers, and I just knew that he was here for you. No, Mom. Brad is here for me. I know Vi's been drooling over him, but he chose me. Mom suddenly turned to Brad. Are you crazy? Why would you choose Rose over Vi? Vi likes you, so go out with her. And with that, she snatched the flowers from him and gave them to me. Mom, what are you doing? But before she could even reply, Rose pounced at me and knocked me to the ground, pulling my hair. I hate you! You ruin everything! What did I do? Get off me, you psycho! Just then, we saw Brad fleeing out the open door. Oh my God, he saw all this! He saw what an awful family I have! He left because of you guys! The next few days, Rose stopped eating at the table and would always be locked up in her room. Though I was angry at her for overreacting, I was even angrier at Mom. She'd been a jerk that day. One day, Mom came home and told me she'd entered my name in some really big pageant that would be amazing for my modeling career. But lately, I'd been enjoying skating, and modeling just seemed something that was being forced on me. Mom, no, I don't want to. I'm done with modeling, etc. I want to be a skater. Suddenly, Mom started yelling at me for the first time in my life. You're done? How dare you, you ungrateful brat! You'll be grounded if you don't participate in this pageant. Oh yeah? Then ground me. I won't participate, and I won't do any ads or photo shoots from now on, because I want to focus on being a professional skater. And then, just as suddenly, her tone changed completely. Oh, Vi, my love, you know, I made so many calls, asked a lot of people to get you in this pageant. If you back out now, hun, it will be so embarrassing for me. Can you do this one for me, for your mom? Though I hated it, I agreed because of all the guilt tripping Mom had started. But this was the last time. At school, I was glad to see Rose and Brad had made up. But one afternoon as I was headed home, I spotted them parting ways. And a minute later, a car stopped in front of Rose. She first looked around as if to see if she was being watched. And when she was sure, she got into the car. Huh? What was she getting herself into? I was so worried for my sister that I decided to follow her on my skateboard. A while later, the car stopped near a park, and Rose got out with a lady and went inside. I can't prove it now, but soon I will. Don't worry. Perhaps this will help. Rose then got up and hugged the woman, and after a while, they both left. What was going on? Back at home, I decided I needed some answers right away, so I barged into her room. What are you doing? How dare you come here? Cut it out, Rose. I saw where you went today. Who was that woman? She looked shocked for a second, but quickly recovered. She was a fashion designer. Look, see all these designs? I was pitching my work to her. Come, sit. I'll show you everything. I knew she was lying, but decided to play it cool for now. I sat with my sister and looked at all of her designs. They were so good. Rose told me how she'd always wanted to be a model. She was so much like Mom. If only Mom would take the time to see. It was at that moment I decided to give Rose the break she needed. Are you sure? Do you really think it would work? Will it make you happy to be there? It would be a dream. Then let's get started. Rose and I spent the entire night finishing the dress she was working on, and when it was done, it looked amazing. The next day, it was the beauty pageant, and when we reached the venue, I set my plan into motion. One by one, all the contestants were being called on stage, and when the announcer called my name, I saw Mom rise to her feet and clap. But when Rose appeared instead of me in her beautiful dress, Mom's jaw dropped open in shock. Rose was slaying the catwalk, and she won every round until she was standing in the final 3. And when the announcer said that Rose was the winner, I burst into tears. But her victory didn't sit well with the other contestants. Why? She isn't even Violet. I know her because we go to the same school. Her name is Rose, and she's Violet's sister. This is so unfair. After the management found out, we were both banned from competing in any beauty pageants for 5 years. And Mom just lost it. She came on stage and started shouting at me. You little brat! I made you who you are and you embarrassed me like this. I made your career and you gave it away to her. Now look at what she did. Mom, why can't you see that it's Rose who wants this, not me? Oh, you skateboarding punk. I've done so much for you, but you've just wasted all my hard work. Right when she gripped my arm, someone slapped her hand. Don't you dare touch my daughter. Wait, what? I'm here, and I have the cops with me, and you're gonna pay for stealing my daughter. Suddenly, the cops came in, but Mom grabbed me tight. Don't listen to her, she's lying. Lying? Well, here's the DNA proof that shows Violet is my daughter. Can someone please tell me what on earth is going on here? Rose then explained that since she always thought she was adopted, she did some research and found out that the day we were born, a baby was stolen from the same hospital. The news article had a picture of the woman whose baby was taken away, so Rose contacted her. But it turns out Rose wasn't the stolen one. I was. Yes, and when I reached out to this horrible woman, she said I didn't have any proof. But Rose got me some of your hair for a DNA test, and now I can prove that you're mine, love. But why would you do that? Because I gave birth to an ugly brat, and I wanted a daughter who could be an amazing model like me one day. You were beautiful even as a baby, but you've turned out to be so stupid. You're a crazy, horrible human being. You just used me and mistreated Rose our entire lives. You don't deserve to be anyone's mom. The cops then took her away, and as I stood there in shock, my real mom hugged both me and Rose. I'm here now, and I'll make sure you both feel safe and loved, always. I hugged Rose really tight and whispered, "Thank you."
Hi, my name is Arya, and I'm from a very small village in India. I was born on a dark, stormy night on Friday the 13th, which isn't a big deal except when your parents are crazy superstitious. Instead of letting out my first cry, I made some spit bubbles and giggled. This child is weird. Why isn't she crying? Look at her devilish smile. Once when I was 2, I was playing with my grandmother, and it was the first time I called out her name, Dottie. But it wasn't a celebration because the same day, she passed away. A few months later, when I learned to say my grandpa's name, Dada, he passed away too.
Oh my God. This is the beginning to an end. If she says another word, she might kill us all.
And the very same day, my uncles and aunts left the village with their entire families, and my parents just got weirder and crazier. I loved the color black, but they thought it was demonic, so they'd paint all my favorite black things pink. One time when I was 5, I rescued a cute black cat from the streets and brought her home. I named her Kali, but my parents went ballistic.
Black cats are evil. They'll bring death upon us.
But he's my little meow meow. The only thing that could kill us is his cuteness.
They didn't listen to a word I said and threw Callie out of the house that night, and I was furious. I started screaming at the top of my lungs, and just then, there was a loud clap of thunder, followed by a loud bang. My parents looked out the window in horror to see an ancient sacred tree struck down by lightning. Mom turned as pale as paper, and Dad started praying to all 33 million gods.
We're sorry. Please, forgive us. We've been really, really bad.
Yes, we're going to bring your precious little Callie back right now.
They immediately dashed out of the house and came back with Callie at 3 in the morning. The very next day, they woke me up at 5 in the morning and took me to see my aunt, who lived in a far-off village. When we got there, a woman dressed in black clothes came out.
That's your aunt. Go hug her. She's just like you.
I got off reluctantly, but before I'd even reached my aunt, Mom and Dad were gone. They just left me there. I was about to burst into tears, but my aunt gently took my hand. And when I went inside, my jaw dropped. The entire house was full of black ornaments and decorations. This place was heaven. You don't have to worry about anything, love. I'll take care of you from now on. For days, I thought my parents would come back for me, but they never did. And I didn't even mind because, unlike them, my aunt adored me. She was a tarot card reader, but she never taught me any of it. Instead, she put me in school. When I went to school on the first day, I was in for a surprise. It was an empty piece of land with cows and buffaloes grazing there. Oh, I'm so sorry, darling. I thought they had a building around here somewhere. Don't worry, I'll teach you at home. Well, she did teach me a couple of things, but none of them were useful. Once when I was 13, I was playing in a field with the neighborhood kids when suddenly one of them got bit by a snake. Everyone started screaming and running around in panic. Just then, a man came and decided to take him to the temple instead of the hospital. What are you, crazy? He needs to go to a doctor right now.
Are you out of your mind? God will heal him.
This was nuts, but I wasn't gonna back off that easily. I bit him hard on his hand and he started screaming.
This girl is crazy. She bit me. She bit me. I need to go to a doctor.
No, you don't. God will heal you. Let's take you to the temple. He immediately backed off and someone called the doctor and the boy's life was saved. But strange rumors about me spread through the entire village. And this stupid girl, Maya, she was the biggest gossip of them all.
She's evil. She can talk to snakes. She's possessed. She tried to eat a man alive in front of my eyes.
Oh yeah? Then you better stay away unless you want to get hurt. Well, it was fun scaring these silly kids away, but Maya wasn't one to be scared easily. She had this habit of picking on other people for no good reason. One time, when I was swimming in the lake by the jungle, she came along with her minions and grabbed all my clothes.
Let's see you transform into a snake now, Anaconda.
Hey, are you crazy? Give me my clothes back. But they just ran away with them. OMG, what was I gonna do now? Make a gown out of leaves? Well, it wasn't such a bad idea, but I was furious at Maya. I had to take my revenge. One day, I saw her making out with a guy behind a barn, and I just knew what I had to do. I picked a huge chunk of cow dung lying on the ground, made a ball out of it, and threw it at her. Ew, gross, who did that? Come out this instant. The guy who was with her ran away with the speed of a bullet, but Maya looked raging mad. As I was tiptoeing away, I accidentally stepped on a thorn and screamed out loud. You witch! I knew it was you, you evil witch! You're so gone today! And do you think I'll spare you? Then she picked a chunk of cow dung and we broke out into a massive fight. But just as I was about to throw a huge chunk right in her face, she screamed, "No, not my face! I can't afford to get pimples. It's my wedding in 2 weeks. What? Wedding? But she was just 14. For a second, I thought she was bluffing, but no, she was actually getting married. In fact, her parents were going crazy, boasting about her grand wedding all through the village. And Maya, she was getting all the attention she craved for. But this was crazy. She was just a kid. On the day of her engagement, my aunt took me to the party. When all the people left, I saw Maya crying all alone. Something was wrong. Maya, are you okay? Get off me, witch. I don't want your sympathy. It's bad enough I'm getting married without my will. Just go away. But you looked so happy, and you always tell everyone how excited you are. I lie, because I don't have an option. That's just how things are done here, okay? But a dummy like you would never understand. Go away, for God's sake. This was so wrong. Even though I didn't like her that much, there was no way I was gonna let it happen. I had to do something. So I decided I was gonna kidnap the groom and lock him up in a room. After all, it wasn't just about one girl. It was about all the young kids in the village and their future. On the night of the wedding ceremony, I snuck into the venue. But just then, I tripped over something and crashed into the pole, holding the weight of the entire tent. The tent came crashing down, and within seconds, everything caught fire. People started running around like crazy. And just then, Maya came out screaming. I thought she'd thank me for saving her life, but she attacked me instead. You ruined my wedding, you witch. I had been preparing it for weeks. What? Something was really wrong with my ears. Her thank you sounded more like, I'm gonna kill you, witch. Suddenly, a man came rushing in and said,
The crops, they're burning. The fire has spread to the fields. We're all ruined.
OMG, what was it now? All of this because of a stupid tripping incident? But instead of running to the crop fields, everyone looked at me in shock, and I knew that look too well. I was so doomed. I ran home to save my butt and locked all the doors and windows. Just then my aunt came running.
What's wrong? What happened?
Who's knocking like a mad dog on the door? No, don't open that! There were angry villagers chanting outside that they wanted to throw me out of the village this instant.
She's the devil. She put our crops on fire. We can't let her live with us anymore.
What? It was all a freaking mistake. Why were they acting this crazy? For the first time, I felt so bad and almost burst into tears. My aunt hugged me tight and said, Don't worry, my child. I got this. She went out and told the villagers that I had already fled from the village, but the villagers wouldn't believe her. They stayed outside my house day and night until they were sure that I'd actually left. My aunt kept me hidden inside the house for months until one day I heard that there was a serious illness spreading all through the nearby villages. Auntie, I'm so scared. What's gonna happen?
I have no idea, Arya, but no matter what, promise me you won't step outside of the house.
Well, I did as she asked, but then one day, she also fell seriously ill, and I had no choice but to leave the house to get her medicine. But as soon as the villagers saw me, their faces turned pale white. They were running away from me and screaming at the top of their lungs. She's back! She's back! The devil is back!
She's brought a new plague with her to kill us all this time.
What? Why were they all so freaking dumb? But I didn't care. I had something more important to do. I rushed to the hospital, but as soon as I got there, even the doctors looked at me in shock. What? Did they also think I was a freak? A doctor called me and asked why I had no red dots on my body like everyone else. Well, I bathe daily. I guess that's why. He looked at me confused, but then they conducted a whole lot of tests on me. I was all freaked out. Why were they doing all this? I wasn't some freaking alien. Moments later, the nurse came out and screamed,
You are right, sir. She's the one.
The one? What the one? It turned out they found the antibodies to the disease in my blood. Apparently, my blood was now the cure to the deadly disease that was spreading, and I could save everyone's life. When everyone recovered, the doctors told all the villagers that it was me who saved lives. Everyone looked shocked at first, but then they started screaming, Goddess, goddess, she's a goddess. She saved our lives. People started coming to me with gifts and presents. It was all so crazy. For God's sake, what was wrong with these people?
No, stop it, please. I'm no goddess, and neither am I the devil. I'm just a normal human being like you people. It was just a stroke of luck that my blood had the cure. For the first time, I felt the people were actually listening to me. If you really want to give me something, then please stop with these stupid superstitions and abolish all the age-old rules that are ruining our kids' lives and their futures. We don't need that. We need schools and facilities and better hospitals so that more lives can be saved. After that, there was a long silence, and I was all ready to sneak my butt out of that place in case they got mad at me again. But thankfully, they understood. After that, I left the village to go to school and study more about science and medicine, and I was appointed the new chief of the village. Hi, I'm Brianna from New York. Please like and subscribe. I was raised by my single dad who owned a multi-million-dollar company. Even though he was super busy, he always put me first, and I felt truly loved. He worked from home till I was 3, and then he hired the best nannies to take care of me while he was away. Life was good until one day, something really strange happened. I was 4 years old when one night, I saw Dad working really late and I decided to make him some hot chocolate. As I walked over to his desk, I suddenly tripped on the carpet and spilled it all over his laptop.
Oh my God, Brianna, you fried my laptop. It has so much important stuff on it.
Suddenly, I felt something happen to my face. I could feel my lips and nose and cheeks twitch uncontrollably. Dad noticed it and immediately took me to the doctor. She told us that face twitching was an involuntary condition, and it just happened to some people when they were stressed. There wasn't really any cure for it. When I turned 5, Dad enrolled me in the best school around. In the first lesson, the teacher asked us all to write a few lines about ourselves. But this girl next to me kept talking so loudly with her friends, I could hardly focus.
Hi, can you make a little less noise, please? I'm trying to write and… Gosh, are you telling me you're as stupid as you look? Don't interrupt me again.
Just then, my face twitched, and she looked even angrier as the others laughed. She thought I was mocking her, and after that day, Mona became my sworn enemy. And it just stayed that way forever, even when we got older. Once, when I was in 7th grade, Dad and I got stuck in traffic on our way home, and we saw a homeless couple on the pavement fighting over a sandwich. A boy my age was sitting near them with a basket of apples, and he came running towards us. "Sir, would you like to buy a pound of apples? It only costs $1, and with that, I'll buy dinner." Dad bought 5 pounds and gave him $200. The boy's face lit up and he skipped off happily.
Poor kid. He should be in school, but his parents can't afford it.
Dad, why don't we do that? Let's send him to school. Please? Can we?
He smiled and nodded. A week later, Dad enrolled him in my school, and when the teacher introduced him to the class, I found out his name was Jack. He didn't seem to recognize me, and I never brought it up that I'd seen him before, or that my dad was the one who helped him. I didn't want him to feel embarrassed, but the rest of the kids were brutal, especially that Mona.
Hey, Jack, why do you walk to school every day? Where's your car, man?
Come on, guys. Can't you see how poor he is? His pants are 2 sizes too small for him, and all he eats for lunch are apples.
I wanted to punch her face, but Jack didn't even react and walked away. I asked Dad to get him new clothes, and the next day, Jack looked so much happier. One day at the end of class, the teacher asked Jack to collect everyone's assignments. As he was walking through the aisle, someone stuck a leg out and he tripped and landed hard on the floor. I rushed forward to help him, but Mona got there first and threw a whole bottle of ink on him. That was it. I grabbed her bag and threw everything out of the window. She screamed and pulled my hair. I turned around and slapped her face. As we wrestled, we went crashing into a poor kid's solar system project, sending planets flying everywhere. We both ended up in detention, but it was worth it. The next day, I saw Jack walking towards me in the hallway, and I felt nervous. It was the first time we'd be talking. As he got close, my face started twitching. He stopped and abruptly turned away. Oh no! Jack, please stop. I didn't mean to tease you.
You just wrinkled your nose like I'm something disgusting. I thought you were different after what you did yesterday.
Just let me explain, will you? I told him about my condition and his face softened. We started hanging out after that, and soon we became friends. Well, I started having a small crush on him. He was sweet and simple, unlike any of the other rich, hoity-toity boys I knew. A few days later at a park entrance, someone was selling lottery tickets, and we both got a ticket each for fun. The results were posted online the next day, but Jack said he was too nervous to look. I laughed and took both tickets and started scrolling through the results. My eyes almost popped out when I saw some numbers. The winning one was mine. OMG, I just won the $10 million lottery. I didn't really need it, but this money could change Jack's life. So without another thought, I switched our tickets. Oh my God, Jack, you've won freaking $10 million. Can you believe this? He stared at me in shock, then started whooping and jumping around like a crazy monkey. It was the best moment of my life. I was so excited to meet him after the weekend, but as soon as I entered school, I spotted him in a corner surrounded by some kids, including Mona. Gosh, couldn't they just leave him alone? I rushed forward and shouted, "Just knock it off and stop bullying." No, Brianna, relax. They're my friends. I stared at him in disbelief. Friends? These guys? Turns out, Jack was on the local news for being the lottery winner, and now everyone in school was suddenly his friend. Kids were swarming over to our table at lunch and nearly knocked me off trying to sit closer to him. Everyone wanted to know what he'd do with his millions. And well, he was spending them. One day, the flashiest yellow sports car drove up to school, and Jack jumped out of the back seat. He was now wearing branded clothes and carrying the latest iPhone, showing everyone pictures of his mansion. I was really happy for him, but he was suddenly so busy with all these new people and going to parties, I barely got to see him anymore. So one day, I texted him to ask if we could meet later, and he said he'd love to take me out for dinner. In fact, he picked out a really fancy restaurant, and it kind of felt like a date? But I was so mad when I kept waiting for 3 hours and he never showed up. He wouldn't even pick up his phone. On my way home, we were driving past some cafes when suddenly I yelled at my driver to stop. I spotted Jack under a streetlight, putting his scarf around a girl's neck and pulling her in for a kiss. And the girl was freaking Mona. I stormed over to them. What the heck, Jack? You stood me up for dinner, and what are you doing with her? He's kissing me, twitchy face, because I'm his girlfriend. His what? Jack, are you crazy? Gosh, Brianna, I totally forgot about dinner. And no, I'm not crazy. Mona has apologized for everything to me, and she's actually really sweet. No, she's not, Jack. Can't you see she's suddenly into you because you're rich? That's why all those other people are your friends too. What's your problem, Brianna? Why can't you just be happy for me? Does it bother you that I'm not your poor friend anymore? The one you can feel sorry for and take care of? You just can't stand that I'm as rich as you now. I can't believe you just said that. And suddenly, my face started twitching horribly. God, I hate when your face does that. It's so annoying. I snapped and slapped him across the face. I don't even know who you are anymore. And with that, I ran back to my car with angry tears down my face. I was heartbroken, and I told Dad everything that had happened that night. I'm so sorry, sweetheart, and I'm sad to hear Jack's turned out this way. He'll soon realize he's lost the best friend he ever had. Well, it didn't look like it would be anytime soon, because he and Mona were now the hottest new couple in school. I could hardly stand to look at those two. But thankfully, the next few weeks, I was too busy working with my science club members to see much of them. Some professors from Harvard were coming to judge our projects, and we had a chance of winning a spot in a super exclusive summer program. When it was my turn to speak out at our presentation, I started off really confident. But just then, I spotted Mona and Jack in the auditorium pointing and making faces at me. I tried to focus, but I felt so flustered. My face started twitching and I forgot all my words. I turned to leave and I tripped and crashed straight into our project. As I saw Mona and Jack laughing from the corner of my eye, I picked myself up and ran away from there. I couldn't believe my best friend had become a spiteful jerk, ruining everything for me. I just never spoke to him again. A few days before the end of high school, I was walking past the principal's office when I saw Jack inside. What's happened to you this past year?
You've ignored all my warnings and now you've failed 3 subjects. You're not graduating high school. You'll have to repeat a year. What? Come on. Surely we can find another solution. How about I pay you 10 grand and you make my bad grades go away? Get out of my office, Jack. I quickly walked off before he could see me. He was so smart, but he'd just been wasting his time over stupid things. And Mona publicly dumped him the same day when she found out because she said she didn't want to be with a loser anymore. I graduated high school with flying colors, and of course, Dad came to attend. Oh, hello, sir. I wasn't expecting to see you here. Well, I was hoping to see you graduate along with my daughter, Jack. Your daughter? What's her name? Brianna. What? Brianna is your daughter? Yes. In fact, she's the one who insisted I send you to school all those years ago. You have a lot to thank her for, son, including that lottery ticket you think you won.
I was gathering my stuff from the locker when suddenly I found Jack standing behind me.
What do you want? Brianna, I know what you did. What kind of crazy person gives away $10 million?
What? How do you know that?
It doesn't matter. Just tell me, why did you do that for me?
Jack, when I saw you as a kid on the roadside, it broke my heart to think you didn't get as lucky as me to be born to rich parents. That lottery ticket was also just dumb luck. I didn't do anything to deserve it, but I really believed you deserved a better life. I still believe that, and I don't regret giving you the money at all.
I can't believe I was such a terrible jerk to the best person in my life. I'm really, really sorry. I don't deserve your forgiveness or your friendship, and I won't ever bother you again. Goodbye, Brianna. I hope you have a wonderful life.
He walked away, and I had a lump in my throat as I watched him leave. A few years later at university, I was studying in the library one evening when I realized it was quite late. As I was walking back to my apartment, I suddenly felt like I was being followed. I looked around to find 2 masked men right behind me. I tried to run, but they caught up instantly, and one of them snatched my bag as the other pushed me to the ground. Just then, someone came out of the shadows and punched one of them. To my shock, I saw it was Jack. The 2 men started beating him up as I screamed for help. Just then, a policeman came around the corner and the 2 men ran away. I called an ambulance and immediately rushed Jack to the hospital. He was unconscious and in really bad shape. He went into a coma. 10 days later, I was sleeping on a chair by his bed when I felt a hand on mine. Oh my God, you're awake?
Are you okay?
Yes, I'm fine. Jack, why were you there that night? How did you even know where I was?
I regret what I did to you so much, Brianna. So I made a promise to myself to always look out for you. I was too stupid to notice, but all those years, you were my guardian angel. You watched over me and stood up for me when no one else did. I owe you my life forever, and I love you, Brianna.
Finally, you sound like that sweet boy I used to be friends with. I forgive you, Jack, and I love you too. And with that, I leaned in for a kiss. Hi there, I'm Saul from San Francisco. Please like and subscribe because My Story Animated will give $1,000 to one lucky person in the coming 7 days. When I was only 2, Mom left Dad because his business was failing miserably, and she didn't want to be with someone poor. But growing up, Dad adored me and made sure I had everything. But over the next few years, he turned really lucky and his business was booming again. And just like that, we were richer than ever. We had a super big mansion, fancy cars, and butlers. On my 4th birthday, Dad said he had a big surprise for me, and I was super excited for it. But then he introduced me to his girlfriend, Linda. Aw, Saul, you're adorable, baby girl. Ew, she was so weird. But very soon I discovered that she was a witch too. The second Dad would turn his back, she would go all crazy on me. You look like a filthy boy from a slum. And what's with your ugly hair? Ew. But Dad wouldn't listen to a word against her. He was so blindly in love. Soon after they got married, and the first thing Linda did was transfer all of Dad's money to her name. A year later, she gave birth to Tanya, who was the cutest. But slowly, Linda started revealing her real face to Dad too. One day, while Dad was getting ready for a business trip,
Linda went all bonkers on him. I have a night out with my friends, and you want me to take these good-for-nothing kids with me? You better stay home and do it yourself. Don't talk to me like you're my boss. It's because of me that you get to enjoy all these luxuries. I work hard and I feed everyone here, so don't give me that attitude. Oh, who says I'm not the boss? Saying that, she threw the property papers in his face and asked him to leave her house. This was crazy. But what Dad did was even crazier. He left us forever, and I had to put up with my witchy stepmom. Now, Linda would spend all of Dad's money on shopping and her parties all day long and not even care about Tanya. So I made sure to look after her, and over time, we grew quite close. One day, Tanya fell sick, and I asked Linda to go get her some medicine. But when she came back, her hands were full of shopping bags. And worse, she didn't get the medicine. Seriously, Linda? I can't believe you're doing this to your own daughter now. Okay, I forgot. What's the big deal anyway? It's just a fever. It'll go away on its own. But the important thing is, what will I wear for tomorrow's party? Whoa, this woman was something. Years passed and Tanya started going to school with me, but I was concerned about her grades. So I went to her room to help her with the upcoming tests, but Linda didn't seem happy about it. Why are you trying to make her a geek like you? Isn't it enough that she has the biggest glasses on her nose? For God's sake, let her be like me, growing up and finding a rich husband. That's what smart women do. Ugh, she was horrible, and Tanya was nothing like her. So I made sure to help her when Linda wasn't around. Then one snowy evening, I thought Tanya was outside having snow fights with the neighborhood kids, but what I saw left me shocked. I realized all the kids had ganged up on her and were throwing snowballs at her face. Take this, loser. OMG, he was so done. I ran out and picked up a huge chunk of snow and threw it at him. Don't you dare hurt my sister, dummy. I chased all the stupid kids away and took Tanya inside. A few moments later, Linda walked in, and I told her all about it. So, what should I do? And what did you expect, really? Of course kids are gonna bully her for looking like a loser nerd. Linda, are you crazy? You're her mother. Do something. You want me to do something? Fine. From today, she won't go to school and anywhere outside, and then there'll be no more problems. What? How could she do that? Tanya ran up to her room in tears, and I went after her. Don't worry, little sis. I'll get you out of here. But how? She'd ground me forever if she finds out. Well, then she will never find out. That's when an idea hit me. If I kept Linda distracted, she wouldn't care about us. I swapped Linda's shampoo with green dye, and the next morning, she looked like the freaking Grinch as she ran to the salon in her bathrobe. Tanya and I laughed our butts off and headed off to school. I'd find more ways to keep Linda busy. Later that day, when I went to the school cafeteria to have lunch with Tanya, she didn't show up for quite some time. Just then, I heard someone crying from under the table. I bent down and saw Tanya. Hey, what's wrong? Why are you crying? Come on out. That boy, that Jerry, he took my glasses and pushed me. I couldn't see anything, and everyone started laughing. So, I hid here. Oh, God. I marched straight to the boy's table and pulled him up by his shirt. Let me show you who the real gangster is, kid. Whoa, easy, please. What's wrong? I turned around to see Sebastian, a new student who had just joined my class. This guy has been bullying my little sister, and I'm here to teach him a lesson. OMG, I'm so sorry. He's my younger brother, and I'll make sure to teach him better. It's just that we're new here, and he's having a tough time adjusting. But I promise, he won't do it again. He immediately grabbed the glasses from his little brother's hand and put them on Tanya. Well, that was sweet. Later during class, he apologized to me again, and I kind of felt I was too harsh with his brother. Hey, listen, it's just that I'm too attached to Tanya. I feel more like a mom to her, so I couldn't see her crying, and it's all right. I totally understand. Turns out he and his brother were a lot like us. Their mother passed away long ago, and their dad was always away for work, and that connected us instantly. He also suggested that we all go sledding in the evening so that our siblings could get along. It sounded like a great idea, and the four of us actually had a lot of fun together that evening. But as soon as we reached home, I was shocked to find Linda all flared up in anger. You all think you're smart enough to play your little pranks on me? Well, now it's my turn. Tanya, you're grounded forever. No school, no friends, and finally, no sister. 'Cause Saul's moving to an orphanage right now. What? Why? You can't do that.
Mom, no, please don't say that. She's my sister and your daughter.
No, she isn't. Not anymore. I have signed off the papers and gave up her guardianship. Now she's an orphan. So, pack up your bags and leave my house, Saul, before I kick you out. No, you can't make me leave. I tried to fight her for Tanya's sake, but that evil witch made the guards throw my stuff out of the house, and now I had no other option but to leave the house and Tanya. While I was leaving, Tanya kept screaming at me from the balcony.
Please don't go, Saul. What will I do without you?
It was hard for me to see her in tears, but I promised her I'd come back for her someday. After that, I kept walking for hours until it started raining and I stopped at a restaurant. Just then, the waitress came in and asked me what I wanted to eat. Well, I don't have any money, so I'm afraid I won't be able to order anything. But she sneaked me some hot chocolate from the counter and told me it was on her. She seemed like a really nice lady and even asked me if I wanted a job. A job? That'll be great. I didn't want to go to the orphanage, and this way I could earn some money too. So I started working there as a waitress. The lady also offered me a place to live, and I kind of felt like I'd found a new home. Days passed, and I even learned some basic tailoring and designing from the old waitress. Within a month, I was able to design beautiful dresses and sweatshirts out of old, rugged clothes. One day, while I was serving coffee to one of the customers, I accidentally spilled some over her dress. Are you blind? That's a designer piece. She seemed really mad, so I'd said I'd get her something to wear. I ran to the storage room where I had all my designs, and since I couldn't pick one for her, I carried them all to her. Oh my God, these are amazing. Who made them? I did. She looked awestruck by my talent and told me she was a world-famous designer herself. Her name was Angelica Martino. And then she offered me a job as a designer. This was freaking awesome. I couldn't believe my ears. I took this opportunity and followed her to Italy and joined her massive company. And within months, I was making more money than I'd expected. Honestly, I was quite happy, but I always felt that there was something missing from my life. Tanya. I told Angelica I wanted to visit San Francisco, but she wouldn't let me. I can't let anyone go just like that. We have business to do here. And if you still want to go, you can. But then I won't give you any credits for your designs, girl. What? Why had she turned into a Karen? But I wasn't gonna take that rubbish from her. I stormed out of her office, taking all my savings and cutting up all the designs I made for the company so they couldn't use them. Yeah, and I could hear the witch Angelica's screams as far up as the plane. As soon as I landed in the city, I crashed into someone I'd never imagined. Sebastian. Saul, is that you? Oh my God, I was so worried. I had no idea where you'd gone. Are you okay? Suddenly, I burst into tears and told him everything that happened, and he asked me to move into his place with him and Jerry. I said yes, and he took me to his huge mansion. And seeing the brothers taking care of each other made me think about Tanya even more. So I went to see her the first thing in the morning with Sebastian, but I was super shocked to see her all alone. She ran towards me as soon as she saw me and burst into tears.
Oh, Saul, where were you? I missed you so much. You said you'd come back for me, and I waited for you every single minute of every day. I felt so lonely without you.
I missed you too, little sis. I thought about you every single day, and I'm so sorry that I made you wait for so long. But now that I'm here, I promise, I'm never gonna leave you alone. And I'll make up for everything. Then she told me that Linda had been living away with her rich boyfriend for months now, and she had left Tanya all by herself. She was unbelievable. I took Tanya with me to Sebastian's place, and I even filed a case against Linda for Tanya's custody, and she happily gave it away to me. Good riddance. After that, I opened my own fashion store. A few years later, Linda came back after getting dumped by her fraud boyfriend who took all her money and ran away. I raised you all those years, so I deserve half of the money from your fashion store. You can't say no. You didn't raise me, Linda. You just threw me out of my own house like trash. And now I'm returning the favor.
Yeah, Mom, I'd prefer to see you homeless because you're the worst mother on earth. Just get lost. Oh, on second thought, why homeless when we can put her in jail? The right place for terrible people like her. We finally called the cops and filed a case against Linda. We won, and she was thrown in jail for years. And Tanya and I lived happily ever after.